Hey friends, hope you're all doing well. We're doing okay too, just really tired since we've been working non-stop. We wanted to answer a question many of you ask: how does our publishing process work? Most of our audiobooks are first posted on Patreon as paid content. They stay behind a paywall for a few months. After that, they become free to access on Patreon forever. Then, a few weeks later, we upload them to other platforms like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, our community hasn't been growing much, and we could really use your help. Please share our site in your Facebook groups, Discord servers, Reddit threads, Twitter, X, or with any friends who might be interested. Every little bit helps and we really appreciate it. Thanks a lot for being with us and supporting what we do, unable to resist teasing. In truth, Utaha Kazekage was precisely that kind of person, an anti-athletic, bookish introvert who avoided unnecessary movement at all costs. While she gave off the vibe of a fashion-forward, socially savvy young woman, she was actually a homebody with a penchant for literature. Her bond with Eriri, a mix of outward animosity and underlying closeness, made perfect sense in hindsight. Both were deeply entrenched in their respective hobbies, creating a shared understanding despite their differences. So, as her friends, we should check on her, right? Kanade asked, stirring his coffee. But how did you find out about this, Kato? You're not even in the same year. He stopped short of saying, you two don't seem that close. Choosing his words carefully to avoid misunderstanding. The principal asked me. Megumi explained. It might be because we were in the same club before. Senpai apparently moved recently, and while she took a leave of absence, her homeroom teacher wanted someone to deliver her class notes. Without her address, they were stuck. Senpai doesn't seem to have many friends in her class or anyone who could step up for her, really. Kanade stayed silent, sensing an undercurrent of dissatisfaction in Megumi's tone despite her calm demeanor. He suspected she cared more for Utaha than she let on and was genuinely worried about her. Let's visit her, then. Kanade offered. He did consider Utaha a friend, despite her penchant for teasing him mercilessly. It was just her awkward way of interacting with people. What about inviting Eriri? No need. Megumi said, shaking her head. She's been swamped with deadlines. Best not to bother her. And I'll be heading back to my parents' house soon, so I can't make it. She added, popping a small piece of dessert into her mouth. The sour flavor overwhelmed her taste buds. Not great. She resolved to try something different next time. So, I'll leave it to you, Kanade. Do your best. She even raised a tiny fist for encouragement, though Kanade wasn't sure what she expected him to do his best at. Megumi handed him a stack of papers along with the half-eaten dessert. Don't let it go to waste. She said with a small smile. If you're in such a rush, why are you still leisurely eating dessert? Kanade muttered under his breath. But there was no arguing with Megumi. Task accepted, he left the cafe with her notes and her dessert. Following the address Megumi provided, Kanade soon arrived at Utaha's new apartment building, a modest single-person complex. As he stood outside the door, Kanade couldn't help but wonder how Megumi knew Utaha's address when even her teacher didn't. Probably because she's her friend, Kanade thought. She'd just shrug and say it's normal to know where your friends live. The realization left him feeling oddly guilty, as though he'd been neglecting Utaha. They hadn't spoken much lately, and while he had his reasons, he couldn't fathom what had kept Utaha from reaching out. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Kanade reached Utaha's door and rang the bell. Hello? Senpai, are you home? No response. He rang again, waiting patiently, but the silence persisted. Kanade pulled out his phone and sent her a message. Senpai, are you home? I'm at your door. Can you let me in? Their last conversation was from the previous Friday, exactly a week ago. After waiting a while with no reply, not even a read notification, Kanade grew uneasy. Is she out? But if she were, wouldn't she have seen my message? Unless she's somewhere quiet like a bookstore but who goes book shopping while sick? Utaha's aversion to leaving her apartment made the idea even less likely. Should have messaged her before coming. Kanade muttered, sighing. Now I'm stuck waiting. On impulse, he tried the doorknob. I must be out of my mind. There's no way it's unlocked. Click. The door opened. Seriously? Kanade stared in disbelief. What kind of person leaves their door unlocked? Given Utaha's sharp, sarcastic personality, it seemed out of character for her to overlook something as crucial as locking her door. She wasn't exactly the trusting type, not even with her friends. The only explanation was that she had forgotten in a moment of carelessness. Kanade hesitated, then stepped into the entryway. He quickly sent another message to Utaha. Senpai, your door was unlocked. I'm at your entryway. Don't freak out if you see me, I'm not a burglar. Satisfied he had given fair warning, Kanade called out softly, Senpai? I'm coming in. The apartment was eerily quiet. Chapter 102, An Inescapable Law. It was hardly polite to enter someone's home uninvited, but Kanade Natsukawa figured simply leaving the class notes at the door and sending a quick explanatory message wasn't enough. Since he considered Utaha Kazekage a friend, visiting her while she was sick seemed like the right thing to do. A quick glance around the entryway revealed that Utaha's apartment was nearly identical in layout to his own, likely the work of the same designer. That wasn't what caught his attention, though. There, on the floor, lay a pair of men's dress shoes, neatly placed on the carpet. The shoes were practically unworn, likely brand new. Judging by their size and design, they probably belonged to someone around 180 centimeters tall. But this was Utaha's apartment. A surge of unease swept through Kanade. He scanned the area and spotted Utaha's familiar high heels from their previous outing in Saitama, where he had helped treat her blistered feet. There was no doubt this was her home. So what was a pair of men's shoes doing here? If they belonged to her father or another relative visiting to care for her, surely they would have answered the door after hearing the bell. The way the shoes were placed on the floor rather than in the shoe cabinet suggested someone intended to leave shortly. This didn't align with the idea of a concerned visitor staying to look after Utaha. A troubling thought entered Kanade's mind. Could this be a break-in? While it seemed odd for a burglar to remove their shoes before committing a crime, Kanade couldn't shake the possibility. The unlocked door could have been the result of the lock being picked. And what if the intruder had targeted Utaha, following her home to take advantage of her beauty? Kanade's heart began to race. Utaha had taken her leave of absence in the morning, meaning she could have been held captive since the night before. Could it be a stalker? Or worse, an escaped convict? Kanade hesitated. He considered calling the police but realized that doing so might take too long and escalate the danger. If someone truly had broken in, every moment counted. He removed his shoes, clutching them tightly in hand to avoid making noise, and crept into the apartment. The living room was unremarkable, nothing out of place. Kanade picked up a long-handled umbrella, gripping it tightly as he approached the closed bedroom doors. From one of the rooms came faint noises. Kanade's pulse quickened. He pressed himself against the wall, straining to listen. If there was an intruder inside, rushing in recklessly could endanger Utaha. The assailant might use her as a hostage. Ideally, Kanade wanted the culprit to step out so he could ambush them. But reality often doesn't accommodate perfect plans. Help! Someone, save me! A distressed voice cried out. Kanade's eyes hardened. Without hesitation, he threw open the door and charged inside, muscles tense to strike. What he saw, however, made him skid to a halt. There was no assailant. Utaha Kazekage sat on her bed, safe and sound. Her hair was slightly damp, and her thin pajama top lay discarded on the bed, leaving her upper body mostly bare. She held a damp towel, delicately wiping her side. A small basin of water sat on the bedside table, and a laptop rested on the bed. On its screen, a movie played, the source of the dramatic cries Kanade had heard earlier. So, Utaha said, now fully dressed and seated elegantly on her bed. Her sharp gaze bore into Kanade, who was kneeling on the floor, avoiding eye contact. Care to explain, dear Kuhai, why you suddenly broke into my home? Her tone was mockingly sweet, but her words carried the unmistakable sting of disapproval. Were you so overcome with desire that you decided to act on your primal instincts and attack a delicate maiden like me? Despite her weakened state, the unexpected intrusion seemed to have revitalized her. She pointed at Kanade with an accusatory finger, her sarcasm in full force. And no. That's not it at all. Kanade stammered, his head lowered. It's a misunderstanding. I wasn't trying to do anything like that. But no matter how he tried to focus, his mind replayed the fleeting image of Utaha's pale, bare skin from earlier. His usual composure shattered, his explanation coming out awkward and halting. I saw a pair of men's shoes at the entrance. I thought you might be in danger. Kanade explained everything, from his initial suspicions to his decision to act. Utaha's expression softened slightly as she listened, though a trace of amusement lingered in her eyes. So, I should be thanking you for your concern, then? In theory. Utaha's eyes narrowed. Of course not. Kanade quickly corrected himself, waving his hands in protest. It was my mistake for overthinking. I barged in without permission, and I sincerely hope Senpai can forgive my reckless behavior. Kanade fully expected punishment after all, he had seen far more than he was entitled to. But the fact that Utaha hadn't taken advantage of the situation to mock him endlessly already felt like mercy. Humphrey. Utaha huffed, crossing her arms. Despite her dismissive tone, her mood had visibly improved. Hearing Kanade admit to worrying about her had a strangely uplifting effect, though she'd never openly acknowledge it. Still, she couldn't let him off the hook so easily. He had seen her in an unguarded state, after all. Fine. I'll forgive you. She began, pausing dramatically. But only if you agree to do something for me. Kanade felt a chill run down his spine. This can't be good. Chapter 103, Truly, the best Kuhai. That hurts. Sorry, did I press too hard? Lighter. A little lighter. Phew. After several minutes, Kanade Natsukawa finally let out a long breath, removing his hand from Utaha Kazamijoka's delicate back. Senpai, you're too fragile. First, you say it hurts here, then there. I don't even know where to start anymore. Perhaps you were simply too rough, Kuhai-kun? Utaha shot him a glance, her sharp eyes brimming with playful amusement as she adjusted her attire. The coy, bewitching expression on her face was almost lethal. But I can understand your eagerness. She teased, her voice dripping with faux sympathy. Since it's your first time doing something like this, it's no wonder you were so eager to press your everything against me. Could you please stop replacing the word hand with something ambiguous? Kanade retorted, exasperated. Anyone listening in would think I've done something horrible to you. Oh? It's just a hand. Who would even care about that? Utaha chuckled softly, her slender fingers trailing upward to brush against her collarbone. Unless. Did you let your mind wander? Were you imagining something else? Kanade stiffened, her words striking uncomfortably close to home. His face flushed as her suggestive tone sent an involuntary wave of heat coursing through his body. All boys are like this, aren't they? Utaha continued, a mischievous smirk spreading across her lips. Always thinking indecent thoughts, no matter the time or place. Kanade fell silent, unsure how to respond. It was true that humans, boys and girls alike, had their moments of unbidden thoughts, but did she have to single him out like this? Senpai, you're overthinking things. I'm just fulfilling your request as usual. Kanade replied, trying to brush off her accusations. He had hoped their interactions might have grown more normal over time, but instead, they had veered even further into chaos. Utaha was now not only adept at teasing him with her words but also weaponized her presence with terrifying effectiveness. Don't bother hiding your feelings, Kuhai-kun. Utaha purred. You're allowed to enjoy this, you know. I won't think any less of you for it. Stop emphasizing random words like that. Kanade shot back, glaring at her. And for the record, I'm not enjoying this. Standing there while you kept micromanaging every movement? It was exhausting. He wasn't lying. Once he realized there was no intruder, his only focus had been Utaha's health. The reason he obeyed her every instruction without complaint was simple: she was a patient, and he couldn't in good conscience refuse her. Still, seeing how lively she seemed now, he wondered if her illness had ever been as severe as he'd been led to believe. Are you feeling better now? Kanade asked, tidying up the scattered clothing around the room. By the way, have you told your parents about this? No. I didn't want to worry them. Utaha replied, shaking her head. You could have told me instead. Being alone while sick, Kanade began but hesitated as his thoughts drifted to the men's shoes he'd seen earlier. His voice faltered. You could have also asked your boyfriend to take care of you. Utaha's eyes narrowed. Excuse me, Kuhai-kun. Do you think I'd date one of those mindless pigs? The kind who spend all day drooling over fantasies, believing they'll win over a girl's heart with nothing more than a half-hearted confession? Kanade flinched. Her words were sharp enough to wound. Honestly, I wouldn't let anyone but you touch even the hem of my clothing, let alone take care of me. Do I look like someone so frivolous to you? Kanade shrank back under her glare. I didn't mean it like that. He couldn't help feeling attacked, though. He, too, had once confessed to someone, only to be rejected, a fact he preferred not to dwell on. The shoes in the entryway, then. Oh, those? Utaha paused for a moment, then smirked. Don't tell me you didn't know? Know what? Those are decoys. She explained matter-of-factly. A man's shoes in the doorway, shirts and boxers hanging on the balcony. It's all to create the illusion that a man lives here. Helps deter creeps and stalkers. Really? Kanade blinked. He'd never considered such measures before, but they made sense. Did you think I'd suddenly started dating someone, Kuhai-kun? Utaha asked with a teasing grin. She crawled forward slightly, resting her hands on the bedframe as she leaned close to him. First, you're worried I'm in danger. Then you're worried I've gotten a boyfriend. Could it be? You care about me more than I thought. Her voice carried an uncharacteristically soft edge, and her playful taunts seemed to mask something deeper. Kanade felt a pang of guilt as he looked at her. Beneath her teasing exterior, Utaha genuinely seemed to appreciate his concern. All right. Enough nonsense. Kanade said, keeping his expression neutral as he gently pushed her forehead away. I was just curious what kind of person could win over someone as untouchable as Kazamijoka-senpai. It's not what you think, so stop overanalyzing. Yutaha froze for a moment, then let out a quiet laugh. This Kuhai-kun of mine. Truly the best. Chapter 104, I won't let you off. Kanade Natsukawa lied. When Yutaha Kazekage pressed him, when she teased him and asked him that pointed question, you care about me, don't you? How could he not? She was someone he had once loved. Maybe it was admiration. Maybe it was infatuation. Regardless, he had pursued her passionately. So of course he cared. How could he not? Even though his confession had been rejected. Even though, someday, she might find happiness with someone else. It wasn't his place to interfere. Everyone had the right to pursue their own happiness. But that didn't mean he wanted to hear about it. Has this room been a mess since the day you moved in? Kanade scolded, gathering the scattered clothes and strewn items around the room. He gave Yutaha a pointed look. Yutaha sat on the couch, arms crossed, cheeks puffed in mock indignation. She had no intention of lifting a finger. Her expression wasn't because of Kanade's nagging. She didn't care about the mess. No, her pout came from frustration. She had been so close. The mood had been perfect. She had deliberately exuded charm, positioning herself in a way that even she admitted was borderline seductive. She had been prepared for anything, even for Kanade to lose control and pin her to the bed. But instead of succumbing, Kanade had brushed her off to clean her bedsheets. What kind of teenage boy visits a beautiful senpai's home and focuses on housework instead of her? Something was wrong with this Kuhai of hers. Tell me, Kuhai-kun. Yutaha said, squinting suspiciously. Could it be that you have a certain issue? What are you talking about? Kanade didn't even look up, busy mopping the floor. That was just how she was always saying something outrageous out of the blue. To the outside world, Yutaha Kazekage was a poised, literary girl. But Kanade knew better. She was devilishly sharp, endlessly teasing, and had a mind brimming with scenarios that bordered on the indecent. Senpai, you should be more mindful of your image. Kanade said without pausing his cleaning. Even with close friends, there should be a respectable boundary. Yutaha gave a light scoff. And here I thought you were my closest friend, Kuhai-kun. How heartless. To Yutaha, their relationship was unique. She didn't have many friends to begin with, and with Kanade, she often pushed boundaries to see how far she could go. Sometimes, it was teasing him mercilessly. Other times, she ignored others entirely. But Kanade's chiding didn't faze her. She simply kicked off her slippers, propped her bare feet on the couch, and hugged her knees. Well, Kuhai-kun, I guess you should stop worrying about me then. Just let me rot away in my own filth. She said dramatically, her voice dripping with mock despair. Are you a sulking elementary schooler? Kanade shot back, tossing her random fruit-flavored candy from his pocket. Here, have a random flavor candy and stop whining. Meaningless. Yutaha muttered, tearing open the wrapper and popping the candy into her mouth. Her face scrunched up immediately. Ugh. What is this? It's bitter. That's what you get for having bad luck. Kanade said, his voice as calm as ever. I actually like that flavor. Too bad you got it. Is that so? Yutaha's expression softened into a sly smirk. An idea bloomed in her mind. Well then, Kuhai-kun, why don't you enjoy it for me? Go ahead and take it back from my mouth. She leaned closer, fully intending to tease him further. Kanade raised an eyebrow. No thanks. That's disgusting. Yutaha froze, her playful smirk slipping away. Disgusting? Of course. That's unsanitary. Kanade said plainly. Do you know how many germs are in the human mouth? Yutaha's face darkened, her soft features hardening into a cold mask of fury. This Kuhai actually just called me disgusting? The small grievance of earlier, the one she'd managed to push aside, now surged back with a vengeance. Kuhai-kun. You're dead. In an instant, Yutaha sprang to her feet and tackled Kanade onto the couch, pinning him down. Her hands gripped his arms tightly as she leaned in dangerously close, her face inches from his. What are you doing? Have you gone mad? Kanade struggled, careful not to use too much force against his sick senpai. Prove it, Kuhai-kun. Yutaha said, her voice tinged with a strange mix of frustration and determination. Prove you weren't lying about liking that flavor. What are you even talking about? Don't worry, Kuhai-kun. This is purely scientific. I'm just observing your reaction to determine if you're honest. Yutaha murmured, her breath warm against his cheek. Why, you're not thinking straight. Kanade stammered, her face inching closer. Just as he was contemplating drastic measures, his phone rang loudly from the coffee table. Yutaha froze, blinking as if waking from a trance. She glanced at the phone and let out a quiet DCH. So close. So close to what? Kanade exclaimed, using the distraction to wriggle free and grab his phone. Relief flooded him when he saw the name on the screen. Thanks, Kato. You've no idea how much you just saved me. Kanade said as he answered. Oh? Glad I could help. Came Megami's calm, unruffled voice from the other end. Chapter 105, The Annoying Senpai. Is Senpai feeling better now? Megami Kato's voice was as calm and unruffled as ever, transmitting through the phone like a serene river. Yeah. Looks like she's doing fine. Kanade Natsukawa replied, glancing at Utaha Kasumajoka. He thought to himself, fine? More like bursting with energy enough to pin me down effortlessly. Would you like to speak with her directly? Kanade offered, figuring that Megami's concern might be better addressed if she spoke with Utaha herself. Ah. Sure. Came Megami's casual response. Kanade handed the phone to Utaha and, sensing this would take a while, got back to cleaning. He headed toward the kitchen, where he inspected the fridge in hopes of finding ingredients to prepare a light meal for her. Recently recovered patients needed nutritious, simple meals to regain their strength. Knowing Utaha's personality, she likely hadn't cooked a single thing for herself since moving in. The fridge was barren. Completely empty. Kanade stared at its contents or lack thereof, feeling a pang of disbelief. It wasn't just that the fridge was poorly stocked, it was as if it had never been used. The only exception was an unopened bag of rice, sitting like a lone relic in an otherwise abandoned temple. But rice alone wouldn't cut it, so he called out to Utaha to inform her he was stepping out to buy groceries. By the time Kanade returned, loaded with ingredients, the phone call had ended. Yet, Utaha was still clutching his phone tightly, treating it like a prized possession. Don't you have your own phone? Play with that instead. Kanade said, exasperated. It's out of battery. Utaha declared, her tone brimming with smug righteousness. Then charge it. Can't. Too tired. My body's completely drained. Even lifting a finger feels impossible. Utaha sighed dramatically, sprawling across the sofa like an exhausted actress in a melodrama. You're unbelievable. Kanade muttered, though his actions betrayed him as he set about finding a charger for her phone. Senpai, you're planning to go to college, right? If you can't take care of yourself now, how will you manage then? Easy. I'll just pick a university near your place. Or better yet, I could move in with you. Utaha said without missing a beat, her tone as casual as if she were suggesting the weather had turned sunny. You don't even have the slightest intention of learning basic life skills, do you? Why bother? I've been doing fine so far, haven't I? Utaha retorted, flashing him a grin full of misplaced pride. And if I lived with you, Kuhai-kun, you'd get to see a cute girl every day. Win-win, right? If that cute girl takes care of all the chores, I might waive her rent. Kanade deadpanned. Utaha pouted, but her playful nature quickly took over again. Oh, by the way, the neighbor dropped off some umshu earlier. I couldn't turn her down, so I accepted it. Kanade said as he started preparing food. You're seriously the face of this apartment complex now, huh? She probably thinks you're the new tenant. Well, you didn't bother introducing yourself to your neighbors. Honestly, senpai, you're hopeless. Kanade chided, shaking his head. That just makes things easier. You should move in here and make it official. Utaha teased, giggling as she lounged on the sofa, scrolling through his phone. Not a chance. Kanade snapped. Living with Utaha? Absolutely not. Compared to the angelic Shinigami, who was both nurturing and gentle, Utaha was nothing but a mischievous devil bent on exploiting him. The choice was obvious. Senpai, stop messing with my phone and get your own. Kanade said, glancing over nervously. While there wasn't anything particularly incriminating on his device, the idea of her snooping through it still made him uneasy. I know. I'm almost done. Utaha replied, her fingers moving a bit faster over the screen. Unbeknownst to Kanade, she wasn't just idly scrolling. She had sneakily changed her contact name in his phone and even added a few selfies to his photo gallery. Her lips curled into a sly smile. Let's see what kind of expression Kuhai-kun makes when he finds these. Better yet, she thought, if some other girl sees them, I'll have all the more reason to gloat. Wow, you're really eager to snatch this back, huh, Kuhai-kun? Utaha purred, her teasing voice thick with implication as she handed him his phone. She leaned forward slightly, her posture suggestive, her gaze mischievous. What, hiding something naughty on here? For a moment, she contemplated tucking the phone between her chest, forcing him to retrieve it from her. But the thought alone made her face flush, and she quickly abandoned the idea. Sorry to disappoint, but there's nothing of the sort. Kanade said, his tone flat. He took the phone back without hesitation, sparing only a brief glance at the pale skin visible beneath her unbuttoned shirt. Not that he'd tell her, but his more private files were safely hidden away on his computer, buried under layers of encrypted folders. Oh? Could it be you're the type who prefers magazines? Utaha mused, her eyes narrowing. Stop using lame excuses to snoop around other people's homes. Kanade shot back. He wasn't worried about Utaha finding anything incriminating. His real concern was her stumbling upon evidence of Miharu's frequent visits, which would no doubt ignite a wildfire of rumors. Instead of scheming, why not eat this? Kanade placed a plate of freshly cut fruit on the coffee table. Recovering patients should rest and eat healthy. Not prance around in skimpy clothes while blasting the air conditioning. Utaha poked at a piece of fruit with a fork, smirking. Kuhai-kun, you really are like a house husband sometimes. Kanade sighed. Why does dealing with her always feel like a full-time job? Chapter 106, Don't move, there's still porridge in the pot. If you're hungry later, just heat it up before eating. I put the leftover fruit in the fridge. Let it cool for a while after taking it out, then wash it. Oh, and I stored away that bottle of plum wine. You just recovered, so absolutely no sneaking sips. The clothes on the balcony need to be brought in too. Stop waiting until the last minute when you need something to wear. And one more thing, Kanade Natsukawa rattled off instructions endlessly. It wasn't that he enjoyed nagging, it was because he was genuinely concerned about Utaha Kasumajoka. Self-care had never been her strong suit, and now, as a patient recovering from illness, her usual laziness seemed to multiply. Earlier, she'd even tried to trick him, a minor, into drinking with her. That was a criminal offense. Luckily, the weekend was just around the corner, giving Utaha a couple more days to recuperate. However, Kanade couldn't shake the suspicion that she would use her illness as an excuse to skip more school, perhaps indefinitely. It was grossly unfair, really. Someone like her, who avoided hard work at every turn, still managed to rank among the top students. Meanwhile, countless diligent peers struggled to make incremental improvements. Got it, got it. Kuhai-kun, you're nagging like a mother. Utaha said lazily, tapping the edge of her bowl with a spoon. If you're so worried, why don't you just move in? You can sleep anywhere, even my room is fine. Her tone was light-hearted, but her gaze lingered on Kanade for a moment. The thought of him leaving after their long-awaited reunion was genuinely frustrating. She almost wanted to just keep him here, forever within reach. But of course, that would be too much trouble. Her parents would never allow it. Stop daydreaming, senpai. You're not a kid anymore, so take care of your own stuff. Kanade slung his bag over his shoulder and gave the apartment a final glance to ensure he hadn't missed anything. Well, I'll be going now. Make sure to lock the door after me. Yeah, I got it. Utaha replied with mock impatience, dragging herself off the couch. Only when he saw her moving did Kanade feel assured. Just as he reached for the door, her voice stopped him. Kuhai-kun, wait a moment. What is it? He turned, words halting mid-sentence as he froze in place. Don't talk, she said, her tone firm, and don't move. Her sudden seriousness caught Kanade off guard. Before he could react, her hands cupped his cheeks, holding his face steady. His first instinct was to push her hands away, but instead, he lightly placed his own over hers, noticing how cool they felt against his skin. And then pop. Even with his eyes shut, he couldn't ignore the soft, damp sensation on his forehead. It's a reward. Utaha said with a playful smile, her face so close it filled his entire vision. As if her little prank wasn't enough, she licked her lips provocatively, as though considering an encore. Ugh. Kanade panicked. Staring at her seemed inappropriate, but closing his eyes made him feel even more vulnerable. Senpai, you should really keep some distance. Even if we're good friends, this is a bit much. Oh, it's just a token of appreciation for all your hard work, she replied breezily. Unless one isn't enough? His heart, already pounding in his chest, seemed ready to burst. But seeing Kanade's flustered reaction was so irresistibly cute that Utaha couldn't help but tease him further. In that case, where would you like the next one? Her hands, which had been holding his cheeks, began to wander. They glided down his arms, over his chest, and briefly rested there before traveling upward again. Finally, her delicate fingers stopped at his lips, lingering suggestively. Kuhai-kun. I'm going home. Kanade bolted. Utaha's bold teasing had finally pushed him over the edge, and he couldn't handle the embarrassment any longer. The intimate atmosphere, coupled with her audacious actions, had been too much for his inexperience. The softness of her lips, even though they'd only grazed his forehead, lingered vividly in his mind. But what unnerved him most wasn't the act itself, it was the sincerity he thought he'd seen in her eyes. For a fleeting moment, her expression had seemed so genuine, as if she truly meant no, Kanade told himself firmly. Senpai just enjoys creating ambiguous situations for fun. She's probably laughing at me right now. The realization stung. He'd already learned this lesson once when he misinterpreted her kindness as affection and confessed his feelings, only to be rejected. Back then, he'd resolved to move on, to view Utaha as just a friend. Yet now, those memories clawed their way back, dragging him into a spiral of conflicting emotions. The guilt hit him hard. How could he call himself a friend while entertaining such inappropriate thoughts about her? Of course, Utaha was at fault too. She shouldn't have blurred the boundaries of their relationship like this. But maybe he was the one who'd failed to set them clearly. Perhaps his mixed signals had given her the wrong idea that he was okay with this level of closeness. Should he confront her? Be firm, like he had been that weekend in Saitama? But even back then, his resolve had crumbled. Despite his best efforts to create distance, she'd effortlessly closed the gap again. Kanade sighed. Utaha Kasumajoka. He really didn't know what to do with this woman. Chapter 107, Off to the Forest School. By the time Kanade Natsukawa left Kasumajoka's home, night had already fallen. Without lingering, he returned to his apartment, where a quiet dinner and some light-hearted TV time with Miharushina helped wind down his day. Afterward, they each retired to their rooms for the night. The weekend, though full of invitations, was spent entirely on organizing the upcoming forest school trip. With his hands tied up in various logistical tasks, Kanade turned down every offer. Before he realized it, the precious weekend had slipped away. Monday arrived. On the bus heading to the forest school site, Kanade finished briefing the students on the schedule and rules. Spotting an empty seat, he sat down only to find himself next to none other than Miharushina. Kanade, you look really tired. Are you okay? Miharu's soft voice carried a note of concern. While the seating arrangement delighted her, she kept her tone low, mindful of the public setting. Displays of affection, even subtle ones, were best avoided in such situations. I'm fine, just a little sleep-deprived? Kanade replied, rubbing his temples. The new and ambitious plan for the forest school had kept him on his toes for days. From liaising with staff to preparing financial reports, the workload had eaten into his weekend, leaving him with barely 10 hours of sleep across 2 nights. At least I ended up sitting next to you, Kanade said, smiling faintly. I'll take a short nap. Wake me when we arrive or if anything comes up. With that, he reclined his seat and closed his eyes. The steady hum of the bus engine and the murmur of student chatter lulled him into a peaceful slumber. Miharu hesitated. She wanted to talk to him, to offer some energy with her words, but disturbing his rest felt wrong. After a moment of deliberation, she carefully adjusted her posture so his head could rest on her shoulder. Then, pulling out a small blanket from her bag, she gently draped it over both of them. Glancing around, Miharu noticed that no one seemed to be paying attention. Relieved, she allowed herself a quiet smile as her hand lightly rested on Kanade's under the blanket. When Kanade awoke, the bus was quiet. Peering around, he noticed that the other students and the chaperones were gone, and the vehicle had come to a complete stop. Are we at the campsite? He asked groggily. Miharu nodded. Yes, everyone else has already started cooking and making curry. She peeked through the window to confirm. The day's first activity involved preparing lunch, typically curry rice a staple for such trips. The goal was to encourage teamwork and hands-on learning among the students. I didn't wake you because a classmate suggested letting you rest. Everyone agreed it'd be better for you to catch up on sleep. Miharu explained, her voice tinged with a mix of satisfaction and shyness. She conveniently left out the part where her friends had teased her, support him, Miharu. And don't lose to the president. After all, she had her limits when it came to embarrassment. Always doing unnecessary things. Kanade grumbled, though his lips curved into a slight smile. But I suppose their hearts were in the right place. The students of Shuchen really were an endearing bunch. Let's not laze around here, though. We should help out, he said, stretching. The nap had done wonders, he felt refreshed, the fatigue melting away. Miharu replied, standing up alongside him. As they stepped off the bus, the fresh forest air greeted them. The scent of pine and damp earth mingled with the unmistakable aroma of curry simmering in large pots. It's always curry, Kanade muttered with a sigh, recalling last year's trip, where curry rice was also on the menu. Not that he disliked curry, but it felt repetitive. He had hoped for something different this time around. It's convenient, and it's one of the dishes emphasized in home economics, Miharu pointed out with a smile. Kanade always had these little quirks, getting fixated on odd details like a child. Besides, aren't you the same? You enjoy making curry rice because it's so easy, don't you? Well, that's a bit different. It's about innovation, Kanade stammered, trying to defend his stance. Miharu tilted her head thoughtfully. In that case, should I try making something else? I've never cooked with such large pots, but it should be manageable. Her earnest offer caught him off guard, and he quickly waved it off. No, that'd attract too much attention. Let's just help gather more firewood. Some groups might run short. Kanade suggested, steering the conversation away. Miharu's culinary skills were second to none. She had taught him much of what he knew. Still, the thought of her showcasing her talents to everyone else stirred an irrational twinge of possessiveness. He preferred it when her cooking was something special, reserved just for him. Chapter 108, Chatting with Shina while working made the time fly by. Even the chores felt lighter. Kanade, have you done this kind of thing before? You seem pretty skilled at it. Shina Miharu commented, perched on a nearby tree stump. Her hands cradled her cheeks as she watched him skillfully pick up logs, position them, and split them cleanly in one stroke. Yeah, I did this back in middle school. Natsukawa Kanade replied, wiping sweat from his forehead. It was during a school camp. Back then, no one assigned me any tasks, so I wandered over to chop firewood. I couldn't do it at first, so I asked one of the staff to teach me for a few days. Just a few days and you mastered it? Shina's surprise was evident, rivaling her reaction when she first learned Kanade could cook. This guy's learning ability is insane. Or is it just really easy? She added skeptically. Kanade didn't reply but glanced at her before making a suggestion. Shina, would you like to try it yourself? Me? Of course. I'll teach you. He said casually. Encouraged by Kanade's words, Shina brushed the dust off her skirt and stepped up to where he had been standing. Taking the axe he handed her, she listened as he demonstrated the proper grip and technique. Keep your eyes on the center of the wood, align the axe, then raise it above your head with both hands and swing down forcefully. The steps were simple enough in theory. However, in practice, it was a different story. Common pitfalls included missing the mark, not using enough strength so the axe got stuck, or using too much and sending wood flying everywhere. Poor posture could even lead to back injuries. Relax a little, don't tense up so much. Loosen your muscles and only use your strength during the swing. Don't raise your hands so high. And definitely don't close your eyes. That'll ruin your aim. Despite Kanade's advice, the angelic Miharu fumbled in the most endearing way. Her tightly shut eyes and tense grip made her seem more like she was bracing for an execution rather than chopping wood. Seeing this, Kanade sighed and stepped closer. Positioning himself behind her, he wrapped his arms around her to guide her movements. Like this, keep it steady, raise your hands, and... With a swoosh, their combined force split the log cleanly in half. Although the pieces flew farther than necessary, it was a solid start. See? It's not that hard. Now you try on your own. I still don't really get it. Could you show me again? Shina's face was flushed, her excitement from trying something new evident. Kanade didn't know how to respond. He'd hoped she'd realize how challenging it was, maybe even praise him a little. Instead, the situation had taken an unexpected turn. But as always, he couldn't refuse her requests. Although their current posture was quite intimate, as long as no one saw them, it should be fine. Kanade. Just as he thought that, a third voice interrupted. One that sounded annoyingly familiar. Kanade froze. Turning, he spotted another blonde girl, Sawamura Spencer Ariri, looking at them with a mix of confusion and indignation. What are you two doing? Given Ariri's fiery personality, Kanade expected her to bolt from the scene in a flustered panic. Instead, she walked toward them, looking uncharacteristically vulnerable. I was teaching her how to chop wood? Kanade stammered, his confidence shaken by her sudden arrival. This should have been a perfectly normal activity, but being caught like this, especially by Ariri, felt strangely mortifying. Good afternoon, Ariri. Have you eaten yet? No, not yet. Everyone's getting ready to cook. Ariri replied hesitantly. The atmosphere was unbearably awkward, leaving both Kanade and Ariri tongue-tied. Fortunately, Shina remained composed. Please don't misunderstand. She began with her usual poise. Kanade-san was simply teaching me how to chop firewood. That's all. Her polite demeanor and graceful explanation were convincing if not for the persistent blush staining her cheeks. Still, it was enough to placate Ariri. Oh, I see. I thought you two were. Never mind. Ariri mumbled, her voice trailing off. Kanade could only think, you totally misunderstood, didn't you? But trying to clarify again would only make him seem guiltier. Desperate, he decided to change the subject. Why are you here, Ariri? Don't tell me you got lost. Of course not. I was sent to get some firewood. She replied, glancing enviously at Shina, who stood by Kanade's side. So lucky. I wish Kanade would teach me like that, too. Actually, I'm not very good at chopping wood either. Kanade, Could you? Help me? Ariri asked hesitantly, her voice softening at the end. Her original plan to say, teach me like you taught her, was abandoned. It sounded far too desperate. Especially with Sheena standing right there. One glance at the angelic girl left Ariri feeling utterly defeated. She looked at Sheena out of the corner of her eye. Sheena Miharu was the epitome of a boy's ideal: cute, gentle, and kind. Not to mention her title as the universally adored angel. Compared to her own self-proclaimed ace of the art club status, Sheena's charm felt far superior. Damn it, I can't compete with this. Why is she blonde, too? We even have overlapping attributes. Ariri sank into a self-loathing spiral. Of course, no problem. Kanade replied, completely oblivious to her inner turmoil. He thought to himself, was Ariri bullied into doing this? Who sends a girl to fetch firewood? Even if she's bad at cooking, she could still cheer people on. If there's too much for you to carry, I'll help bring some back. Besides, he thought, it wouldn't hurt to check on her class. If Ariri was being mistreated, he wouldn't stand for it. Thanks. Ariri muttered, feeling dejected. His kind offer wasn't what she wanted. She didn't need help carrying wood, she wanted him to hold her hands, guide her movements, and gently teach her just like he had with Sheena. But with Sheena present, how could she ever voice such a request? Thank you, she said again softly, her heart sinking. Chapter 109, on the way back to deliver firewood with Sheena, the earlier encounter inevitably came up. That's a Wamori girl. Is she very close to you, Kanade? Sheena Miharu asked, her lips pressed together. She tried to appear nonchalant, but her tone betrayed her true feelings. The way that girl looked at Kanade, it definitely wasn't the kind of gaze a mere classmate would have. Miharu was sure of it. I guess we're close enough, Kanade answered after some thought. We were in a club together before, and we worked on a game project. Ariri's really skilled at art, she's kind of famous in the industry and definitely the ace of our school's art club. Though, that was mostly in the hidden otaku circles. Sheena puffed her cheeks slightly. This was exactly what bothered her. Despite how it didn't seem like they were that close, Kanade casually called her by her first name. Meanwhile, she herself didn't get that kind of treatment. Did that mean that girl was closer to Kanade than she was? But she'd already reached the point of being so comfortable around him that she could sleep in his home without reservations. What had that girl done to be so close? Is something wrong? Kanade asked, noticing the angelic Miharu's mood take a slight downturn. Was she upset about being interrupted? He hadn't expected her to be interested in chopping wood, a pastime he thought was uniquely appealing to boys. Kind of like how finding a stick that looked like a perfect sword could captivate a boy for hours, or how skipping the perfect stone across water was an event worth celebrating. It's nothing. I just feel like I've been getting ahead of myself, Miharu admitted softly. Huh? What makes you say that all of a sudden? Kanade tilted his head, unable to follow her train of thought. Well, think about it. I've been calling you Kanade. But you've never called me Miharu. A light blush crept up Sheena's cheeks, making her look all the more bashful. Her words exposed her inner feelings entirely. Her statement was spurred by envy, as she recalled Kanade calling another girl by her name so easily. It felt like admitting defeat in their closeness. At first, she had approached him with the mindset that being just friends would be fine. But as they spent more time together, she couldn't help wanting to be closer to him than anyone else. Kanade felt like he was starting to grasp something, but he wasn't quite sure what. Faced with Sheena's childlike vulnerability, he couldn't possibly refuse her. If it's just calling you by name, Miharu? He said tentatively. It was a simple, probing statement, but to Miharu, it was like hearing the sweetest music. She trembled slightly, almost dropping the firewood she was holding. Her heart pounded erratically, like a startled fawn bounding through a forest. Even the sunlight on her face felt hotter than before. This is unfair, such an unexpected attack. If it's too much, I can go back to how it was, Kanade suggested awkwardly, seeing Sheena so flustered. Maybe it was too soon to address her so intimately. No. Not at all. I'm just not used to it yet. Miharu shook her head furiously, determined not to let this progress slip away. This was a significant milestone, and she was determined to keep up. Well, then I'll call you. She paused, realizing she had already been calling him by his name since their earlier reunion, long before that, in fact. Ugh. What's wrong? Kanade asked, noticing her hesitation. I'll call you Kanade-kun. After a moment of thought, she added her own unique touch, crafting a nickname that only she could use. Her face turned redder as she spoke, but she felt this was worth enduring. Meanwhile, Kanade's composure was also unraveling. It's really hot today, huh? He used the excuse of wiping sweat to partially cover his face, unable to meet Shina's gaze. He feared she'd catch on to his own embarrassment. Kanade-kun. That nickname sounded so bizarre. It might have suited a flashy gal, but hearing it from the soft-spoken angel Miharu was enough to make his shame level skyrocket. Why yeah. Miharu replied, equally distracted. Her half-hearted responses mirrored Kanade's, as both tried to process the awkward intimacy between them. Neither noticed the strange atmosphere that lingered between them as their private moment dissolved under the watchful curiosity of their classmates. Hey, the class president's back. Go talk to him. Are you nuts? I can't do that right now. Just say you have something important to discuss or something. Fine, I'll go. Back in the classroom, clusters of students chatted among themselves. One group in particular was deep in discussion, sending one of their own toward Kanade. President, the vice president, Shinigami, was here earlier looking for you. She didn't say what it was about. Said Danuma Tsubasa, a classmate Kanade got along with reasonably well. Thanks for letting me know, Danuma. Kanade nodded. Turning to Miharu, he said, it's probably student council business. I'll go check it out. Okay. Miharu nodded with her usual grace, understanding as always. Kanade headed back in the direction from which they'd come. Since Sharingan and Ariri shared a class, he figured he could also drop off the firewood and see what the vice president needed. Returning to the chopping area, Kanade found Ariri waiting, sitting on a tree stump and swinging her legs idly. When she saw him, she quickly stood, brushing dust off her skirt and rushing to greet him. You finally came. I was starting to think you'd forgotten about me. Though it hadn't been long since they parted, Ariri's mind had blown the time out of proportion. She'd been stewing over the thought of Kanade spending time alone with an absurdly adorable blonde girl, so much so that her jealousy had snowballed. And worse, they were from the same class. They'd have walked back together, possibly chatting, or Ariri shook her head, trying to banish intrusive thoughts drawn from her own illustrations. The mental image of her as a tragic supporting character in a drama only fueled her frustration. No. I can't let it end like this. If I don't take action soon, his future kids might end up calling me auntie. Chapter 110, For the courage test later, would you like to team up with me? Ariri asked hesitantly, her voice tinged with nervousness. It was her first time trying to invite Natsukawa Kanade for something that wasn't work-related, just a casual, playful activity. She couldn't help but feel a little anxious. Kanade probably didn't know, but it was rumored that every year after these school camping trips, many sweet couples were born. Especially with the double legendary buffs of the courage test and the bonfire dance, it seemed like the perfect chance for something magical to happen. If she could complete these events with Kanade, she'd surely win. There was no way she was letting this opportunity slip by. It was time to take the initiative. The courage test. Kanade mused for a moment before replying gently, I don't see why not. But because of student council duties, I might need to join the last group. Kanade couldn't help but notice Ariri's uncharacteristic lack of her usual tsundere remarks. That only made her intentions clearer. She'd even set aside her trademark attitude, which meant this was genuinely important to her. Though he wasn't sure why she chose him specifically, Kanade figured that Ariri didn't have many close friends, and that thought made her seem pitiable. He couldn't find it in his heart to refuse. Great. I mean, it's a deal, then. Ariri's small fangs gleamed in the sunlight as she flashed him a radiant smile. It's a deal. Kanade replied with a small smile of his own. Ariri's expressions were always vivid and charming, but he had to admit this cheerful one suited her best. Her usual pouty or angry faces were cute, too, especially the twin-tail spinning storm moments, which gave off an oddly tempting bully me vibe, but this smile was something else. As they walked and chatted, they soon reached Ariri's class area. Along the way, several classmates greeted Kanade, their gazes curious when they noticed Ariri accompanying him. Morning, Prez. Thanks for escorting our precious Ariri back safely. A cheerful girl teased, stepping forward with a mischievous grin. Kanade glanced at Ariri and noticed her cheeks were flushed, though she didn't seem embarrassed or uncomfortable, just flustered. He figured out why immediately. It's nothing. Ariri's a good friend, after all, so this was no trouble at all. Though Kanade hadn't been around her much recently, he knew Ariri's social circle was likely limited due to her particular quirks and her secret double life as an illustrator. Finding a friend as patient and understanding as Katu was already rare. While Kanade worried she might not have others like that, he reasoned that having a few decent acquaintances was enough to avoid isolation. Given Shuchin's high standards, outright bullying was unlikely. He was probably overthinking things. However, his casual reply seemed to shock the other girl. Ariri? That bold? She blurted out before she could stop herself. Ariri blinked, confused. Bold about what? She couldn't understand what the girl meant. Was it because she'd invited Kanade to the courage test? But she hadn't told anyone about that, so how could they possibly know? And nothing. The girl stammered, waving her hands awkwardly. Internally, though, she thought this was going to be entertaining. After all, Kanade only addressed Kaguya as Shinamiya. So for him to casually call Ariri by her first name? What a scandal. Oh. Okay. Ariri replied innocently, dismissing her confusion. She wasn't close to this girl, anyway, just an acquaintance. Kanade, as usual, didn't read too much into it. His thoughts briefly wandered to how Miharu had also asked him to use her first name earlier. But introspection wasn't his strong suit. By the way, where's Shinamiya? He asked, scanning the room. Ah, Kaguya-sama is, supervising everyone in the kitchen area. The girl replied with a noticeable shift in her demeanor. The teasing smile was replaced with what seemed like reverence. Kanade raised an eyebrow. A fan of hers? Even if she was, that didn't concern him. Thanks for letting me know, he said, nodding before turning to Ariri. I'll leave you here. See you later. Ariri nodded back, watching him walk away. After he left, the other girl sidled up to Ariri with a warm though slightly unsettling smile. Good work, Ariri. Let's take the firewood together. Ah. Okay. Ariri agreed, but she couldn't shake a strange chill. Though the girl's words were kind, her gaze was sharp, almost predatory. It felt like being a summer cicada watched by someone who already knew it wouldn't live long. What did I do? Meanwhile, Kanade arrived at the kitchen area and spotted Kaguya Shinamiya, who was intently watching her classmates cook. She seemed deeply engrossed, nodding occasionally as though appreciating a fine piece of art. Kanade decided not to disturb her right away and instead observed quietly. Ah, so this step comes first. Kaguya muttered to herself, completely unaware of his presence. She seemed to be studying the process intently, though the student's cooking methods didn't seem particularly skilled. Is she learning to cook by watching others? Kanade speculated. Cooking isn't that hard. I think you should try it yourself, he said softly, breaking the silence. Though his voice wasn't loud, it startled Kaguya. She turned quickly, her breath catching as she saw Kanade standing close by. Even after 2 days apart, the sight of him was just as striking. His clean-cut appearance and familiar shampoo scent made her heart flutter. Good morning, President, she greeted, quickly regaining her composure. Her previously flustered demeanor was replaced with calm elegance, but the slight pink on her cheeks betrayed her lingering emotions. The faint warmth of his breath brushed against her face as he stood nearby, making her feel dizzy. President, this is sudden, but could I ask you to accompany me for a bit? Chapter 111, Shinamiya, is this your first time doing this? Why yes, so I'm not very skilled. It's my first time teaching like this too. Don't be so tense. Relax a bit more. Oh okay. Even though I'm no expert, I think for this kind of thing, you need to put your whole heart into it. If you don't enjoy the process, it won't work. Understood. Shinamiya Kaguya nodded hesitantly. For a sheltered young lady like her, diving in on her own from the start was proving a bit overwhelming. Ow! It hurts. Natsukawa Kanade's head shot up, startled. What's wrong? I'm bleeding. Kaguya's voice trembled as tears threatened to spill from her eyes. She had wanted to avoid showing such weakness in front of Kanade, but the sudden pain was too much to bear. Why does it hurt so much? Kanade sighed inwardly. Of course it hurts, it's a cut on your finger. They're incredibly sensitive. Let me see. Recognizing the urgency, Kanade ignored the usual propriety of gender boundaries and gently took Kaguya's hand to inspect the injury. Luckily, it's not too deep, he said after a quick check. It seemed his earlier suggestion for her to relax had helped, otherwise, the cut might have been worse. Still, we need to treat it. Come with me. But the place I borrowed. Kaguya hesitated, reluctant to abandon her attempt. Kanade softened his tone, reassuring her. There's no need to rush. We can try again later. Your health is more important. He had initially assumed Kaguya sought him out for student council business, only to learn she wanted to use the camp as an opportunity to learn cooking from him. Though free of other duties, the attempt had ended poorly, failing even before the cooking officially began at the chopping stage. Still, Kanade wasn't about to blame her. For someone who had never lifted a finger in the kitchen, this was entirely expected. Next time, I'll guide her hands myself to avoid any accidents, he resolved. Does it still hurt? Kanade asked softly as they walked. It doesn't hurt that much anymore, Kaguya replied, her voice a delicate murmur. Her cheeks were tinged pink, and her heart thudded erratically. He's holding my hand. Even if it wasn't the kind of intimate moment she'd imagined, this was still nice. The warmth of his hand almost made her forget about the pain, or maybe it wasn't pain she wanted him to help with. Wait, isn't it common for someone to stop bleeding by putting the injured finger in their mouth? Why wasn't Kanade doing that? Could it be he found her distasteful? A surge of self-doubt bubbled up, her mind flashing back to her earlier discussion with Hayasaka about strategies to win Kanade's affection. In the manga Hayasaka referenced, the male lead would have instinctively sucked on the heroine's wound to ease the pain. But here? Nothing like that happened. Manga lied. Reality is false advertising. Looks like this is it, Kanade announced as they arrived at a small cabin. This should be the temporary infirmary. Let's head inside. Kaguya nodded obediently. The cabin was empty, save for a worn wooden cabinet with a few small bottles on top. Kanade quickly searched through them and found an antibacterial ointment. After confirming it hadn't expired, he gestured for Kaguya to sit on the wooden bed. You sit here, and I'll apply the medicine. For a shallow wound like this, a bandage would suffice. However, since it was Kaguya, he decided to handle it with extra care. He took her hand again, inspecting the injury. Seeing that the bleeding had stopped, he felt relieved and began applying the ointment with precision. How does it feel? He asked as he worked. Huh? What do you mean? Kaguya blinked, unsure of his question. Was he talking about the warmth of his hands? His hands were large and comforting, and the way they held hers made her feel safe. Ah, I meant about this whole experience from wanting to learn to facing a little setback. Kanade clarified. Oh, that. Kaguya's momentary fantasy popped like a bubble, leaving her slightly deflated. She'd thought Kanade was being playful, only to find he was genuinely asking about her feelings. What's wrong? Kanade tilted his head, sensing her hesitation. And nothing. I suppose it was memorable? Kaguya replied, regaining her composure. Though the cooking lesson had gone awry, the result wasn't all bad. Not only had she received Kanade's undivided attention, but he'd also shown concern for her well-being and even held her hand. Wasn't that a win in its own way? Kaguya thought, a subtle smile forming. Lady Luck must favor me. Memorable, huh? I guess that fits. Kanade nodded. However, his expression grew serious as he considered another angle. Many people he encountered became interested in something only to quit after encountering the first setback. While he didn't believe Kaguya would be like that, he wanted to ensure she wouldn't develop a negative association with cooking due to this mishap. I've been there myself, Kanade said thoughtfully. When I first started cooking, I cut my fingers more times than I can count. The dishes I made were barely edible, honestly. It was embarrassing. It was his desire to surprise a certain angelic someone that had pushed him to improve. With enough dedication, he'd managed to reach an acceptable level of competence. Kaguya, too, must have her reasons for wanting to learn. Kanade hoped she'd persist and achieve her goal, whatever it was. So don't let this discourage you. It might be tough at first, but I believe in your ability, Shinigami. You'll get there in no time. What silly things are you saying, President? Of course I won't give up. Kaguya replied with a soft shake of her head. Her gaze softened as she looked at him kneeling in front of her, so earnestly tending to her wound. A sudden impulse surged within her, and she gently reached out, her fingers brushing through his tousled hair. I'm Shinigami Kaguya, the girl who never gives up, she declared, her tone playful yet resolute. Kanade paused, momentarily caught off guard by the unexpected gesture and her warm, teasing smile. Chapter 112, Kanade's hand instinctively drifted to the spot where Kaguya had touched his hair moments earlier. He could still feel the faint warmth of her fingertips lingering there. His intuition whispered that some invisible barrier between them was gradually dissolving. But the experiences he had with Shino reminded him not to overthink it. This was probably just normal interaction between friends. Even someone like Kaguya Shinigami would naturally crave genuine friendship, though her grasp on appropriate boundaries might be a little off. Does your finger still hurt? He asked. It doesn't hurt at all now. Thank you for your concern, President. Kaguya replied with a sweet smile that left Kanade at a loss for words. A long silence stretched between them. It's getting late. We should probably head back for lunch. Everyone's probably waiting, Kanade said, glancing out the window at the bright midday sun. Can't we stay a little longer? Kaguya's voice was soft as she reached out and lightly held his hand, a hint of pleading in her gaze. Can't we spend just a little more time together, President? Kanade froze. This side of Kaguya softly pleading, almost like she was pouting, was something he had never imagined seeing. Normally, she was the undisputed princess of their class, regal, commanding, and dignified. Yet this fragile, almost spoiled demeanor gave her an even more irresistible charm. The contrast between her usual composure and this sudden vulnerability made Kanade's heart pound loudly in his chest. It was as if the dim wooden cabin had been flooded with radiant light. Just for a little while. He relented. Yay, just a little while is enough. Kaguya beamed, pulling him to sit beside her. Without hesitation, she leaned against his arm and held onto it tightly. The president smells so nice. Are you wearing cologne? And no. Kanade shook his head, instinctively trying to free his arm. But her grip was firm, making escape impossible. Really? But you smell so good. She took a delicate sniff, leaning in closer until their faces were mere inches apart. Her glittering eyes locked onto his. You don't use cologne, but you smell nice. Why is that, I wonder? President. What? Can I get a closer sniff? You're already practically glued to me. How much closer do you want to get? Kanade thought, feeling that something was off. This wasn't the composed and calculating Kaguya he knew. It was like she had transformed into someone else, a naive, love-struck girl. Are you feeling okay? Kanade asked cautiously. He remembered hearing something about Kaguya having a split personality-like condition, though he'd never witnessed it himself until now. If this really was one of those episodes, he couldn't ignore it. Is there anything I can do to help? Kaguya's adorably innocent behavior, while undeniably charming, also raised concerns. What if this alternate personality caused lasting effects on her usual self? Would she remember any of this later? If she did, how would she react? Would she feel embarrassed or even retreat into herself? Kanade glanced down at her hand still tightly clutching his. Even though their relationship had recently grown closer, this level of intimacy felt premature. For Kaguya in her current state, it all seemed perfectly natural. But if her usual self found out? How about you lie down and rest for a bit? Kanade suggested. Maybe sleeping it off would help. If she closed her eyes and drifted off, perhaps she'd return to normal when she woke up. I don't want to rest yet. Can you stay with me for a while longer? How about this, you lie down, and I'll keep you company while you rest. Kanade coaxed. At the moment, Kaguya seemed far too easy to placate, making Kanade feel as if he were coaxing an innocent child. Then you lie down too. Kaguya tilted her head, then nodded enthusiastically. I don't think that's necessary. Kanade began, but Kaguya suddenly reached out and pulled him toward her. The next thing he knew, he was hovering over her in what could only be described as a bed-don. The bed-top equivalent of a cave-don. The room fell into a profound silence, broken only by the faint rustling of leaves outside. But the rhythmic beating of Kanade's heart drowned out every other sound, reverberating in his chest as his gaze locked onto Kaguya's bright, innocent eyes. What's wrong? Kaguya asked, her tone as guileless as her expression. And nothing. Kanade quickly snapped out of his daze, pushing himself up and away from the bed. He tried to escape, but Kaguya wouldn't let him. Her slender fingers wrapped around his hand once more, holding him in place. Where are you going, President? Don't leave me. Fine. Kanade sighed after a long pause. And your hand? You have to hold it. It was impossible to say she wasn't acting spoiled. But unlike Shina's soft, pleading tone of vulnerability, Kaguya's spoiled behavior felt more assertive, commanding, even. It wasn't a "can you please do this for me?" kind of request. It was more like, I'm cute, so you should do this for me. But paired with her sweet demeanor and innocent charm, it wasn't off-putting in the slightest. You really do have so many different sides. Kanade muttered. What are you talking about, President? Kaguya asked, tilting her head with an amused smile. Nothing. Kanade replied, shaking his head. He stayed by her side, chatting aimlessly until Kaguya finally let out a soft yawn, her eyelids drooping. Looks like you're getting sleepy. Kanade said gently. I don't want to sleep. If I do, I won't see you anymore. Kaguya murmured. You can still see me in your dreams, you know. Just imagine it. Kanade reassured her. If you're in my dreams. Kaguya's expression softened as she considered the idea, a small smile forming on her lips. That sounds wonderful. But the president has to sing me a lullaby. Huh? I'm not very good at "Then I Won't Sleep." Kanade had no choice. He began humming a simple tune, relying on memory to string the melody together. As the soft hum filled the room, Kaguya's eyes fluttered shut. With the sound of Kanade's voice in her ears, she drifted into a peaceful slumber, weaving dreams in which her beloved president surely featured prominently. Sweet dreams, Kaguya. Kanade whispered. Chapter 113, Kaguya opened her eyes and sat up in bed, her lips curling into a soft, contented smile. Her hand instinctively moved to her lower back, where she could still feel the traces of last night's exercise. 7 years. It had been 7 years since she and the president got together. People often talked about the 7-year itch. That point in a relationship where love supposedly starts to wane. But for them, It felt like every day was filled with more love than the last. Their bond overflowed with affection. And every night was just as fulfilling. Tonight's dinner should include leeks and oysters again. Maybe with something else. Kaguya murmured to herself, already imagining the next pre-bedtime activity as she sat on the edge of her bed. Hayasaka had been right all along. Winning a man's heart starts with winning his stomach. Ever since that fateful day when Kaguya's cooking had captured the president's taste buds, their relationship had grown rapidly. They'd started dating, graduated high school, and walked down the aisle together. Not only that, but the president's exceptional abilities had won over the Shinigami family, securing his place as her rightful husband and soulmate. What a perfect future. It felt like a dream come true. No, I can't let myself get carried away. Kaguya muttered, shaking her head to dispel the giddy thoughts. I need to get up. I can't be lazy, or the president will think less of me. Determined, she got out of bed and began her morning routine of dressing and freshening up. Since their marriage, they had moved into this cozy home together. To fully enjoy their private world, Kaguya had insisted on learning how to manage the household herself, turning down maids and caretakers to embrace her role as a proper housewife. Her days revolved around chores and eagerly waiting for her beloved's return from work. It was a simple routine, but she loved every moment of it. Still, it gets a little boring without him here. Even the comedy show playing on the TV failed to hold her interest. Her mind wandered, wondering what the president might be doing at that very moment. Maybe I should call him? He might be thinking about me too. But as soon as the thought crossed her mind, Kaguya shook her head. It was work hours. What if he was delivering an important presentation? She didn't want to disrupt him or come off as a clingy wife who couldn't respect her husband's responsibilities. Then I'll call Hayasaka. It's been a while since we last talked. I wonder how she's doing these days. Without hesitation, Kaguya grabbed her matching couple's phone and sent a video call request to Hayasaka, whom she'd saved in her contacts as single Hayasaka. The call was rejected immediately. How rude. Sure, Kaguya had teased her a bit about spending Valentine's Day in wedded bliss with the president, but was that enough to justify rejecting her call so coldly? How could Hayasaka, her dear sister-in-arms, treat her this way? Before Kaguya could stew for too long, her phone buzzed with an incoming call from Hayasaka. Her mood immediately brightened, though she made sure to sound nonchalant, even annoyed. What is it? Regretting that you hung up? Then why didn't you just pick up in the first place? Hayasaka had left the Shinigami household after high school, no longer needing to serve as Kaguya's personal maid. Still, their bond had remained strong, and they kept in touch as sisters. Kaguya trusted her completely and often confided in her about matters she couldn't even discuss with the president. While their relationship was close, Kaguya couldn't resist occasionally rubbing her marital bliss in Hayasaka's face. Hayasaka, perpetually single and full of complaints, would always chastise her for it, but that didn't stop Kaguya from doing it again. After all, if she didn't flaunt her happiness, was it really happiness? Hayasaka, listen to this. Last night, the president did that again. I told him no, but he just kept going. He doesn't know how to be gentle at all. And the other day on Valentine's Day, such a special occasion, he didn't plan anything romantic. We just stayed in bed all day. He's so unrefined. Even on our anniversary, he brought home a ridiculous amount of perfume. I told him it wasn't necessary, but he was so worried I wouldn't like it that he bought every single scent. Can you believe it? Hayasaka, are you even listening? Kaguya paused, confused. Usually, by now, Hayasaka would have unleashed a barrage of complaints. But today, she was unusually quiet, letting Kaguya ramble on. I'm here. The president really is an animal. Hayasaka's voice came through, sounding breathy and strained. Huh? What's with your voice? It sounds weird. And nothing. Just running. Out of breath. Oh, you're exercising. That explains why you didn't take my video call. Kaguya said, nodding in understanding. It made sense. Hayasaka was always conscious of her image and probably didn't want anyone seeing her disheveled while sweating. But I'm your best friend. I wouldn't judge you. Next time, just answer, okay? Kaguya made a mental note. If she could catch Hayasaka mid-workout on video, she'd save the footage for future use. OF. What happened now? Dry. Dripped. Branch. Got poked. A bit startled. Oh no. It's my fault for distracting you. Kaguya exclaimed, guilt-ridden. Are you okay? Should I come check on you? Definitely not, because she wanted to gloat in person. She was just a caring friend, really. And no. Don't. Come. Hayasaka's voice became increasingly fragmented, almost gasping. Are you sure? You sound really strange. The call abruptly disconnected. How odd. Kaguya muttered, hugging her pillow as a faint sense of dissatisfaction lingered. There goes my chance to tease her in person. Resigned, she decided to throw herself into her chores, ensuring everything was perfect for the president's return. I really am the luckiest woman in the world. She whispered to herself, her heart brimming with joy as she prepared for another perfect evening with her beloved. Chapter 114, a soft murmur escaped as Kaguya Shinigami slowly opened her eyes. The unfamiliar wooden ceiling greeted her sight. You're awake? Natsukawa Kanade had been waiting for this moment. As soon as he saw her stir, he leaned in slightly, his voice gentle. How are you feeling? More awake now. Kaguya had an unusually peaceful sleeping posture once she lay down, she barely moved. Yet, judging by the smile that lingered on her face, she had clearly been having a sweet dream. Occasionally, a quiet giggle or barely audible mumble would slip out, making Kanade wonder what on earth she'd been dreaming about. Would you like some water? He asked. President. Kaguya murmured, her gaze still unfocused as she instinctively reached toward him with open arms. Hug. Hug. Huh? Kanade froze, bewildered. She's still in that adorable mode? Didn't she just sleep until 2 p.m.? Shouldn't that have been enough? If she slept any longer, was she planning to become a nocturnal crime-fighting vigilante like Batman? Noticing Kanade's hesitation, Kaguya initially pouted, prepared to double down on her request with a touch of playful whining. However, reality suddenly dawned on her. This isn't a dream. Her expression shifted to alarm as she shot upright. Sorry, President. Though the summer heat had filled the air, cold sweat beaded on Kaguya's forehead. Oh no, I almost exposed myself. If the president found out about that dream, wouldn't he think she was some kind of desperate, unfulfilled girl? Worse yet, her feelings, her true intentions would be completely laid bare. I'm so sorry for troubling you, President. You even stayed by my side this whole time. It's no trouble. Kanade replied with a reassuring shake of his head. How's your body? Feeling better? Kaguya's outward demeanor made it impossible to gauge whether her usual personality had returned. Directly pointing it out seemed awkward, so Kanade opted for a more subtle approach. Thank you for your concern, President. My finger feels completely fine now. I'm ready to resume cooking lessons. Kaguya answered, shaking her head as she elegantly sat up in bed. Her composed and graceful demeanor left no doubt this was a usual Kaguya Shinigami. That's good to hear. Kanade nodded, though he hesitated before continuing. By the way, do you remember what we were talking about before you rested? Before resting? Kaguya mused, pondering for a moment. Ah, you mean when I cut my finger? I remember you helped me apply ointment and told me to lie down and rest. Why? Her innocent, puzzled expression was clearly genuine. Kanade realized she truly had no memory of her earlier behavior. Well, that's a relief. At least she won't have to deal with the overwhelming embarrassment of remembering. Nothing. Don't worry about it. Kanade said with a dismissive wave of his hand. You've slept for quite a while, so you must be hungry. Let's get something to eat. Why don't I cook this time? I can give you a hands-on demonstration. He added. During Kaguya's nap, the head instructor had dropped by to check in. Likely tipped off by other students. Kanade had managed to brush him off and secure the afternoon off for both himself and Kaguya. Given their excellent academic records and positions in the student council, the teacher didn't raise any objections. Kanade had even arranged to use the camp's kitchen, making this the perfect chance to continue their lesson. As Kanade explained this, Kaguya maintained a calm exterior, but her heart raced with excitement. This is an official excuse for some alone time. And no one will interrupt us. A boy and a girl, spending time together in such a setting, it was natural for sparks to fly, wasn't it? Maybe this is the turning point, like in my dream. Whatever happens, I can't let this opportunity slip away. Alright, I'll follow your lead, President. What's wrong? Kaguya tilted her head slightly, her expression innocently curious. And nothing. Let's go. Kanade shook his head, though a part of him remained wary. After witnessing her softer side earlier, he couldn't help but approach her current obedient demeanor with caution. While undeniably endearing, it also stirred complicated thoughts. Back in the kitchen, Kanade swiftly prepared the ingredients while explaining the process to Kaguya. Hold the knife like this. He demonstrated. Press down on the ingredient with your hand and position the knife vertically. Aim for even spacing, and if you're more comfortable, angle the knife slightly for easier handling. No need to rush, take your time. He emphasized precision over speed, guiding her through the basics of food preparation. Cooking methods vary by dish, but as long as you follow the recipe step by step, you'll be fine. Just remember not to deviate too much. Don't add anything crazy like hydrochloric acid or mix in desserts with main courses. The memory of past kitchen disasters made Kanade shudder. Although Kaguya didn't seem like someone prone to culinary experiments, he felt compelled to warn her. Got it. Kaguya replied, nodding dutifully. She wanted to protest, of course. I wouldn't do something so foolish. But seeing the sincerity in Kanade's advice, she chose to accept it gracefully. A smart girl knows when to let her crush indulge his teaching instincts. That was one of Hayasaka's tips, after all. Is it done? Kaguya asked softly as Kanade set down the spatula. Almost. Just needs a final stir. Want to try? He offered. Kaguya had been watching intently, taking mental notes of everything he'd demonstrated. Though her injured left hand limited her movements, it wouldn't interfere much. When she nodded, Kanade handed her the spatula and guided her through the motions. Like this, let the spatula glide along the pan, then flick your wrist gently. Kanade instinctively placed his hand over hers to demonstrate, guiding her movements smoothly. In the past, he might have hesitated, but their relationship had grown closer recently. A little hand-holding during lessons didn't seem like a big deal. Kaguya, however, felt her heart leap. He's actually holding my hand. This is practically a romantic milestone. Her mind raced, replaying every rom-com scenario she'd ever read. Is this dream becoming reality? Could it be? We're destined to become lovers? Yes. Chapter 115. After guiding Kaguya a little, Kanade stepped back to let her try cooking on her own. There were some extra ingredients left over from earlier, making it the perfect opportunity for her to practice. This time, he refrained from hands-on assistance, opting instead to offer verbal instructions and occasional reminders. Kaguya proved her reputation as a genius once again. While her initial struggles with food prep had been evident, her progress in the cooking phase was remarkable. She quickly grasped the techniques and performed them with surprising finesse, giving no impression that this was her first time cooking. Kanade sampled a bite of her finished dish and gave her a look of approval. Not bad at all. For a first attempt, this is completely acceptable, better than I expected, actually. Though the presentation left something to be desired, the flavor was decent, far better than his own disastrous first attempt at cooking. However, Kanade felt no sense of defeat. After all, he'd had no teacher back then and had been fumbling in the dark. Cooking isn't particularly difficult. Now that you've succeeded once, you'll likely do well moving forward. Just keep practicing and stick to this feeling, he said, adding a few words of advice before they transitioned to enjoying their meal. Kaguya's dish, placed alongside Kanade's deluxe version, looked notably inferior. The comparison was like a knockoff painting placed next to a masterpiece, and she couldn't help but feel a pang of embarrassment. If you don't mind, please have mine, Kaguya offered nervously, her voice tinged with uncertainty. While Kanade's compliments had reassured her somewhat, she was self-aware enough to know he might just be sparing her feelings. Seeing his exquisitely prepared dish only deepened her self-consciousness, but she forced herself to follow through. After all, this was her goal. She needed to overcome the shame. Sure, leave it to me, Kanade replied, nodding without hesitation. He wasn't picky when it came to food. As long as it wasn't some extreme dark cuisine. He was generally fine with eating just about anything. Then I'll have yours, Kaguya said, exhaling a breath of relief before solemnly adding, I'll eat it with the utmost respect. You don't need to go that far. Just eat it normally, Kanade replied, a little embarrassed. Ever since Kaguya had learned of his cooking skills, she'd started holding them in the same reverence as Fujiwara did. It was flattering, but also a bit awkward, especially since Kanade didn't think his cooking was all that special. After all, his own mentor, Shinigami, far surpassed him in culinary talent, and he enjoyed her cooking every day. Maybe I should introduce Shina to Kaguya someday, he mused. They'd probably get along well, being girls and all. It'd be easier for them to talk too. By the way, President, do you have any plans for the courage test the day after tomorrow? Kaguya asked casually, savoring Kanade's cooking but doing her best to appear nonchalant. If not, would you mind? Kanade's expression turned complicated. He hadn't expected a second invitation, first Eriri, and now Kaguya. Why not invite Fujiwara? He wondered. Aren't they closer? To be honest, I'm not great with ghosts or monsters, Kaguya said softly, her tone laced with vulnerability as she put on a pitiable expression. But that was a lie. As a staunch believer in science and logic, Kaguya didn't fear such things. Her courage stemmed from her unshakable confidence in reason and strength. Why not ask Fujiwara? Kanade inquired. Chika would be useless. She'd probably ruin the atmosphere and turn it into a circus. Kaguya immediately replied, shaking her head. Kanade. Hard to argue with that. Knowing Fujiwara's personality, she was exactly the type to chat with the staff in a haunted house and disrupt the experience entirely. Well, I guess it's no good, huh? Kaguya's downcast expression tugged at Kanade's heart. He remembered that Kaguya didn't have many friends, far fewer than someone like Ariri or any of their upperclassmen. In fact, Fujiwara Chika was her only friend, and not a particularly reliable one at that. For her to extend this invitation, Kaguya must have steeled herself significantly. How could Kanade possibly refuse? Actually, I'd like to go. I wasn't expecting your invitation, but of course I'll join you. But since we need to inspect the course for safety, we might have to run through it as part of our student council duties. That version would be more work-oriented, so it might not be as fun. Given the event's nighttime setting in the woods, ensuring student safety was paramount. As members of the student council, they were obligated to test the course in advance. That's fine. I'll follow your lead. Kaguya agreed readily. She wasn't attending for the thrills of the event anyway. The real prize was the chance to be alone with Kanade. And if something dramatic happened like getting lost in the forest, then so much the better. She pictured it vividly, Kanade finding her in her moment of despair, comforting her trembling form, holding her close as he whispered sweet words into her ear. Perfect? Absolutely perfect? Kaguya couldn't wait. Her spirits lifted, and she found herself looking forward to the courage test even more. If only time would fast forward so she could begin this much-anticipated alone-time adventure with Kanade. Meanwhile, Kanade sat in mild distress. While he'd agreed to Kaguya's request to avoid disappointing her, he suddenly remembered his prior commitment to Ariri. Great. Now I need to juggle my schedule. While the idea of forming a group of 3 crossed his mind, the school's pairing system made it impractical. Besides, Ariri and Kaguya didn't even know each other. Forcing them together would only create awkwardness. I mean, I can handle going through the course twice, but isn't his starting to feel like I'm two-timing? Kanade couldn't help but laugh nervously. It's just a misunderstanding. Right? Chapter 116. After parting ways with Kaguya, Kanade returned to his class's temporary base camp. By then, the afternoon classes had already wrapped up, and students were trickling out of the study area. Among them was Shinamaharu. Kanade. I mean, Natsukawa-san, good afternoon. Shina greeted him politely. Though she was clearly curious about where he had been, she refrained from acting too familiar in front of their classmates. Afternoon. Kanade replied with a small nod. Noticing her hesitant expression, he decided to explain without waiting for her to ask. Here's what happened. I took the afternoon off to help Kaguya Shinamiya with some cooking lessons. He briefly summarized the events, including Kaguya's injury and how he'd assisted her. However, Shina's reaction was unexpected. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly, her cheeks puffed out just a little, and her lips formed the tiniest pout. She looked adorably upset. Shina? Kanade asked cautiously, unsure what he had done wrong. What's wrong? You seem upset. I'm not upset at all, Natsukawa-san. Not even a little. Shina replied with a too sweet smile, narrowing her eyes as she looked at him. She's totally mad. Kanade broke into a cold sweat. Even someone as oblivious as him couldn't fail to notice at this point. It's fine, really. I'm not mad. I've just always known that Natsukawa-san is such a helpful person. You can't help but step in whenever someone needs assistance. Shina said, her tone flat and devoid of emotion. But how could she not be mad? She wasn't angry at Kanade, though she was angry at herself. She had told herself that being just friends with Kanade was enough. But hearing that another girl, and one as elegant as Kaguya Shinamiya, had grown so close to him made her feel jealous. That Vice President Shinamiya. She definitely likes Kanade, doesn't she? Otherwise, why would such a cool, highborn girl ask a boy her age for cooking lessons? Maybe Kanade had joined the student council because of her. It's fine. Don't worry about me, Kanade. I'm really not upset. Shina said, though her downcast expression betrayed her words. It hurt to think about, but the truth was clear to her. Kanade wasn't like her. Even without her, he had plenty of friends and wouldn't feel lonely. Unlike her, who had no one else. Sorry, I'm not feeling well. I'll head back now, she said softly, turning to leave. Kanade remained silent for a moment, then his gaze hardened. He reached out and grabbed her hand. Let go. Someone might misunderstand. Shina stammered, panicked. The warmth of his hand was comforting, but the situation was far too embarrassing. They were surrounded by classmates. Doing something this intimate in public would absolutely draw attention and rumors. I said let go. No. Kanade replied firmly, shaking his head. I absolutely won't let go. He didn't understand what had caused Shina's sudden change in mood, but he couldn't let her leave like this. Not until he found out what was wrong. Why are you upset all of a sudden? Did I do something? If it's my fault, tell me. I can't just let you walk away like this, he said, his earnest gaze fixed on hers. If the issue weren't about him, Sheena would have shared it by now. That left only one possibility: something he did or said had upset her. But what? She couldn't be this upset just because I talked to another girl. Could she? We can talk later. Just let go of me now, before people start staring. Sheena glanced around nervously. Sure enough, a few classmates were already looking their way, their curiosity piqued. So what if they stare? Even if they see, what's the big deal? Kanade countered, his frustration mounting. He considered Sheena one of his closest friends, yet she always seemed so intent on hiding their relationship. I get that you don't want people to know we're neighbors, but can't we at least interact like normal classmates at school? No one would misunderstand that much. They've already misunderstood. Sheena thought, her mind racing. The way he was holding her hand right now wasn't normal interaction by any stretch. She'd tried so hard to be cautious and discreet, yet Kanade was obliviously blowing her cover. Fine, I'll tell you. Just let go already. Sheena relented. No. Tell me first. Kanade insisted, his stubborn streak kicking in. He might apologize later, but for now, he was determined to see this through. Sheena sighed deeply, giving him a glare that would have sent anyone else running. When Kanade didn't budge, she reluctantly turned her head and muttered, "You're so nice to other girls, but you're so forceful with me. Why don't you just go spend time with your other friends and leave me alone?" Her words trailed off, her frustration spilling out as she half spoke, half pouted. She was beyond caring if he got mad at her for saying it. Well, it's just that." Kanade stammered. "Just what?" Sheena asked, her glare sharpening. "No, I mean, it's just because they've been so kind to me." Kanade quickly adjusted his tone. Sheena's pout deepened, and she looked genuinely angry now, but strangely, that made Kanade feel relieved. "Actually, I wouldn't even be the student council president if not for Shinigami and the others. But Sheena, they're just my friends just like you. There's no better or closer. I can promise you that." Kanade finally understood. My best friend's best friend isn't me. That was the root of Sheena's sadness. She didn't have many friends and had likely led a lonely, mechanical life before they became close. Even now, it seemed he was the only person she could count on. It's like a kid with a favorite toy, Kanade thought. They want to show it off but don't want to share it, afraid it'll get taken away. "You don't have to worry. I'll always be your friend, Sheena for life," Kanade said with conviction. "Who wants to be friends for life, you idiot?" Sheena fumed internally, her frustration bubbling over. Chapter 117, as not Tsukawa Kanade had expected, when he reassured Sheena Miharu with words like "I'll never leave you." Her mood visibly improved. Though her tone remained sharp, with a hint of annoyance, the fact that she expressed her feelings so directly was a relief. Words of rejection aren't the problem, and difference is the true cold blade. "What are you still following me for? You're the student council president, aren't you? Go handle your own business." The surrounding classmates who had been watching the scene had mostly dispersed. With the crowd gone, Sheena regained her courage to vent her frustration. She placed her hands on Kanade's back and tried to push him away. But her strength was so pitifully small that he didn't even budge. Ugh! Why is he so sturdy? I can't move him at all. Idiot. Realizing force wasn't an option, she switched to glaring at him. But instead of retreating, he leaned in closer, their faces nearly touching. The warm breath from his nose tickled her skin, sending shivers through her and stirring a nervous flutter in her chest. His lashes flickered with every blink, and his lips, despite being a boy's, looked distractingly soft and well-defined. What are you doing?" Sheena pushed him away, her voice trembling. Her heart raced wildly, and her mind spun with ridiculous scenarios. He wouldn't actually try that, would he? She knew her thoughts were silly, and the situation wasn't heading in that direction at all, but she couldn't stop herself from imagining it. It's all his fault for looking so good. Why does he have to be this attractive? He's probably charmed countless girls with that face of his. Fueled by indignation, she found the strength to resist him. "I didn't think you were such a frivolous person, Kanade. Was all that serious behavior just an act?" she said, trying to mask her inner turmoil with accusatory words. You got it wrong," Kanade said, shaking his head. "There's something on your face. I think it might be dirt." He paused. "Or maybe it's a bug. It keeps moving." Given they were in a wooded area for their camp activities, it wasn't out of the question. Sheena froze, her mind racing in panic. Just hearing the word bug made her face feel itchy, though she didn't dare touch it. Instead, she grabbed Kanade's sleeve and looked at him pleadingly. Help me." Her trembling voice carried a hint of a sob, tugging at Kanade's heartstrings and filling him with guilt. "Right away. Hold still, I'll take care of it." he assured her, moving closer. Carefully, he placed his hand on her cheek. So soft. That was his first thought. Her skin was smooth and supple, with a delightful elasticity that made it hard to pull his hand away. Kanade. Ah. Why yeah. I think I've got it. Almost there. His fingertips brushed gently over her face, leaving a trail of warmth in their wake. Her cheek grew hot, and time seemed to slow to a crawl. Are there really that many bugs on my face? Sheena wondered, her thoughts spiraling. She wasn't honey-coated, why would so many insects swarm her? Is it done yet? Almost. Just a little longer. With no choice but to trust him, Sheena resigned herself to the situation. Finally, Kanade's hand left her face. To her surprise, she felt a pang of disappointment, as if she missed the warmth of his touch. I'm losing it. How could I enjoy something like that? Thank you. No problem. I'll be going now. Sheena stammered, covering her flushed face with her arms as she hurried away. Her emotions were too overwhelming to hide any longer. She was immensely grateful that it had just been the two of them, with no witnesses to their overly intimate interaction. But even so, she couldn't handle another moment of such closeness. It was too much. For the rest of the day, Kanade didn't see Sheena again. Whenever they crossed paths by chance, she would quickly flee, making conversation impossible. And so, the day passed uneventfully until evening study hours arrived. When Kanade entered the dorm room assigned by the school, he raised a hand to greet his new roommates. Hi, everyone. I'm Kanade. Not Tsukawa. He began, only to stop mid-sentence when he saw who was inside. Rather than meeting new people, he found himself surrounded by familiar faces. Oh, so you're in this room too, Kanade. What a coincidence. Greeted Sharingan Miyuki, his fellow student council member. Good evening, President. Said Danuma Tsubasa, one of Kanade's classmates. And finally, there was Hyuga, who muttered, I want to die. In his usual grim tone. Do you have to say that just because I showed up? Kanade teased, smirking at Hyuga. If the room had been full of strangers, Kanade might have felt the need to maintain his image as the student council president. But among friends, he could relax and be himself. You know that's not what I meant. Hyuga retorted, rolling his eyes as he set down the light novel he'd been reading. With Kanade in the room, Hyuga knew his carefully constructed aloof and unapproachable persona wouldn't last. Kanade would inevitably barge in and destroy it with his relentless cheerfulness. Oh, you two know each other? Sharingan asked, looking relieved. I'll leave the introductions to you, then. That's more your area than mine. Yeah, we used to be in a club together. Kanade explained. Hyuga's a great guy, I think you'll all get along with him. Hey. Don't make decisions about my life for me. Hyuga grumbled. Still, he found himself glancing at the other two boys. They didn't look like jerks, or normies, so maybe they were tolerable. If Kanade vouched for them, they were probably fine. Fine. Whatever happens, I'll just blame him for dragging me into this. I'm Hyuga. Nice to meet you. Sharingan Miyuki. Likewise. Tanuma Tsubasa. Pleasure meeting you, Hyuga-san. I'm Kanade not Tsukawa. Happy to who asked you? Chapter 118. After the boys introduced themselves, the atmosphere quickly grew comfortable, thanks to Kanade not Tsukawa's social finesse. Even the usually aloof Hyuga managed to integrate well into the group. Speaking of boys' gatherings, isn't it mandatory to talk about girls and relationships? Tsubasa Tanuma suggested with a grin. That's definitely a thing, yeah. Miyuki Sharingan mused, nodding in agreement after some thought. Hey, don't just jump into it like that. Isn't his too abrupt? Hyuga protested, but his objections had little effect. Haha, come on, it's fun. Kanade chimed in, giving Hyuga a knowing wink while patting his shoulder. No need to run off just yet, it's not bath time, is it? You. Hyuga's expression stiffened as he glared at Kanade, seemingly torn between frustration and resignation. Kanade shrugged, brushing off the glare. Well, since I brought it up, I'll go first. Tsubasa said, raising his hand with a sheepish smile. There's this girl I've been interested in lately. Ooh, let's hear it. Miyuki encouraged, leaning forward. What's the story? Kanade asked, his curiosity piqued. Even Hyuga, though visibly reluctant, seemed to perk up slightly. She's a classmate. We see each other pretty often, and... well, she gave me some chocolate on Valentine's Day. Tsubasa admitted, scratching his head shyly. Speaking about his love story in front of 3 other guys was clearly a bit embarrassing. I was thinking. As the guy, I should probably confess first, right? Wait. That's wrong. Hyuga immediately interjected, waving his hands as if to physically stop Tsubasa. Initially, Hueco had planned to sit back and listen passively, but this comment was too much. You'll just end up embarrassing yourself. Stop it before it's too late. You guys agree that's a bad idea, right? Hueco turned to Kanade and Miyuki for backup. It might be a bit early. Miyuki conceded, before adding, but what kind of chocolate was it? That's an important detail. They were chocolate balls. 3 of them. Tsubasa replied. Ah. Without a doubt, that's Miyuki paused for dramatic effect, then declared confidently, definitely love chocolate? Kanade and Hueco exchanged bewildered glances, each seeing the same skepticism in the other's eyes. Listen up. Girls are creatures who act contrary to their true feelings. Something that looks like obligation chocolate might actually be love chocolate? Tsubasa asked, leaning in. Exactly. Miyuki exclaimed, as if they had just solved a grand mystery together. Hueco froze, his disbelief so palpable that he turned to Kanade, silently begging him to step in. Kanade caught the cue, cleared his throat, and carefully offered a counterpoint. While that's an interesting theory, there's also the possibility that it really was just obligation chocolate, right? Kanade's tone was measured. He didn't want to crush Tsubasa's excitement completely, but he felt the need to temper expectations. It depends on the girl's personality. For instance, a tsundere might give obligation chocolate to hide their true feelings. But if she's someone open and straightforward, then it might genuinely be just obligation chocolate. Kanade's calm, logical analysis carried an air of experience. Even Hueco, who typically scoffed at optimistic outlooks, found himself nodding in agreement. That makes sense. Miyuki muttered, stroking his chin thoughtfully. That's so insightful. As expected from Kanade. Tsubasa exclaimed, genuinely impressed despite the slight dampening of his enthusiasm. But there's more. Tsubasa added, leaning in conspiratorially. She once asked me, do you have a girlfriend? When I said no, she immediately told her friends. Kanade furrowed his brow, considering the implications. That sounds like bullying. Hueco muttered, his voice barely audible. Not at all. Miyuki cut him off. That's a sure sign of a romantic opportunity. Hueco, girls are people too, you know. They're just like us. If she told her friends, it's likely because she wanted them to know you're single. They might be thinking, that means I still have a chance. Or great, he doesn't have a girlfriend yet. Or even I'm so happy he's available. And that's why I'm saying you're in a prime romantic period. You might even end up in a situation where you have to choose between multiple girls. At worst, their friendship could fall apart over you. Seriously? Tsubasa's expression shifted to one of concern. I don't want anyone to get hurt because of me. Then your job is to protect her. Only you can shield her from that drama. I see. Wait a minute. Hueco finally snapped, cutting off their increasingly elaborate speculation. You'll just end up getting laughed at. People will make fun of you for the rest of high school, so don't do anything that might cause a misunderstanding. Why would they laugh? Tsubasa asked, genuinely puzzled. Yeah, what's there to laugh about? My analysis is sound, isn't it? Miyuki added, turning to Hueco with a frown. The room fell silent as everyone turned to Hueco, who hesitated. He could share his own experiences to illustrate his point, but that wasn't a memory he wanted to relive. Before he could decide, Kanade spoke up. I've been thinking it over. And honestly, it's not completely hopeless. Kanade said. Wait, do you disagree with my theory? Miyuki and Tsubasa sat back down, their attention fixed on Kanade. Hueco, relieved to no longer be the center of attention, quietly sat down as well. Girls' behavior often reflects their personalities. For example, a literary type might seem calm and detached, but if they start tapping their feet, it's a sign their mood has shifted. Similarly, a girl who suddenly asks, do you think I'd be good at dating? Might be grappling with her feelings toward you or trying to gauge your interest. Kanade paused for emphasis, then continued. Based on what you've described, I think it's unlikely that she likes you. However, I suspect there's someone else in her group who does. The fact that she reported your answer to her friends suggests that someone else in that group was particularly interested in knowing your relationship status. Tsubasa blinked, stunned by the possibility. Of course, this assumes they weren't just messing with you. But given that she gave you chocolate and doesn't seem to dislike you, I'd say the chance that someone in that group likes you is. Kanade smiled and raised a finger. 1000%. Chapter 119, after Hueco voiced his objections, the lively debate resumed. Wait. Doesn't this sound more like they were teasing you? Hueco argued, his tone sharp. Maybe they were playing truth or dare, or just bored and decided to mess with you. Like, let's fake confess to that quiet guy in class and see how he reacts. That kind of thing. As he spoke, Hukuman suddenly remembered that the subject wasn't him this time, it was Tsubasa Tanuma. Even if you're a popular guy, that doesn't rule out the possibility. You should observe more before jumping to conclusions, right? Hukuman's voice grew more insistent as he looked around for agreement. But didn't we establish earlier that he has regular interactions with those girls? Kanade Natsukawa chimed in, looking at Tsubasa, who nodded in confirmation. And if this were just a prank or teasing, wouldn't there be signs of animosity or exclusion in their usual behavior? If they hated him, their daily interactions wouldn't be so cordial. That's not necessarily true. Hukuman countered, his voice rising. People are complex creatures. Some are just naturally kind and polite. They'll smile at you, greet you, even chat with you regardless of what they really think. They might even dislike you deep down but never show it. Though his voice grew quieter as he continued, Hukuman's determination remained firm. That's why I still think you need to observe more before acting. Avoid any awkward misunderstandings. Kanade fell silent, reflecting on his own experiences. Memories of Shina, senior classmates, and others came flooding back. He had believed he was special to them, but in truth, their kindness wasn't exclusive to him. Anyone in his position would have received the same treatment. Maybe you're right. Kanade sighed before turning to Tsubasa. Sorry, Tanuma-kun. I might have led you astray with my earlier analysis. No, it's fine. Actually, I think your insights were really thoughtful, Natsukawa-senpai. Tsubasa replied with a shake of his head, his tone earnest. Tsubasa didn't seem too discouraged, but Kanade and Hukuman both felt a pang of guilt. So, should I just let things unfold naturally for now? Hukuman nodded silently. Kanade added, yeah, it's better not to make any rash moves just yet. Or you could try dropping some subtle hints, see how they react. Even as he spoke, Kanade couldn't help but silently root for Tsubasa, hoping his optimistic interpretation wasn't entirely off the mark. Got it. I'll take your advice. Tsubasa said, standing and bowing deeply to the group. Thanks so much for all your guidance. I've learned a lot. The others waved off his gratitude with smiles. Well then, I guess it's my turn next. Miyuki Sharingan said, seizing the moment. For a topic as personal as this, Miyuki wouldn't normally speak up. But after Tsubasa's boldness, staying silent seemed cowardly. There's this girl I've been thinking about lately. We're in different classes, so it's hard to talk to her regularly. But we've hung out a few times outside of school. The thing is, I'm not sure she sees me as anything more than a friendly acquaintance. Who's the girl? If you're asking for her name, I can tell you it's Tamaki Ryo. She's the daughter of the head of the Rizoku group. Is something wrong? No, nothing. I'm just surprised. Kanade said, shaking his head. Go on. Our interactions have been getting more frequent lately. For example, we had lunch together recently, and I shared some of my bento with her. Afterward, she asked me to start making her a bento every day, said she'd pay me for it. That's a bit. It's complicated, isn't it? Miyuki sighed. Sharing a meal feels pretty personal, but she doesn't seem to view me as a romantic interest at all. Yeah, that's tricky. I have some thoughts. Hukuman said, raising his hand. It was a strange seeing someone as antisocial as Hukuman actively participating in a relationship discussion. By all means, let's hear it. Miyuki said, nodding seriously. It's just my opinion. Hukuman muttered before continuing, his expression unusually focused. I don't know much about her personally, but based on what you've described, you should be straightforward with her. Tell her how you feel. That's easy for you to say. Miyuki said hesitantly. But you told Tanuma-kun to wait and observe first. Why the double standard? Because every situation is different. Hukuman said, waving dismissively. Your case is unique because of her background as the daughter of the Yakuza boss. Don't tell me you haven't considered that. It's pretty clear you're worried about how her family might view you. I have thought about it. Miyuki admitted. I'm concerned about whether they'd accept someone like me. Exactly. Hukuman said, snapping his fingers. Growing up in that environment, she's probably had to deal with a lot of rumors and prejudice. People might think things like, she's from the Yakuza, she must be violent. Or better keep my distance. She's probably had very few real friends. Hukuman continued, his tone matter of fact. You're likely the only person she talks to regularly. So for her, whether you're a guy or a girl doesn't matter. It's not about liking or not liking. She just hasn't figured out the difference between friendship and romantic feelings. He added, almost as an afterthought, of course, it's possible she really doesn't like you. I'm just saying it's worth considering the other possibility too. Miyuki frowned, mulling over Hukuman's words. So you're saying I should make my feelings clear? Exactly. If she doesn't feel the same way, at least you'll know. But in her situation, she's unlikely to cut ties with you just because of a confession. Hukuman leaned back, smirking slightly. Who knows? You might end up living out one of those cliched romance stories. Like, she rejected me at first but later realized she loved me all along. His tone was dry, but the image in his mind was vivid. Lately, light novel titles were getting ridiculously long, practically doubling as summaries. After rejection, my Yakuza crush realized she loved me, or I cook bendos for my Yakuza crush and she gradually falls for me. Hukuman sighed internally. Where's my chance to star in one of those stories? Success would be great, but even failure isn't the end of the world. Put in the effort, show some resolve, she might just be into that. Confess directly, huh? Miyuki murmured. Trust Hukuman on this. Kanade chimed in. He's got a point. Sometimes, taking decisive action is the only way to break through. Ultimately, Miyuki nodded. Alright, I'll give it some serious thought. Thanks for the advice, guys. Hey, no pressure. Hukuman said, leaning back. Just remember, if it doesn't work out, you can always join me in the realm of failed romances. Kanade smirked. Don't jinx him, Hukuman. I mean it. Hukuman shot back, feigning indignation. I'll curse you both if you keep looking at me like that. Sure, sure. Kanade laughed. Chapter 120, Then It's My Turn. Glancing at the slightly conflicted Hukuman Hikagaya, Kanade Natsukawa spoke up proactively. He had a fair understanding of Hikagaya and figured the other might not be entirely comfortable in such a setting, so he thought it best to give him some extra time to prepare mentally. Actually, Just as Hukuman began to speak, there were two sharp knocks on the door. The door was pushed open, and a young male teacher poked his head in to address the group. The hot spring will be closing in half an hour, along with the bathhouse. If you haven't bathed yet, please hurry up. After that brief announcement, he shut the door and moved on to the next room. The group exchanged glances, unsure what to say. Wow, the teachers actually came to remind us? The school is pretty thoughtful, huh? No, you're overthinking it. It's more like the school is cautious because of what happened last year. Hukuman replied. A male student didn't listen during the assembly and missed the bath time. He tried sneaking into the bathhouse later but got mistaken for a thief and caught by the inn staff. Wow, Hikagaya-kun, you even know about that? Not really, I just happened to overhear some teachers talking about it. Hukuman rubbed the back of his head, looking a little embarrassed. But honestly, how does something that ridiculous even happen? You'd have to be 1 in a million to be that dumb. He then looked back at Kanade Natsukawa, signaling for him to continue. It seemed like Hukuman had genuinely started to adapt to these normie social interactions. Right. Kanade smiled awkwardly. Where was I just now? Not that he had forgotten, but he glanced at the clock on the wall and feigned surprise. Wow, it's already this late? We've really been chatting for a while. My apologies, but I've got plans with someone else. We'll have to save this for next time. Oh, I see. Then next time it is. No rush. The group said with expressions of mild regret, except for Hukuman, who gave Kanade a skeptical look before clicking his tongue. But he said nothing more. Make sure to be back before curfew. Hukuman reminded. Of course. Don't worry about me. Kanade waved dismissively, trying to maintain his composure. He had a feeling Hukuman had seen through him, but it was better to pretend otherwise. I'll be back soon and try not to disturb you guys. Later. After leaving the room, Kanade should have hurried to the bathhouse, but having spent the afternoon with Kaguya, he'd missed the earlier announcement and didn't know the location. He had to ask the front desk for directions. Follow the corridor that way, and you'll find it on the right-hand side. It's easy to spot. The receptionist explained. Got it. Thanks so much. Not at all. Have a pleasant stay. Thanks again. Kanade replied courteously before heading in the indicated direction. Sure enough, he found the bathhouse, marked by a sign outside reading reserved, no entry. It was likely due to Shuchin Academy booking out the inn. Oddly, the bathhouse seemed to lack separate sections for men and women. Kanade thought perhaps the women's bath was located elsewhere. At least this arrangement avoided people accidentally walking into the wrong bath, but surely they could have made the distinction more apparent with a curtain or banner. Shrugging off these thoughts, he entered the dressing room, undressed, and stepped into the bath. The facility seemed fairly standard, with plenty of washing stations and a large central pool emitting steamy warmth, giving the impression of a man-made hot spring. After rinsing himself at one of the small stools, Kanade heard approaching footsteps. It was surprising to encounter someone else this late, but the sound drew nearer until the person settled at a station close by. Out of the corner of his eye, Kanade glimpsed a delicate hand reaching for shampoo. What a beautiful, slender hand, Kanade thought. Though, for a guy, it seems a bit untrained, almost fragile. Of course, it wasn't his place to comment. The only reason he even noticed was that the person seemed to struggle with the shampoo, so Kanade helpfully spoke up. That one might be empty. If you'd like, feel free to use mine, thanks. It was hard to describe the scene that followed. Simply put, it was a teenage boy and girl meeting face to face in a bathhouse. Stark naked. Despite having no established connection whatsoever. I need an explanation, now. The girl's face darkened like a storm cloud as she shielded her chest with her arms, glaring at Kanade with a gaze that could kill. A perverted wolf, sneaking into the women's bath, huh? Wait, calm down. Yukino Shida, this is a misunderstanding. Kanade panicked, raising his hands defensively. Oh? Is that your attempt at a criminal declaration? Of course not. I'd never do something like that. Kanade exclaimed. Someone gave me directions, and there's no sign outside indicating gender. Yukino Shita seemed to regain some composure. She furrowed her brow and said, turn around. Huh? How much longer are you planning to ogle? Oh. Kanade hurriedly turned his back to her, no longer facing her. A rustling sound followed, and then something was suddenly tossed onto his head. It was soft like a bathrobe. Put that on. Yukino's familiar icy tone commanded, now carrying a sharp chill like the dead of winter. Kanade quickly complied, wrapping the bathrobe around himself and lowering his head in a gesture of submission. If it had been someone other than Yukino, he'd probably have been chased out as a pervert, to say nothing of the social suicide he'd face afterward. Did you see anything? Huh? Kanade froze before quickly waving his hands. No, absolutely not. With all the steam, I could barely make out anything honestly. I didn't even realize you were a girl. He regretted the words as soon as they left his mouth. Yukino's expression only grew darker, and for a moment, Kanade could swear he saw a faint black aura emanating from her, her gaze sharp enough to pierce through him like a hawk eyeing prey. Kanade decided it was safer to keep his mouth shut. After a long silence, Yukino finally spoke in her usual frosty tone, why are you here? Don't tell me it was the teachers who sent you. Teachers? Kanade blinked, then recalled the earlier reminder about the baths. Well, kind of. I guess that's not wrong. It really was. Yukino murmured, her expression softening ever so slightly. Whatever your reason, leave. Now. But I haven't. Yukino didn't say anything, only fixed him with a silent, icy stare. That was enough to make Kanade shrink back. Alright. I'm leaving. Knowing when to retreat, Kanade thought, wasn't cowardice but strategy. As he rose to leave, however, footsteps echoed from outside the bathhouse. Yukino frowned and was about to tell Kanade she'd handle it when she noticed he had already dashed behind a faux rock to hide. Fine, that works too. Yukino shook her head, wondering why she even bothered worrying. If his presence got exposed, it wasn't her problem. Still, against her better judgment, she stayed put. Oh, you're already here, Yukino Shida. Came a familiar voice. You better have a good explanation, Hiratsuka-sensei. Yukino replied icily. Huh? Chapter 121, Why do you insist on meddling? I can handle my own matters. Yukino Shida's mood was visibly sour. After all, she had been unreasonably eyed for free. And the scoundrel in question had even said something so absurd it was practically blasphemous. There was no way she could let it go. To make matters worse, the true culprit behind this whole fiasco was the teacher standing before her. If she really wanted to help, couldn't she have chosen a more appropriate location? How oblivious could one person possibly be? I knew you were unreliable, but I didn't think it would be this bad. Huh? Come on, I was just a little late. Isn't that a bit harsh? Shizuka Hiratsuka scratched her head awkwardly, feeling as though her authority as a teacher had completely crumbled under Yukino's sharp gaze. I'm not talking about that. Yukino replied with a tight-lipped expression. She suspected Hiratsuka was feigning ignorance, but with that guy hiding behind the artificial rock, she couldn't bring herself to say outright that she was bothered because of him. That would make her seem overly concerned about him. Forget it. What did you want to talk about? The usual. You should have guessed by now. More than guessed. Yukino muttered. She sighed before continuing, you don't need to worry about my sister's request. I'm fully capable of taking care of myself. Well, it's not just about Haruno. You're also my student, after all. As your teacher, it's my duty to show some concern. Hiratsuka said, waving her hand nonchalantly as she scratched her chest absent-mindedly. The motion sent ripples across the water, as though the entire bath quivered in response. It was an unintentionally attention-grabbing sight, causing even Yukino to momentarily freeze. What? Why are you looking at me like that? Hiratsuka asked, puzzled. She thought Yukino might be shocked by her words. Hey now, don't look at me like that. Despite appearances, I have plenty of professional ethics, okay? If that were true, You wouldn't have shoved that guy into my service club in the first place. Ahem. Well, he is a problem child. And hey, it's not like Hueco hasn't managed just fine there, right? Hiratsuka defended herself, though she felt a pang of guilt. After all, Yukino's current troubles did ultimately trace back to her meddling. Let's not get off track, Yukino said with a frown, sensing the conversation veering into territory she didn't want to touch on. You must have something important to tell me, right? If not, then let's call it a day. Hiratsuka immediately picked up on the unspoken message. If this isn't critical, we're done here. Come on, I'm still your teacher, you know. No need to be so dismissive. Fine, don't leave yet. Taking a more serious tone, Hiratsuka continued, I won't pry into your personal matters, but Haruno asked me to convince you to visit home. She spread her hands helplessly. I'm not sure why she'd turn to me. From any angle, this seems like a personal family matter. Yukino remained silent for a long moment before nodding slightly. Understood. Thank you for letting me know. Hey, I'm just the messenger. No need to overthink it. Just do what feels right to you. You're my student now, after all. Hiratsuka said as she stood up, stretching her arms. This bath is fantastic, though. Feels just like soaking in a hot spring. Even my back feels looser now. Yukino's expression twitched as she glanced away. Though she shared her sister's sharp intellect, their personalities were polar opposites. Without their shared surname and striking resemblance, it would be hard to connect the two at all. As their mutual teacher, Hiratsuka knew the Yukino Shita sisters well. But there were limits to her involvement. Beyond this, she felt it would be overstepping. Anyway, why are you standing up all of a sudden? Sit back down immediately. Yukino's voice rose in a rare panic. She couldn't check behind her to confirm if someone was peeking, but the thought made her uneasy. Huh? I'm getting out, I'm done soaking. Hiratsuka said, confused by Yukino's reaction. Her gaze followed Yukino's and landed on her own chest. Ahem. No need to rush. Your family's genes aren't bad, after all. Hiratsuka said casually, unaware that her comment struck a nerve. Indeed, Yukino's development seemed a bit behind, especially compared to Haruno, who had already shown considerable progress by this age. What are you saying? Yukino frowned, momentarily confused. When the implication sank in, her expression darkened further. Seriously? Does everyone think that is so important? Plenty of people live just fine without it. Please leave now. All right, Hiratsuka said, waving her hand. She had clearly hit a sore spot. I'll head out first. Don't stay in too long, you don't want to miss curfew. Once Hiratsuka left, the bath returned to silence. After a while, Yukino finally spoke. She should be far enough away now. You can come out. No response. Her irritation flared. What's his problem? Is he seriously going to make me go over there to get him? But when she moved to check behind the artificial rock, she found it empty. There wasn't even a trace that anyone had been there. That idiot. Did he think I stayed behind for fun? What a. Her resentment deepened, and she suspected she'd have trouble sleeping that night. Meanwhile, outside the bathhouse, Kanade Natsukawa leaned against a wall, breathing heavily. He wasn't physically tired after all, a short walk was nothing, but the psychological strain was immense. He had held his breath nearly the entire way out, terrified that even the sound of his breathing might alert someone and label him as a pervert sneaking into the women's bath. Between carefully monitoring his surroundings, muffling every noise from his clothing and footsteps, and the sheer tension of the situation, it felt like he had just played the final match of a high-stakes tournament, one where losing meant the end of his social life. Well, isn't his our student council president? What are you doing here? This is the teacher's bath, you know. Waiting for someone? Or maybe peeping? A teasing voice interrupted his thoughts. That's not funny, Hiratsuka-sensei. Kanade replied, feigning calm but inwardly panicked. After all, he'd just escaped from inside. Who knew if she already suspected something? Really? I thought it was hilarious. Don't stay out too late. Make sure you're back before curfew. Hiratsuka said, thankfully not pressing the issue further. Understood. Kanade replied quietly. So that's why Yukino Shita was here. It was all the front desk's fault. What kind of inn is this? This is a disaster waiting to happen. Chapter 122. After calming himself down, Kanade Natsukawa started heading back to the dorm. The journey was uneventful, he didn't run into anyone on the way. When he quietly slipped into the sleeping quarters, he found that his 3 roommates were already fast asleep. That saved him from having to come up with an excuse to explain his late return. He hadn't thought of one anyway. Thus, the next day began peacefully. Thanks to his internal clock and disciplined lifestyle, Kanade was the first to wake up. His roommates were still sound asleep, so he carefully got out of bed, washed up, and returned to the room to wake the others. "Wake up, everyone. Time to get up. If you keep sleeping, you miss morning prep." With his volume, he could easily double as an alarm clock. Slowly, the others began to stir, their first instinct upon opening their eyes being to voice their friendly grievances. "Seriously, dude? It's not even 7 yet. What's the rush? Are you auditioning for a corporate drone?" Hukuman Hukagaya grumbled groggily. "What kind of grudge do you have against the word corporate drone, Hukuman-san?" Kanade shot back with an exaggerated eye roll. Then he playfully reached for Hukuman's blanket, prompting the latter to jump up in alarm. "Don't you dare. What if I'm sleeping commando, huh? Aunt? We're all guys here. Show some respect for others' boundaries, you jerk." Despite his vehement protests, Hukuman ultimately succumbed to Kanade's persistent efforts and got out of bed. Their energetic banter served to wake the other two roommates, who got dressed and headed to the washroom together. They exchanged jokes and quips along the way, their camaraderie growing bit by bit. Even Hukuman seemed more comfortable, voluntarily joining the group without needing to be dragged along. When they arrived at the cafeteria, they found it already open for breakfast. Though the selection was limited and somewhat uninspiring, Kanade decided to make the most of the moment. "What should we eat? How about a grilled meat set?" Kanade suggested. Sharing breakfast with such a lively group of guys felt like a rare achievement, almost like unlocking a new milestone in life. "No way. Too greasy. Can't we have something lighter? I'm treating." "Count me in." Hukuman interrupted before anyone else could finish their objections. "Didn't you just say it was too greasy?" Kanade teased. Hukuman was unfazed. "Science says breakfast is the most important meal of the day. A hearty morning meal fuels you with energy for the whole day. Are you sure you need energy? Shut up. Anyway, you promised to treat. I recorded it, so don't even think about backing out." Kanade could only shrug in defeat. The other two roommates watched their back and forth with amused curiosity. "You guys get along really well." "Yeah, seems like it." The other agreed. "It's all in your heads." Hukuman protested, shaking his head vigorously. "This guy just clings shamelessly to me, and I can't shake him off." "Right, sure," Kanade said, feigning a wounded expression. "I'm just an annoying best, huh? Maybe I should stop bothering you altogether." "And no, wait, it's not that bad." Hukuman faltered, guilt creeping onto his face as he opened his mouth to apologize only to see Kanade smirking triumphantly. "You see? Isn't his fun?" Kanade pointed to Hukuman with a playful grin before wagging his finger. "But come on, guys, let's be real, Tsundere is so out of style. Especially for boys. What's with those looks?" His roommates' expressions turned odd, as though they were watching a disaster unfold. It was the kind of face you'd make if someone's thoughtless comment had just crushed the spirit of a girl secretly listening in the background. Feeling a creeping sense of foreboding, Kanade turned around and froze. Standing there with a tray in her hands was a twin-tailed blonde girl with teary eyes and a devastated expression. "Kanade," she stammered, her voice trembling. It was none other than Eri Spencer Sawamura, a classic tsundere through and through. She stood there, rooted to the spot, looking utterly crushed. I was. Before she could finish her sentence, she turned on her heel and bolted, tray and all, exuding the unmistakable aura of a crying loser. Wait. That's not. Kanade instinctively wanted to chase after her and explain, but she was already gone. He could only sigh in frustration. "Why didn't you guys warn me?" Well, we didn't really know what was happening," Tsubasa Tanuma said sheepishly. "We just saw her standing there, looking like she was about to say hi, and then she froze up." The others nodded in agreement, none of them understanding the situation. Kanade, however, pieced it together immediately. After all, he knew Eri well. While she outwardly presented herself as a dignified, refined young lady, her true nature was that of a deeply proud, irredeemable otaku tsundere. Her pride couldn't handle perceived slights, especially from someone she considered a friend. Hearing him casually declare, "Tsundere is out of style," must have felt like a direct blow. "But I was talking about Hukuman," Kanade lamented internally. "I never meant it for her. Not sure what's going on, but I believe you'll figure it out," Hukuman said, patting Kanade on the shoulder with a smug grin. "This is the price of being a normie. With great power comes great suffering." Or something like that. Kanade shot him a withering glare. "Clearly, I've been too lenient. I need to step up the teasing next time to properly show him what friendship means." For now, though, clearing up the misunderstanding with Eri took precedence. After saying goodbye to the group, Kanade took off in the direction she had run. However, after searching around, he couldn't find her anywhere. Left with no other choice, He called her best friend, Megumi Kato. It didn't take long for her to pick up Megumi was as dependable as ever. Hey, Kato. I need your help. Do you know where Eri? She's probably by the small lake on the west side. If you hurry, you can still catch her. Kanade paused, stunned. How does she always know everything? I haven't even explained yet. When I passed by the cafeteria earlier, I saw her running out, eyes red. She didn't even respond when I called her. Did something happen? Megumi asked calmly. It's a long story. I'll explain later. Thanks for the tip. Hanging up, Kanade sprinted toward the small lake, determined to make things right. Eri, wait for me. I'll fix this. Chapter 123, the area by the small lake wasn't particularly large, so Kanade Natsukawa reached it after just a short walk. Sure enough, as Megumi Kato had said, there was a blonde-haired girl squatting by the lake. She seemed lost in thought, plucking at a flower absent-mindedly, whether pondering life or something else entirely, he couldn't tell. Good thing I found her, Kanade thought, taking a moment to collect himself before approaching cautiously. Dislike me, don't dislike me, dislike me. Eri Spencer Sawamura muttered, tugging petals from the flower one by one. Eri. Kanade called softly. Though his voice wasn't particularly loud, it startled Eri enough to make her jerk upright. The delicate flower in her hand broke apart, its petals scattering to the ground. In her flustered state, she stumbled and nearly fell into the lake. Careful. Kanade reacted instantly, catching her and pulling her into his arms. For a moment, she stayed still, but then she began to squirm like a cornered rabbit trying to escape a hunter. Her legs kicked frantically as if she feared becoming someone's dinner. Don't move. Kanade said firmly. That did the trick. Eri stopped struggling and looked up at him with a pitiful expression, her watery eyes glimmering as if on the verge of tears. Kanade hadn't expected such a small, offhand remark to cause this much damage to someone uninvolved. Was this even reasonable? Let me go. Eri sniffled, her voice soft and shaky. Their position was, admittedly, rather compromising. Fortunately, it was still early, and no one was around. Otherwise, the next day's campus headline might well read, Student Council President's early mornings revealed to be secret rendezvous with girlfriend. True or not, Kanade could already feel his reputation taking a hit. Only if you promise not to do anything foolish. Kanade said sternly. He didn't truly believe Eri was planning anything drastic. The scattered petals were evidence enough she'd likely been plucking flowers while debating something trivial, like whether he disliked her. It was a silly gesture, but somehow it suited Eri's slightly airheaded and adorably clumsy personality. Huh. As if I'd do something like that. Eri started, then abruptly stopped. A fleeting memory of her considering whether to jump into the lake and sulk crossed her mind. PFFT, you actually thought about it? Kanade chuckled, unable to hold it in. His laughter earned him a sharp glare from Eri. Stop laughing. It's not funny. She snapped. Yet her tone softened as her gaze drifted away. Her mind returned to the cafeteria, his words ringing in her ears, Sundere is so out of style. The phrase had struck her like a bolt of lightning, shaking her to her core. Her mood sank further, and she couldn't bring herself to look him in the eye. See? I'm just a nuisance. Leave me alone. Let me be by myself. That's not happening. Kanade interrupted firmly. He had chased after her out of genuine concern, and it seemed he had made the right call. Let me put it plainly. That comment was just me teasing my friend. He's a guy, but he acts tsundere sometimes, and it's hilariously out of character. That's all I meant. Kanade's candid explanation was straightforward, focusing on the key points. When he finished, Eri visibly relaxed, though her expression remained a mix of relief and awkwardness. So, you're saying you don't hate me? She asked hesitantly. Of course not. Why would I hate you, Eri? From any angle, Eri was impossible to dislike. Even her tsundere tendencies were part of her charm. In fact, they only made her more endearing, something worth treasuring and cherishing. But I'm always saying mean things to you. She stammered, clearly self-conscious. Deep down, she knew her sharp tongue was an issue. She regretted it almost immediately every time, yet she couldn't stop herself. Her tsundere nature was reflexive, beyond her control. How could someone like her ever hope to surpass Kazekage Utaha? She couldn't even avoid annoying Kanade. Surely, he must be growing tired of her. It's fine. Kanade reassured her. He hadn't expected her to bring this up herself, he'd always assumed she was too proud to admit it. I know you don't mean it. It's just your way of hiding your embarrassment, right? Eri's face flushed crimson. She felt as though her deepest, most carefully guarded secrets had been laid bare. Had she been that obvious all along? No wonder Kanade had always seemed unfazed by her outbursts. He'd known she wasn't truly angry. But if he'd realized that, did he also know about her other feelings? Like how she'd started to like. Why, you don't need to say it out loud, she blurted, her shame reaching critical mass. She clapped her hands over Kanade's mouth, cutting him off. Forget it. Forget everything I said. Humphrey. Don't even think about remembering it, she added, her voice rising in panic. She thought she wanted him to notice her feelings, but now that he might have, she wasn't ready to face it. Kanade, for his part, had no idea what was going through her mind. He only knew she was now flailing her small, cold hands at his face. When that failed to satisfy her, she resorted to using her twin tails as impromptu weapons, smacking him repeatedly like a well-practiced move. All right, calm down, Kanade finally said, grabbing her wrists to stop the onslaught. He hadn't expected her reaction to be so over the top. She was the one who had brought this up. After a brief scuffle, Irie's movements grew weaker. She was clearly exhausted, her stamina depleted. For a shut-in otaku, the fact that she'd managed to struggle this much was a testament to her determination. Don't remember anything, she murmured breathlessly, clutching his shirt weakly. I'm not. My mind's a total blank, Kanade replied, trying to give her a reassuring look, though he wasn't sure how well it came across. PFFT, you look so silly, Irie said, rolling her eyes. Despite herself, his goofy expression lightened her mood. Seeing this, Kanade let out a quiet sigh of relief. He had managed to cheer her up not just for her sake, but for his own, too. After all, he couldn't very well return to the dorm with his face scratched and bruised, claiming it was just a playful kitten. Chapter 124. Despite being tsundere, often saying the opposite of what she means, and occasionally doing nonsensical things out of flustered confusion, Irie Spencer Sawamura was, at her core, a pure and kind girl. And very easy to coax, or rather, cheer up. A few words of praise were enough to visibly lift her mood, as evidenced by the radiant smile showing off her charming little fang. Her twin tails swayed in the sunlight, mirroring her now cheerful demeanor. Irie, have you had breakfast yet? Want to join me? Once Kanade saw that she had perked up, he extended the invitation at just the right moment. Of course, he hadn't forgotten his original plan. He'd been on his way to eat with his friends before this misunderstanding occurred. Though the issue was resolved, leaving her behind would seem dismissive. It was better to bring her along. He doubted Hueco or the others would mind. More importantly, the two of them lingering at a secluded lakeside during a school trip might look romantic to some, but if spotted, it would surely become a hassle. Okay. Irie nodded softly. Likely exhausted from her earlier emotional outburst, her already limited stamina as a self-proclaimed otaku had hit rock bottom. Having skipped breakfast only made it worse, giving her an air of vulnerability that made her even more endearing. Even Kanade, well aware of her true otaku nature, couldn't help but admit that when she calmed down, Irie was undeniably an incredibly cute girl. Of course, her tsundere side had its own charm, and he liked both equally. Alright, let's head back. The others are probably waiting, Kanade said, letting go of her hand, a gesture that left Irie a little disappointed. Still, she didn't let it bother her too much. In her mind, the fact that Kanade had chased after her to explain himself meant he cared about her feelings. If she rounded it up, it practically meant he cared deeply for her. Her dreams didn't seem so far off anymore. The walk back was uneventful. As a prestigious academy, Shuchen students were mostly disciplined. Despite the early hour, many were already up and about. Along the way, Kanade and Irie were greeted by several students. Some of their glances were oddly curious or speculative, which made Kanade inwardly hope no one misunderstood the situation. When they reached the cafeteria, it didn't take long to spot Hueco and the others. Kanade led Irie over to their table. Finally, Hueco started to complain, only to freeze when he saw the golden-haired girl following Kanade. Huh? His mind stalled. Did he seriously bring her here after just making up? And in the cafeteria, of all places? Aren't you afraid of being seen? Worry clouded Hueco's face. He thought he'd seen Yukino Shita earlier, and what about those rumored girlfriends of Kanade's? If any of them saw this, wouldn't chaos erupt? Never mind, this isn't my problem. Why am I stressing over this? Sorry to keep you waiting, Kanade said, completely unaware of Hueco's internal drama. Even if he knew, he wouldn't have cared. Wasn't it perfectly normal for friends to eat together? This is Irie Spencer Sawamura, he said, introducing her. She's a former clubmate of mine and a good friend. He then introduced his friends to Irie. That's the story. Mind if we share a table? Of course. Welcome, Sawamura-san. Tsubasa Tanuma chimed in. As the most normal of the group, he navigated the situation with ease. Wow, Kanade, your circle of friends is impressive. You know all the school's famous beauties. Tsubasa joked. I'm not famous or anything. Eri blushed, sneaking a glance at Kanade. When she saw no reaction from him, a trace of disappointment crossed her face. It's nice to meet all of you, she said with a polite bow. In public, Eri exuded poise and elegance, handling the introductions effortlessly. Meanwhile, Kanade found himself lost in thought. He'd completely forgotten that Eri was considered one of the school's renowned beauties. But what really struck him was the realization of how others saw him, a well-connected, popular student council president with great luck with girls. In a sense, it wasn't wrong. Ah, that explains the weird looks earlier. They must have misunderstood something. Still, he decided not to dwell on it. At this point, worrying would just be pointless overthinking. Once Eri was seated, Kanade exchanged a few pleasantries with his friends before Hueco stood up abruptly. I'm going to get food, he announced, walking off. Me too. Tsubasa and Miyuki Sharingan chimed in, following him. Only then did Kanade remember that he hadn't ordered his food yet. Turning to Eri, he asked, I'm going to grab something. Do you want anything? How about milk and a sandwich? As a seasoned food courier from his days in a certain black sock-loving club, Kanade knew better than to give an open-ended choice. If Eri threw out a casual anything's fine, it would only lead to trouble. Milk. Eri hesitated, her eyes briefly flicking to her chest before she sighed, her tone growing a bit resentful. That kind of thing? That kind of thing? Kanade tilted his head, puzzled. He assumed she simply didn't like milk. And nothing. Eri quickly blurted. After glancing around to make sure no one was paying attention, she added in a softer voice, what about you? What are you getting? I'm thinking of getting the grilled meat set. Kanade admitted. Though a heavy meal wasn't the best breakfast, he felt like indulging. Grilled meat. Eri paused before reluctantly conceding, I'll just have a sandwich. As much as she wanted to share the same meal as Kanade, the idea of eating something so messy in public, especially in front of him, was mortifying. She couldn't bear the thought of being labeled a weird girl. So, she abandoned her hope of matching meals with Kanade. As for the milk, that was a small act of defiance, a refusal to let milk dictate her destiny. Alright, I'll be back soon. Wait here for me, Kanade said. Eri replied with a small nod, watching him leave. Chapter 125. The process of ordering food was uneventful: select, pay, and hand the ticket to the staff. However, on his way back, Kanade Natsukawa ran into someone entirely unexpected. Good morning. What a coincidence to meet you here, came a familiar, frosty voice from behind him. Turning around, Kanade found himself face to face with none other than the ever-elegant Yukino Shida. Today, the Snow Maiden was back to her usual composed and graceful self. It was hard to reconcile this dignified girl with the flustered and shy figure from yesterday's bathhouse incident. Perhaps the impression from that event wasn't strong enough, or maybe her demeanor simply made such moments feel out of character. Kanade couldn't help but recall that fleeting image of her from yesterday. Compared to her usual air of aloof perfection, her rare display of vulnerability had left a lasting impression. Why aren't you saying anything? Yukino frowned slightly, her tone betraying a hint of annoyance. For someone like her, initiating a conversation in such an awkward way was already pushing her boundaries. To be met with silence was particularly irksome, especially after the events of yesterday. The situation made her feel strangely abandoned, as if she'd been used and then discarded. Maybe it's because I'm not fully awake yet. Kanade lied with a forced chuckle. There was no way he could admit the truth, that he'd been momentarily distracted by memories of her flustered state. If she caught even a hint of his thoughts, his social standing would likely plummet to the level of pond scum. Good morning, Yukino Shida. Are you here for breakfast as well? Yukino didn't answer. Instead, she stared at him with an expression akin to observing a peculiar specimen. Though she said nothing, Kanade felt increasingly awkward. You started this conversation. Isn't it polite to follow through? If there's nothing else, then what? I can't come talk to you unless I have something to say? Yukino countered sharply. And no, that's not what I meant. Kanade stammered, thrown off balance. Unlike him, Yukino found his flustered reaction oddly satisfying. She knew she was being a bit unreasonable, but the memory of him taking advantage of her yesterday and acting as though nothing had happened was infuriating. Kanade, oblivious to her inner turmoil, assumed she was upset by his hesitation. Unable to say no to someone he'd once promised to support, he could only stand there dumbly, awaiting her next move. After an awkward silence, Yukino finally broke it. Do you have time? I think we need to talk. Her tone was calm, but it carried an undertone of insistence. While she was somewhat bothered by the incident in the bathhouse, that wasn't the main issue. What truly concerned her was the possibility that Hirotsuka-sensei might have told Kanade about her personal matters. She understood the teacher's intentions, but why did it have to be him? They weren't even particularly close. Can I say no? Kanade began but immediately stopped when Yukino's icy glare pierced through him. What did you say? I didn't quite catch that, she asked, her voice frigid. I meant of course, I can't refuse. Kanade quickly corrected, his tone filled with mock sincerity. Kanade prided himself on being reasonable. Even when dealing with girls he'd failed to win over romantically, he always tried to accommodate their requests within reason. Where's your seat? Over there. Kanade pointed instinctively before realizing his mistake. Wait, does she mean to sit down and have a proper conversation? Sure enough, Yukino turned and began walking toward the indicated table. Glancing back, she called out, "What are you standing there for? Hurry up." There was no escaping now. Kanade resigned himself to his fate, silently following her. Because he'd only given a general direction, Yukino soon allowed Kanade to take the lead. When they reached the table, only Iri was there, sitting demurely with her gaze fixed longingly in one direction like a modern-day stone of the waiting husband. "What are you staring at?" Kanade asked curiously. The question startled Iri, causing her to jump to her feet. "Why are you coming from that direction? Didn't you go the other way?" she exclaimed, flustered. Iri was genuinely panicked. Her earlier posture, reminiscent of a loyal puppy awaiting its owner's return, had been anything but dignified. She couldn't let Kanade see her like that. "That's the ticketing area. The food pickup is over here," Kanade explained. The cafeteria was quite large, designed to accommodate an entire grade of students. Their table was tucked in a corner, and the ticketing and food pickup counters were separated by a wall. It made sense that Iri hadn't noticed his movements. What didn't make sense was how she'd failed to grasp the cafeteria's layout. Didn't she pay attention during the staff's orientation? Then again, given it was Iri, Kanade thought it wasn't entirely surprising. "You're always so scatterbrained. One day it's going to get you into trouble," Kanade teased. "Humphrey. Isn't that what you're here for?" Iri muttered under her breath. Her cheeks flushed red as the boldness of her words hit her. She regretted her statement immediately but, seeing no reaction from Kanade, felt both disappointed and relieved. The roller coaster of a lovesick girl's emotions. Before Kanade could respond, a familiar frosty voice interrupted. "Someone you know?" Kanade suddenly remembered Yukino's presence. Turning back to her, he quickly introduced the two girls. "This is Yukino Shida. A member of the service club, where I used to be a member as well. She was also the club president. And this is Iri Spencer Sawamura, a former clubmate of mine and the ace of the art club." He thought his introductions were neutral enough, but the tension between the two girls was palpable. Iri, in particular, could only think of one thing: she's a rival in love. Chapter 126, It wasn't vanity. Iri Spencer Sawamura had a reasonable sense of self-awareness. As one of the Academy's more well-known beauties, she was aware of others who shared a similar reputation. For example, that perpetually annoying black-socked fat woman, as she liked to call her, was one such rival. Constantly flaunting her assets to grab attention and making flirtatious, provocative remarks to string others along with a shameless woman. Still, Iri found herself more concerned with the hidden threats those potential rivals lurking in the shadows. After all, while the fat woman might have long coveted Kanade Natsukawa and seemed like a major threat, she was ultimately nothing more than a bumbling loser. Iri felt confident her progress with Kanade was much further along. Just recently, he'd even carried her to bed. Sure, that could be interpreted as helping her fall asleep, but if you rounded it up, it was basically like sleeping together. And as for that fat woman, she'd completely disappeared from view. Perhaps Kanade had already rejected her harshly, leaving her to sulk in some dark corner. Serves her right. That's what you get for being a shameless woman. But now, Iri had thought her only competition was the cute, gold-haired girl she'd spotted before. Suddenly, a new rival emerged, this time a gorgeous, black-haired girl with a refined elegance. Kanade attracts way too many girls. Her irritation bubbled up for a moment, but Iri quickly rationalized it. Well, of course, someone as amazing as Kanade would be popular. If I were the only one who liked him, wouldn't that mean my taste was questionable? It's okay, Iri. Rivals are nothing new. You've handled them before, and you can do it again. Gathering her resolve, Iri decided to greet the newcomer calmly. Hello. She managed, forcing herself to sound composed. Hello. Yukino Shita replied politely. Her voice is so beautiful. How am I supposed to compete with that? Iri's newfound confidence crumbled as she spiraled into self-doubt once more. Seeing her mood inexplicably shift downward, Kanade leaned in with concern. What's wrong? Iri couldn't bring herself to explain and instead weakly tugged at his sleeve, shaking her head in a pitiable display of denial. That's definitely not a nothing's wrong look, Kanade thought. But Eri was always like this, hiding her feelings rather than voicing them. Kanade assumed she was simply embarrassed to admit she was hungry. It wouldn't be the first time. After all, Eri's otaku constitution left her fragile and easily drained. Between her emotional outburst earlier and skipping breakfast, she clearly run herself out of energy. On the other hand, Yukino, observing their interaction from the sidelines, felt her patience wearing thin. She wasn't stupid. From the way they interacted, it was obvious this wasn't a chance encounter. They had come here together. Yukino initially planned to greet them and leave, thinking she could speak with Kanade privately later. But then she saw this scene. Are they seriously flirting in front of me? While Yukino knew she wasn't in any position to comment on their relationship, she still felt indignant. Was it too much to ask for them to hold off their lovey-dovey act until she was gone? Are you two done talking? She interjected icily. Kanade, startled, suddenly remembered Yukino's presence. Let's sit down. After Kanade took his seat, Eri slid in right beside him, practically glued to his side. Yukino silently observed their movements, then wordlessly sat across from them, exuding an air of quiet elegance. Eri accepted the sandwich Kanade handed her and began eating in small, delicate bites. Meanwhile, Kanade glanced between the two girls, sensing an odd tension in the air. For some reason, he found it impossible to start eating. By the way, Kanade tried to break the silence, but Eri suddenly spoke first. Kanade. Hidden from Yukino's view, Eri tugged lightly at Kanade's sleeve and whispered, I'm a little thirsty. But didn't you say you didn't want milk? Kanade teased. Eri had no retort. She had refused milk earlier, but that wasn't the point. However, unwilling to leave Kanade and Yukino alone, she reluctantly decided to endure. Yet after just a few more bites, she couldn't take it anymore. Ugh! I'm choking. Caught between her inner turmoil and physical discomfort, the golden-haired girl was on the verge of tears. Here, drink this. Kanade quickly slid his soup over to her. Eri grabbed the soup and took several gulps, finally regaining her composure. Her immediate discomfort subsided, but a new thought popped into her mind. Wait. Isn't his an indirect kiss? At least it wasn't a literal kiss, since Kanade hadn't touched the soup yet. Still, if he had, Eri would have been blushing furiously, turning into a steamy little maiden and exposing all her feelings. You okay now? Kanade asked, his face full of concern. He noticed her flushed cheeks and assumed it was a lingering reaction to choking. I'm fine. Eri replied softly, shaking her head. Then, raising her eyes slightly, she glanced at Yukino. Across the table, Yukino remained calm and composed, eating her breakfast with poise. While she seemed to notice the earlier commotion, she didn't show any interest now that Eri was fine. Does that mean she didn't notice our indirect kiss? Eri wondered. It was hard to tell. Yukino either hadn't realized or didn't care. If it had been the black-socked fat woman, there would have been snide remarks about Eri's tactics. Wow, using a choking excuse to share an indirect kiss. Someone's finally learning the ways of the world, huh, you golden-haired loser? Even if she didn't say something outright, she'd at least have given a knowing smirk. But Yukino? Nothing. Was she oblivious, or did she genuinely not see Eri as a threat? Maybe I misunderstood? Maybe she and Kanade aren't that close after all, though her instincts told her it wasn't that simple. Eri was too inexperienced to untangle the truth. Her romantic battles so far had mostly been one-sided clashes with her fat woman rival, and even then, Kanade's support was the only reason she hadn't been completely crushed. What now? Borrow tactics from my experience drawing Lujins? This isn't some weird alternate world scenario. Chapter 127, Eri Spencer Sawamura was undeniably distressed. The more she thought about it, the more she realized the stakes. Sure, she could take her time and approach Kanade Natsukawa at her own pace. But what if, one day, Kanade casually introduced a cute girl to her and said to Eri, this is my girlfriend. To avoid misunderstandings or jealousy, let's not keep in touch anymore. That kind of scenario was absolutely unacceptable. The mere thought of it was enough to send shivers down her spine. Grug. Dejected, Eri had forgotten all about her earlier embarrassment over the indirect kiss. Her mind spiraled into imagining a bleak future where Kanade had abandoned her. She buried her face, nibbling on her sandwich in tiny, distracted bites. Her hand, as if seeking comfort, unconsciously clung tightly to Kanade's sleeve, refusing to let go. Kanade, noticing her subtle movement, turned to look. Seeing her small gesture, he blinked in mild surprise. Eri sure has thin skin. Something this trivial has her so rattled? Gently, he placed his hand on hers, giving her a reassuring pat. Relax, it's fine. Yukino isn't the type to gossip. Feeling the warm, ticklish sensation on her hand, Eri glanced up, only to meet Kanade's comforting gaze. He even gave her a playful wink. What does that even mean? Eri thought, her mind spiraling again. Isn't his way too intimate for public? What if someone notices? If Kanade could hear her internal monologue, it would likely be something like this: "This is too much." But why does it also feel exciting? She found herself caught between the exhilarating thrill of the moment and her bashful embarrassment. In that moment, she felt like one of the cheeky blonde characters from her own stories. Kanade was the flustered protagonist, and she was the teasing antagonist. Get a grip, Eri. Don't let a simple fantasy make your heart race. Well, I shouldn't be the one to say this. Yukino shit calm, frosty voice broke the moment. As the student council president, you should be mindful of your image in public settings. Her tone was detached, almost businesslike, giving the impression that this was purely a matter of principle. Kanade flinched slightly, his thoughts immediately jumping to his under-the-table interaction with Eri. He coughed awkwardly. You're right. I'll keep that in mind. He started to withdraw his hand, only to feel Eri suddenly grip it tighter. This has nothing to do with Yukino-san. Eri said sharply, her expression indignant. I may not measure up to Yukino-san, but I'm not so lacking that being with Kanade would embarrass him. Her voice carried an edge of anger, though it was unclear whether she was defending herself or lashing out. Yukino's tone had reminded her of that woman Kazekage Utaha. While Yukino and Utaha differed in personality, mannerisms, and appearance, the underlying energy felt eerily similar: a rival. If she's a rival, there's no need to be polite. Eri decided. After all, no matter how pretty, charming, or talented Yukino might be, they couldn't possibly be friends, not unless Yukino was willing to be her art model, like Kato. Eri had learned her lesson from the past. Trying too hard to maintain superficial relationships had only distanced her from Kanade. Now, she knew who truly mattered to her. A close friend is worth far more than a bunch of acquaintances. Eri thought. Especially if it's the person you love most. No way I'm letting go this time. Yukino-san, if you know it's not your place to comment, then maybe don't? Eri said, her tone blunt. Kanade can choose who he associates with, that's his freedom. Neither you nor I have the right to dictate that. Her words were resolute, but they lacked the sharpness of a seasoned debater. Still, after years of dealing with Utaha, she picked up enough to hold her own in a verbal spar. Sure, you're cute and have a nice voice, but that doesn't mean every guy will fawn over you. At least Kanade isn't that shallow. Right? She turned to Kanade, giving him a pointed look of confidence. Kanade, however, looked uncomfortably hesitant. Well, I guess you could say that. He felt guilty. There had been a time when he'd been completely smitten with Yukino, orbiting around her like a moth to a flame. Saying otherwise in her presence would have been a blatant lie. Yukino's lips curled into a faint smile, her earlier irritation melting away. Watching Kanade squirm amused her more than she'd expected. Eri, on the other hand, froze. She wasn't an idiot. Kanade's reaction screamed guilty conscience. The most humiliating part? She had just declared so confidently that Kanade wasn't like that, only to be immediately proven wrong. She's definitely laughing at me in her head right now. Eri thought, mortified. She wanted nothing more than to dig a hole and bury herself in it. But to her surprise, Yukino didn't mock her. Instead, she calmly explained, you misunderstand. That's not what I meant. I only wanted to point out that, as student council president, Kanade represents the school's image. Public displays of intimacy, while not forbidden, should be handled with discretion. It's about maintaining decorum, not judgment. Kanade opened his mouth to respond, but Eri suddenly exclaimed. RRR romantic? We're not that obvious, are we? She stammered, her face flushing bright red. Yukino turned her gaze to Kanade, her expression unreadable. The look seemed to say, is she always like this? Kanade blinked, completely at a loss. He shook his head slowly. In truth, this wasn't the Eri he knew. The Eri he remembered would have bristled at the implication, firing back with its some dear retort like, we're not a couple. We just happened to bump into each other, okay? Instead, here she was, blushing and giggling shyly. So where's my feisty, tsundere golden-haired girl gone? Kanade thought, bewildered. Chapter 128, Eri, are you okay? Kanade Natsukawa asked with concern. It felt like something was off with Eri today. Earlier, he had chalked it up to her fear of being disliked, which he had reassured her about. But now, even after he made it clear that he didn't mind her quirks, she was still acting strangely reserved, almost uncharacteristically shy. Kanade didn't know how to define her behavior but sensed that this wasn't her usual self. After some thought, he came to a possible conclusion, maybe she's not feeling well? He wasn't making baseless guesses. Living in what was essentially an anime world, he'd seen enough unusual situations to know that characters sometimes acted out of sorts for peculiar reasons, like getting drunk or catching a cold and suddenly revealing an entirely new side of themselves. For instance, Kaguya Shinomiya. On a normal day, she exuded an air of aristocratic grace, but when she was sick, she transformed into a sweet, cuddly kitten. Kanade had witnessed this firsthand and found it both adorable and unsettling. As for Iriri, he wasn't sure what was going on, but checking on her well-being seemed prudent. "Do you feel unwell? Didn't get a good night's sleep, maybe?" Kanade asked. He knew from personal experience that sleeping in an unfamiliar place could be challenging. Although he was used to running on minimal sleep, he understood how disorienting it could be for others. Could it be a fever? Kanade reached out to feel her forehead. Her skin felt warm, but not alarmingly so, just within the range of normal body temperature. "How do you feel? Any dizziness?" he pressed. Iriri's tsundere nature was one of her charms, but it also meant she was frustratingly stubborn. Unlike others, who might readily admit when they weren't feeling well, Iriri tended to bottle it up and power through until she collapsed. "No, I'm fine," Iriri replied, her cheeks flushing pink. It's just a bit warm today, that's all." This was a blatant lie. She did feel like she might pass out, but not because of a fever or sickness. It was because he's too close. Kanade's face is way too close. Her mind raced. "And we're still holding hands? What does he want? Is he going to kiss me? But Yukino-san is sitting right there." Kanade, oblivious to Iriri's internal meltdown, remained focused on the possibility that she might be hiding her symptoms. He grew more serious. "This won't do. You need to go to the infirmary," he said firmly. "Your health isn't something to take lightly." Kanade's unwavering attitude stemmed from a past incident. Back when he was still pursuing Iriri, she had once overworked herself on a deadline, pulling several all-nighters for her illustrations. She eventually collapsed with a high fever, leaving her bedridden for days. During that time, Kanade had visited her daily, brought her class notes, and even stayed up late copying them out so she wouldn't fall behind for exams. From then on, he had promised to help her manage her deadlines and avoid pushing herself too hard. Even though she had later rejected his confession, he had continued to keep that promise, always ready to help when needed. "You're not secretly working on one of those again, are you?" Kanade asked, lowering his voice and glancing around before leaning closer. "Those?" Iriri tilted her head, momentarily confused. Then it clicked. She realized what Kanade was referring to, and her face turned a deep shade of red. You idiot. What kind of perverted things are you talking about?" she yelled, flustered. I would never do something like that." In her embarrassment, Iriri reactivated her signature move, Twin Tail Whip. She swung her twin tails at Kanade, smacking him repeatedly in a flurry of indignation. But instead of being annoyed, Kanade grinned, nodding approvingly. "Now this is the Iriri I know," he said. "Fiery and full of life. That gloomy, overly delicate version of you earlier? That's not you at all." His cheerful tone made it clear that he wasn't being sarcastic. It was a genuine relief to see her back to her usual self. Iriri froze mid-swing, her heart skipping a beat. She wasn't sure if she should feel happy or insulted. Kanade, however, felt reassured. Her physical health seemed fine, though something might still be weighing on her mind. Before he could inquire further, a calm, frosty voice interrupted them. "Could you two perhaps end this public display of affection?" Yukino Shita asked, her tone laced with a tinge of exasperation. "Your antics have turned this area into a spectacle." Kanade and Iriri looked around and realized Yukino was right. They had drawn the attention of several other students, some of whom were whispering and pointing. "Oops," Kanade muttered, scratching the back of his head. Meanwhile, Iriri felt her face heat up even more. "We're not doing anything like that," she protested, though the truth was painfully obvious. Kanade sighed. "This is why tsunders are so much work." Chapter 129 Yukino Shita, a name synonymous with correctness and absolute justice. As the president of the service club, Yukino prided herself on her unyielding sense of fairness. So when she witnessed a public display of what could only be described as shameless flirting, she didn't hesitate to voice her displeasure. To act so carelessly in a public space while representing such an academy. "Have you no sense of shame?" Yukino began, her tone as sharp as a winter gale. "Or is it that the esteemed student council president has decided to discard his position and instead embrace his indecent proclivities for the world to see?" She folded her arms, her piercing gaze bearing down on Kanade Natsukawa. "Humphrey. If amoebas were capable of rational thought, I imagine they'd choose self-extinction over witnessing such a disgraceful spectacle." Her frosty words pierced Kanade like icicles, each one stinging more than the last. Memories of past moments when Yukino had been truly angry resurfaced in his mind, sending a chill down his spine. She's mad. She's really mad. Back in his service club days, Yukino's anger was terrifying. Her icy demeanor became so intense it was as if she had just emerged from a spiritual retreat in an Arctic monastery. This was that same energy, the undeniable presence of the Ice Queen. Kanade quickly motioned for Eri to hold back, silently pleading with her to let it go. You won't win this fight. Just admit defeat and move on. But the golden-haired girl wasn't having it. After all, she had survived countless verbal duels with a certain venomous black-socked fat woman. Yukino's barbs? Child's play. Or so she thought. I'm sorry. Eri blurted, her eyes welling up with tears. She sat hunched over, clutching her sandwich like a scolded child, the very picture of defeat. This wasn't because Eri lacked resolve, though that did play a part. No, it was because Yukino had taken an entirely different approach. Rather than attacking Eri directly, she framed her criticism around how Eri's actions might cause trouble for Kanade. Caught off guard by the unexpected tactic, Eri surrendered almost instantly. I didn't mean to cause trouble for Kanade. Eri stammered, her voice shaky. I just thought being a good friend meant you could act recklessly and inconvenience him. Yukino's tone was as cutting as ever. Eri lowered her head, guilt washing over her. Now, that's going a bit far. Kanade interjected, attempting to de-escalate. But before he could continue, Yukino redirected her icy glare toward him. And as for you, Yukino said, her words like a dagger aimed straight at his ego. As the student council president, do you not care about the image you project? What if someone else had witnessed this spectacle? Or are you so unconcerned about your role that you're ready to cast it aside for the sake of public horseplay? Kanade froze under her gaze, inwardly retreating. The more Yukino spoke, the more his shoulders slumped. Her words feel like direct attacks to my soul. And perhaps it's not the first time, considering the abundance of rumors surrounding you. What's one more to add to the pile? Yukino added, her eyes narrowing slightly. Kanade didn't dare meet her gaze. Even her usually composed demeanor seemed strained, her chest rising and falling in agitation, a rare crack in her icy exterior. Not that Kanade dared to notice too much, any misstep might provoke her further. In truth, he didn't think the situation was that serious. Sure, their table was in a secluded corner, and they hadn't done anything particularly inappropriate. Couldn't a student council president enjoy casual moments with friends? Wasn't it normal for people to have private lives? Kanade wanted to say all this to firmly argue his point. But seeing Yukino's expression, he knew better. It's not worth the fight. Let her have this one. So he kept his head down, wearing the most apologetic expression he could muster. This seemed to mollify Yukino somewhat. The anger that had been boiling within her since witnessing their earlier interaction finally began to dissipate. While she would never admit it, venting her frustrations felt oddly satisfying. Since you insist on maintaining the dignity of your position, be mindful of your actions. If certain individuals catch wind of this, you'll undoubtedly become the target of baseless accusations once more. Yukino said, rubbing her temples as if trying to ease her own tension. Kanade nodded obediently, his posture still one of submission. Since when does Yukino care so much about my image? This thought nagged at him. Her concern seemed almost personal. Was it because of Hakumen? Had his friend shared details about the rumors surrounding him? Or was it something deeper? Yukino's unexpected interest in his affairs puzzled him. Ever since his confession to her failed, they had barely interacted. Their meetings had been few and far between until she showed up at the student council room that day. Kanade had assumed she wanted nothing to do with him after his failed pursuit of her. After all, his original motive for joining the service club had been far from pure. So why is she so invested now? His mind churned, piecing together fragments of their past. Maybe she hadn't wanted to sever ties completely. Perhaps she still saw him as a friend, even after everything. Or perhaps it was because of how he left the club, using his intent to run for student council president as an excuse to quit. At the time, he had already shifted his focus toward Kaguya Shinomiya and decided to distance himself from Yukino. But that abrupt departure might have left an impression on her. Is that why she's paying attention to my actions now? Kanade wondered. The more he thought about it, the more he felt like he'd stumbled upon the answer. Chapter 130, Kanade Natsukawa had figured it out, or at least, he thought he had. He understood why Yukino Shida, usually so composed and measured, had shown such an intense reaction today. Her irritation wasn't really directed at Eri. The golden-haired girl had simply stumbled into the crossfire. The anger was aimed at him. But what could he do about it now? Could he apologize and magically restore their relationship to what it once was, close friends who shared casual banter? No, of course not. His past approach to Yukino had been riddled with impure motives. While she had regarded him as a friend, he had been chasing after an idealized version of her. Now, with the benefit of hindsight, Kanade realized that his feelings for Yukino had never been true love. They were fleeting, shallow infatuations. Whatever space she had once occupied in his heart had long since been filled by other emotions for someone else. Your points are valid, Kanade said, his voice firm but calm. I'll keep them in mind. But this has nothing to do with Iriri. She doesn't deserve to be dragged into this. He stepped forward, shielding Iriri behind him protectively. Perhaps it was unnecessary, but Kanade couldn't stand by and watch Iriri, visibly distressed, bear the brunt of Yukino's icy rebuke. Sure, Yukino had a point about public displays and image, but he wasn't about to let that stifle every natural interaction he had with his friends. He was the student council president, yes, but that didn't mean he had to live like a hermit, constantly fretting over what others might think. And honestly, Yukino's concerns were outdated. Thanks to his alliances with Kaguya Shinomiya and Chika Fujiwara, the two most influential girls in Shuchin Academy, and his own reputation built over months of hard work, Kanade's position was unshakable. Even the so-called rumors about him had turned into a badge of honor, a testament to his approachability and popularity. Seeing Kanade step forward to defend Iriri, Yukino's anger began to wane. Her frosty composure gave way to something softer, though her expression remained inscrutable. Somewhere deep inside, she felt an inexplicable sense of relief, as if a weight she hadn't realized she was carrying had been lifted. So that's where you stand, Yukino said at last, her gaze flicking to Iriri, then back to Kanade. Kanade frowned slightly, unsure of what she meant. Was she referring to his protective stance? It seemed obvious to him that Iriri didn't deserve to be caught in the crossfire. If Yukino had more to say, they could discuss it later privately. Your mood doesn't seem right. Maybe we should talk another time, Kanade suggested cautiously. No need, Yukino replied, shaking her head. I'm perfectly calm. Besides, I've said everything I needed to say. Her words carried a note of finality. Yukino wasn't the type to cling to what could have been. If she'd missed her chance, so be it. She would hold on to their shared memories as a fond recollection, nothing more. I have some matters to attend to, Yukino said as she gathered her things and stood. At the last moment, she glanced back at Kanade. As for what Hiratsuka-sensei told you, forget it. I'll handle it myself. You don't need to worry about it. Kanade didn't try to stop her. But her parting words left him deeply puzzled. What did Hiratsuka-sensei tell me? The last time he'd spoken with her was that night outside the hot springs. Because of a mix-up at the front desk, he'd been directed to the wrong bathhouse, the one reserved for teachers. He had barely managed to sneak out after realizing his mistake when Hiratsuka-sensei had caught him. She'd teased him mercilessly, but nothing beyond that had come of the encounter. So was Yukino referring to that? No. That doesn't make sense. There's no way Hiratsuka-sensei would bring it up, and Yukino isn't the type to let something like that slip. Something felt off. Kanade's gut told him there was more to this than he understood. Perhaps a private conversation with Yukino was necessary after all. As he mulled it over, a quiet, almost tremulous voice pulled him back to the present. Kanade. Did I mess up? Startled, Kanade turned to Iriri. What? No, of course not. Why would you think that? He asked, bewildered. But that girl was right, wasn't she? Iriri said, her voice tinged with self-reproach. I've always caused trouble for you. I keep dragging you into my messes. Her mind wandered back to countless past incidents, her petty arguments with that woman. The times she got lost, or the occasions when her stubbornness had delayed important deadlines. And each time, it was Kanade who had helped her, saved her. That's probably when it started, she thought. When I began falling for him. He wasn't just her prince, he was her hero. The one who always came to her rescue. But what was she? Not a princess, certainly. More like a clumsy maid fumbling at the edge of his world. Or worse, someone who had rejected his earnest feelings once, only to yearn for him now. Iriri reached out, hoping to grab the hem of his sleeve like she always did. But no matter how far she stretched, her fingers couldn't quite reach. That tiny distance felt like an insurmountable chasm, and the regret in her heart swelled until it threatened to burst. She wanted to tell him. Tell him how much she liked him. That she adored him so much she'd change her tsundere ways if that's what it took. That holding his hand made her heart race for hours. That she wanted to shout, I love you. But she couldn't. She was terrified. Terrified of his response. What if he rejected her? What if he smiled awkwardly and brushed it off? What if, from that moment on, He disappeared from her life entirely. If that happened, she wouldn't even be able to fulfill this small wish to simply stay by his side. Kanade. Her voice was soft, trembling. I'm here, he said gently, turning to her. Chapter 131, Kanade. What's wrong? Kanade Natsukawa asked, puzzled. Iriri just stared at him, her expression conflicted, as if something weighed heavily on her. For several long moments, she said nothing. Iriri? I'm hungry. Huh? Kanade blinked, certain he'd misheard her. Didn't you just eat that wasn't enough? Iriri pouted, interrupting him. Do you think one little sandwich is enough? Idiot. You should know what I mean without me having to spell it out, dummy. Honestly, with how slow you are, you'd already be locked into the bad ending route if this were a gal game. I'm not psychic, and I'm definitely not living inside your head. Kanade shot back, rolling his eyes. And, by the way, this is reality. No save points, no branching choices. If there were save points, Kanade mused, he'd go back in time and stop himself from making every dumb confession that led to the current awkwardness between him and some of the girls he knew. It's just an example, idiot. Iriri huffed. She gave his side a playful poke, her tone turning slightly whiny. Don't change the subject. Go buy me another sandwich already. What? I'm the one going? Kanade looked genuinely surprised. Of course. Who else would I be asking? Iriri said matter-of-factly. She leaned back in her chair with a cheeky grin. I'm too hungry to walk. Kanade was stunned. His proud, tsundere golden-haired friend was pouting and acting spoiled? Even more shocking, her tone reminded him of another infamous figure in his life, the shameless Utaha Kasumijoka. Seriously, do these two swap tips on how to boss people around? Kanade thought, but he still stood up obediently. On his way out, he grabbed the trash from their table. Iriri said nothing, simply watching as Kanade walked off. When his figure disappeared around the corner, the playful smile on her face gradually faded. He always agrees so easily to things like this. She murmured to herself, her voice tinged with a faint bitterness. On his way back to the table with the sandwich, Kanade stumbled upon the trio of friends he'd originally come to the cafeteria with. Would one of you care to explain what's going on here, my dear friends? Kanade asked, a polite but slightly menacing smile on his face as he leaned over their table. The three Hikumen Hukagaya, Miyuki Sharingan, and Tsubasa Tanuma were seated at a different table, enjoying their breakfast in a cozy corner. Kanade felt a twinge of betrayal. He'd spent time worrying about how to explain the unexpected addition of Yukino and Iriri, only to find his supposed friends had ditched him to form their own little club. Unbelievable. Kanade muttered, feigning outrage. How could you all just leave me like that? He expected them to look even a little apologetic. Instead, yes, we're terrible people. Hukuman deadpanned, pushing a can of coffee across the table toward Kanade. Kanade raised an eyebrow at the blatant bribery attempt. Sweet or bitter? Sweet. Hukuman replied. Not even bitter? You really didn't try, did you? Kanade scoffed. If you're not drinking it, hand it back. I'll save the money. Hukuman said with a shrug, reaching for the can. Nice try. Kanade said, quickly snatching it away. He took a swig, grimacing at the sweetness, but decided it was worth it to score a small victory over Hukuman. Now's bill. Kanade demanded, glaring at them. And don't even think about feeding me some nonsense like we got lost. Even kindergartners wouldn't believe that. Hukuman clicked his tongue. Did you just click your tongue? Were you seriously about to say that? Kanade snapped, incredulous. It's your imagination. Hukuman replied smoothly, putting on his best poker face. Actually, I was struck with a sudden, life-threatening case of I can't eat here syndrome. It was an emergency, so I didn't have time to let you know. Kanade stared at him, dumbfounded. You're kidding, right? But Hukuman's mock-serious expression almost made him believe it almost. You're impossible. Kanade muttered, pinching the bridge of his nose in exasperation. He turned to Miyuki and Tsubasa. Care to give me the real reason? Miyuki and Tsubasa hesitated, glancing at each other before reluctantly explaining the truth. Well, Hukuman suggested we give you some space since you seemed, busy with those two girls. Miyuki admitted. Yeah, we didn't want to interrupt your relationship building time. Tsubasa added, a grin tugging at the corner of his mouth. Kanade repeated their explanation flatly, his expression unreadable. So, according to you, Hukuman decided I needed space to talk things out with two girls at once. Miyuki and Tsubasa nodded earnestly. Kanade turned back to Hukuman, who was pretending to be deeply interested in his drink. And what do you have to say for yourself? Correction. Hukuman said, raising a finger. I didn't say talk things out. I said build relationships. That's the same thing. Kanade exploded. He turned back to Miyuki and Tsubasa, hoping for support. And you two just went along with it. Honestly, Hukaman made a good point. Miyuki said with a shrug. Exactly. We didn't want to interfere. Tsubasa added. Though I wouldn't have minded sticking around to see the president's legendary charm in action. Kanade groaned, burying his face in his hands. Legendary charm? You make it sound like I'm running some kind of dating sim campaign. Miyuki and Tsubasa exchanged amused glances but said nothing. Fine. Kanade relented with a sigh. But let me make one thing clear, it was not what you're thinking. We just happened to run into each other, and we talked for a bit. That's all. Understood, Mr. President. Hukaman said, a smirk tugging at his lips. Rest assured, I won't breathe a word of this. Especially not to Vice President Shinigami. You can count on me. Tsubasa chimed in, grinning. Me too. Your secret's safe with us. Kanade froze. What exactly do you think my secret is? And what does this have to do with Kaguya? The three only exchanged knowing looks, leaving Kanade to stew in his growing frustration. Chapter 132, Kanade Natsukawa didn't consider himself easily fazed. After all, Kaguya Shinigami was a logical, rational person. She wouldn't fall for baseless rumors, even if they came from someone she worked closely with, right? But still, it was best to avoid these strange misunderstandings entirely. Even a hint of gossip could warp how others perceived him. If such a misunderstanding reached Kaguya, it could disrupt the delicate balance they'd cultivated over months. Kanade sighed. Fine, I'll trust you all. He paused. But seriously, it's not what you think. Despite his protest, Hukaman and the others merely gave him knowing smirks, their gestures screaming we get it, we understand. Kanade felt his resolve crack. Reassuring them was pointless. With a resigned shrug, he returned to Iriri. She sat at the table like a hungry little sparrow, her wide blue eyes lighting up when she saw him approach. Handing her the food, Kanade watched as she nibbled on the bread, and a thought struck him. I really do feel like I'm feeding a pet. Once Iriri had eaten her fill and chatted with Kanade, they returned to their respective class groups for the day's activities. Learning at the forest school. Despite being a forest school program, the students weren't entirely free from academic obligations. Instead, they engaged in social and personal development courses designed to educate, inspire, and occasionally bore them to tears. Kanade understood the importance of such lessons, but he couldn't help noticing how animated the class seemed. Faces that should have been drowsy or indifferent brimmed with enthusiasm. The reason? Tonight's test of courage. This traditional activity had long been a staple of Japanese summer camps. Typically conducted at night, the event was held in eerie locations like graveyards, shrines, or abandoned buildings. Participants were divided into two groups, those who walked the spooky route to test their bravery and those who dressed up as ghosts to scare them. At Shuchin Academy, the test of courage was a beloved tradition, doubling as a much-needed break from academic rigor and an outlet for students' boundless energy. However, it wasn't always smooth sailing. In past years, the event had caused disruptions. Some students became so preoccupied with the test of courage that they neglected their lessons entirely, and in one infamous case, students staged a mass boycott demanding that the event be moved up on the schedule. That particular rebellion had resulted in the ringleaders being expelled. But it also made the school administration realize they needed to involve the student body more in planning such activities. Thus, the responsibility for organizing the test of courage now fell to the student council. To prevent further disruptions, a set of rules was introduced: academic performance clause. Any student who failed to meet academic expectations during forest school would be barred from extracurricular activities, including the test of courage. Merit-based incentives. Students who excelled during the daily classes were given bonus points on their final assessments. Role selection rewards. Students with outstanding performance in the final test earned the right to choose their roles, ghost or participant, and could even pick a partner to accompany them. These regulations struck a balance between study and play, keeping students motivated while preserving the school's academic standards. Kanade sat in his class, observing the frenzy around him. His classmates competed fiercely for participation points, clamoring to answer questions and demonstrate their knowledge. It looked like a battlefield. To the uninitiated, it might have seemed like a chaotic cult meeting rather than an academic exercise. Kanade, however, knew the truth: they were all vying for the chance to pick their test of courage partners. After all, what teenager could resist the opportunity for a late-night coincidental romance in the woods? The thought of holding hands in the dark, whispering secrets, or stumbling into a spontaneous kiss was enough to make any hormonal teen strive harder in class. And for those without romantic aspirations? The prospect of dressing up as a ghost to terrify their peers or to ruin couples' romantic outings was equally enticing. Even Kanade found the idea of playing a ghost tempting. Disguised and unrecognizable, He could finally let loose without worrying about his reputation. His only concern was how the first years might handle the event. Though Shigami was dependable enough to maintain discipline, Maiko was a wild card. Kanade couldn't shake the feeling that she'd either take things far too seriously or cause a commotion that would shake the entire forest. For now, all he could do was pray that the first years wouldn't cause too much trouble. Chapter 133. As the dull course time came to an end, the students in the class showed no inclination to leave. Instead, they huddled in groups, chatting animatedly about their plans for the evening's activities. Maharu-chan, who's going to be your partner for tonight's event? The trio of girls who had previously appeared during the pool incident approached Shina Maharu with teasing smiles. Over time, Maharu had unwillingly or perhaps inevitably become friends with them. It wasn't unusual for her to end up as their primary confidant, target. Me? The angelic girl had just finished tidying up her things and was instantly surrounded. How would I know who my partner is? It's not like I get to choose. Liar. With grades as stellar as yours, you'll be fine for sure. And the partners are ultimately decided by the student council, right? Even so, I don't know who I'd want to pair up with. At the mention of the student council, Maharu's face turned redder than the setting sun. She had no doubt about what these girls were insinuating, but she wasn't going to admit it out loud. Really? The ringleader among the girls grinned slyly. If that's the case, Maharu, how about letting me take this chance? There's someone I've always wanted to invite. Who is it? Maharu's curiosity got the better of her. Despite being friends, she'd never heard this girl mention any particular crush before. Of course, it's our student council president. Handsome, athletic, brilliant, and highly respected. Having him as a boyfriend would be the ultimate badge of honor. The other two girls enthusiastically nodded in agreement, but before they could say more, Maharu blurted out, "No way." A beat passed, and Maharu realized she had walked straight into their trap. Not like that. I mean, the president is busy. We shouldn't bother him. She stammered, trying to salvage the situation. Her tone, however, grew increasingly unconvincing. Her friends exchanged knowing glances, then burst into laughter. See? We didn't even say much, and you're already so defensive, Maharu-chan. Alright, let's not tease her too much. If we keep going, she'll just run off blushing again. But for real, this is a rare opportunity, Maharu. You've got to seize the moment. Boys like the president are magnets for attention. If it weren't for you, even I'd consider making a move. With that, the group launched into a lively discussion about the president's many virtues. As they spoke, Maharu found herself quietly agreeing with every word. If her pride hadn't held her back, she might have joined in to list even more of his merits, things she had personally observed. So, Maharu-chan, you need to act fast. If you drag your feet, someone might just snatch your dashing prince away. One of them gestured toward a specific direction. Maharu's gaze naturally followed, landing on the figure at the center of a bustling crowd. Everyone, I understand you want to partner up with your friends, but rules are rules. I can't make arbitrary changes. Pairings are determined by student numbers, said Kanade Natsukawa, the student council president. His gentle smile didn't falter, but an undercurrent of exasperation lingered beneath it. While the final confirmation of pairings did rest with the student council, the allocations had already been mostly set. Their role was more administrative, ensuring no one was left partnerless or any gaps arose. Who leaked this half-truth? He thought. Even if we could tweak the list, it's not something to advertise recklessly. Caught between maintaining his public image and fending off overly eager classmates, Natsukawa found himself in quite the bind. Unbeknownst to him, several pairs of eyes were fixed on him from afar. Among them was a gaze so fiery and unwavering that it could outshine the sun. Naturally, it belonged to Maharu. Handsome and charming, huh? That's over the top, she murmured, attempting to feign indifference. Yet the ripples of emotion in her heart betrayed her. Her friends noticed her reaction immediately. Ooh, you only denied the handsome and charming part. Exactly. And look at you, so entranced you might fall into his eyes any second now. They teased relentlessly, giggling as they alternated between watching Natsukawa and nudging Maharu. Speaking of, look at all those people around him. Who knows, maybe someone there will invite him just like I plan to. It'd be nice, huh? Just speak your mind without worrying about anything. They even started toying with Maharu's hands as they continued. Though, do you think he'd accept? Or maybe he already has someone in mind? Right, Maharu-chan? How would I know? Maharu's gaze flickered nervously. She knew exactly who her friends were hinting at, but what they didn't realize was that there truly were many exceptional girls interested in Natsukawa. The thought of them, like the elegant blonde doll she'd seen that day, Or the stunningly poised vice president sent a pang through her heart. Would he agree if they asked him? Or? Miharu shook her head, pushing those thoughts away. She wanted to ask him herself. Desperately. But what if he already had plans? Approaching him then would only put him in an awkward spot. Alright, enough ogling. Let's grab lunch and rest up. We still have tonight's event to prepare for. Miharu said firmly, using all her strength to push her friends out of the classroom. If she stayed any longer, she feared she might lose control and rush over to him. Meanwhile, at the center of the crowd, Natsukawa remained oblivious to the storm brewing on the other side of the room. He continued fielding questions, his patience wearing thin. Just as he contemplated making a break for it, a melodious and familiar voice cut through the noise. Is President Natsukawa here? To him, it was the sound of salvation. I'm here. He called, weaving through the crowd toward the voice. Apologies, everyone. It seems there's student council business I must attend to. His savior, none other than Vice President Kaguya Shinigami, greeted him with a composed smile, brushing her hair elegantly behind her ear. Despite having no prior coordination, the two seamlessly played along, their synergy flawless. This was their bond. Their proof of being the perfect pair. A mutual effort. A two-way street. Yay! Kaguya thought, a triumphant smile gracing her lips. Chapter 134. By the way, Kaguya, what did you need me for? After leading Kaguya Shinigami out of the school building, Kanade Natsukawa voiced his curiosity. Oh, it's nothing important, I just... Kaguya started casually, but then froze mid-sentence. Wait. Did the president just call her by her first name? He claimed he didn't like her, yet here he was, using her given name without hesitation. Wasn't this a blatant hint? Why the sudden switch to my first name, President? Could it be? The eccentric heiress smiled faintly, her mind racing. So I had been wrong after all. What did a single woman with no relationship experience know about romance? Is that a problem? Kanade asked, slightly confused. He didn't see why it should be. They'd spent enough time together that using first names seemed perfectly reasonable. After all, Miharu had once explained to him that close friends should address each other by name, and it had stuck with him. He considered Kaguya a good friend, so he thought she wouldn't mind. Sorry, if you don't like it. Of course I like it. Kaguya shot back instinctively, but instantly regretted her outburst. Her reaction was way over the top. What if he misunderstood and thought she meant she liked him? I mean, I like the idea of using first names. Don't get the wrong idea. She tried to explain, but her flustered tone only made her sound more suspicious. The usually composed and intelligent Kaguya now looked like a fool caught up in the throes of love. I understand. Don't worry, I won't misunderstand. Kanade nodded reassuringly. Her words had a strangely familiar tsundere vibe, but since they didn't come from Marieri, and Kaguya didn't seem to have any tsundere traits, Kanade didn't dwell on it. Meanwhile, Kaguya was mentally spiraling. Why are you being so accommodating? You're supposed to misinterpret it, idiot. A whirlwind of conflicting emotions roiled inside her. On one hand, she didn't want Kanade to realize her true feelings. On the other, she couldn't help but wonder how he'd react if he found out. Would he confess to her on the spot? Still, achieving the milestone of mutual first name use was a huge win. This was proof of her progress. Victory was on the horizon. Winning over the president was only a matter of time. So, what's the matter? Kanade asked again. While chatting was fine, he had other tasks waiting for him and couldn't afford to dawdle too long. It's about the upcoming courage test event. Kaguya composed herself, returning to her usual poised demeanor. Actually, it's the school's suggestion. She began. They hope we can thoroughly review the event's procedures to eliminate any potential safety risks and ensure the students' well-being. She paused briefly before continuing. I think this is a valid concern. Shochin Academy is highly regarded, and the public closely watches our every move. The students here are future leaders and valuable resources. It's only prudent to be cautious. Besides, if something were to happen during the event, the student council would inevitably bear the blame. As the student council's most capable vice president, Kaguya Shinigami wouldn't allow any blemish on the record of the person she served or on her own family's impeccable reputation. Excellence was a Shinigami family creed. While the discipline committee will conduct patrols, it never hurts to be extra careful. That's why I propose that we, acting as participants, go through the entire event ourselves. This way, if something does go wrong, we can respond immediately. And, of course, President, you don't need to worry about the workload. I'll accompany you throughout the process and handle all the minor details myself. Kaguya's face remained all business, her tone professional. However, her inner thoughts were far less noble. Handle the minor details? What a joke. There was no way she'd waste this rare opportunity focusing on trivial tasks. Let someone else handle those. She was here to spend a magical evening with Kanade, enjoying each other's company. So, you're suggesting we participate in the courage test as if we were regular students and inspect the equipment along the way? Kanade considered her proposal. It made sense. Taking a participant's perspective might indeed help uncover overlooked issues. I don't see any problem with it. But, Kaguya, don't you have someone you'd like to invite? Kanade's question stemmed from his usual habit of deferring to others' preferences. Before, his mind had been set on inviting someone he admired, but he'd since let go of those romantic aspirations. Being friends was enough. Still, the thought of who he'd partner with now left him momentarily at a loss. Since Kaguya brought it up, he decided to go along with her idea. President, please don't joke. I have no interest in such shallow individuals. Kaguya replied, a hint of indignation in her voice. I'm inviting you, okay? She screamed internally. Kanade. But what about your best friend, Chika Fujiwara? This wasn't strictly a couple's event. Kanade felt like Kaguya might have been caught up in the event's atmosphere and overlooked simpler options. Still, her decision to focus on work was puzzling. Women's thoughts remained an enigma to him. As long as you don't mind, he replied. The courage test event was set to begin at 7 p.m. to match the eerie nighttime vibe. Before that, the time was reserved for safety checks and preparation. Even if someone wanted to sneak in for a quick pre-event thrill, they wouldn't find any staff ready to assist. Judging by Kaguya's plan, they'd participate officially after the event began, experiencing it as regular students while conducting a final round of inspections. The schedule seemed reasonable, and with Kaguya as his partner, Kanade saw no reason to refuse. Then it's settled, President. Don't forget. Kaguya nodded slightly, her voice calm and composed. As expected, the president wouldn't turn her down. Now, all she needed was to coordinate with Ai Asaka for the next steps. Of course. It's a promise. Kanade replied. Chapter 135 After parting ways with Kaguya Shinomiya, Kanade Natsukawa initially planned to contact Hukaman Hikage and the others for lunch. However, just as he returned to his classroom and began packing up his things, a classmate informed him someone was looking for him. Who's looking for me? Kanade asked, curious. It's a blonde girl with a shiny little fang. She's pretty cute. Blonde hair and a noticeable fang. It couldn't be anyone other than Ariri Spencer Sawamura. Still, Kanade couldn't help but wonder why she was looking for him. They had just seen each other that morning. Could she, too, have been swept up by the day's atmosphere and started worrying about her partner for tonight's courage test event? All right, thanks. He replied, then headed toward the designated meeting spot, the small lakeside they'd visited earlier that morning. Sure enough, there she was, the little blonde artist. Ariri was sitting on a nearby bench, sketchpad in hand, glancing up occasionally as she worked, her expression that of a focused art student. Kanade approached quietly. He initially planned to greet her but decided against disturbing her once he saw how engrossed she was. Instead, he circled behind her and watched silently as she sketched. When the drawing was nearly finished, he spoke up softly, "What made you suddenly want to draw this kind of picture?" Considering Ariri's usual preferences, she was more inclined toward drawing people, particularly two-dimensional characters. Seeing her create a landscape without any characters and without any looming deadlines was highly unusual. Had she turned over a new leaf? Or was this the first step of a Jinchai artist transitioning into the mainstream art world? Wah! Ariri jumped so hard she almost dropped her sketchpad. When she turned to see Kanade, she gave him a flustered glare. "You idiot! Why are you sneaking up on people like that?" Her reaction was so adorably exaggerated that Kanade couldn't help but laugh. "You were so focused you didn't even hear my footsteps," he teased. He then walked around the bench and sat beside her, grinning mischievously. "Don't tell me our talented Jinchai artist is planning to go legit? Shut up. What if someone hears you?" Ariri panicked, scanning the surroundings to make sure they were alone. Only when she confirmed no one was nearby did she let out a relieved sigh and glare at Kanade. "You idiot. Why would you bring that up here of all places? Relax, I already checked. There's no one around." Kanade reassured her. Though he enjoyed teasing Ariri, he had no intention of exposing her secret identity. Besides, it's lunchtime. Everyone's probably at the cafeteria. Who has time to wander around outside? He added, shrugging. He'd passed by the cafeteria on his way here and had seen it packed with students. So, why the sudden change in focus, Ariri-sensei? It's nothing, really. I just felt like drawing, that's all. Ariri replied, trying to sound nonchalant. However, she quickly realized how flimsy her excuse was. No one would buy such an obvious lie, So she added hastily, I mean, as the star of the art club, it's only natural for me to contribute a few pieces every now and then. Who calls themselves the star of their own club? Kanade muttered, shaking his head. Still, her reasoning wasn't entirely implausible. Large clubs like the art club often had to submit works as part of their school activity reports, especially after big events. As their top talent, Ariri would likely be tasked with creating something for them. Yet, her body language suggested otherwise. She didn't look proud or eager about her work. Instead, she seemed more like someone caught red-handed doing something clandestine, nearly reminiscent of the time Kanade had stumbled upon her drawing Jinshai. Not that it mattered. Everyone had their secrets, and Kanade wasn't the type to pry unnecessarily. Friendships, he believed, thrived when people respected each other's boundaries. Anyway, why did you want to see me? Kanade asked, cutting to the chase. It's nothing, really. Ariri mumbled, clutching her sketchpad nervously. Her actions were uncharacteristically fidgety and awkward. Though she had resolved to bring it up, actually voicing her request in front of Kanade was proving far more difficult than she anticipated. Let me guess. Kanade pretended to think deeply. Is it about tonight's courage test? No way. Ariri denied hastily. She hemmed and hawed for a while but failed to come up with a convincing alternative. Then what is it? Don't tell me you just wanted to chat. Kanade sighed. Ariri's pride was undoubtedly part of her charm, but dealing with it could be exhausting. Situations like this were small inconveniences, but more serious miscommunications could cause tensions to fester, potentially leading to a fallout if left unchecked. Kanade's patience with Ariri stemmed from understanding her quirks. In the past, he'd been motivated by romantic feelings. Now, however, he saw her as a willful younger sister. Even when her antics were bothersome, he treated her with care and indulgence. Still, her flustered expressions were so endearing that he often couldn't resist teasing her. Fine. Ariri finally admitted, her voice barely above a whisper. It's not a big deal, really. I just was a little concerned about the partner thing for the game tonight. Oh, I get it now. You want to pair up with someone familiar, right? Kanade immediately understood. Given Ariri's academic record, she had no chance of earning the right to choose her partner. She'd likely be assigned someone based on her student ID, which meant teaming up with a stranger. Kanade, however, as student council president, had the ability to tweak the pairings. Her hesitance and awkward demeanor suddenly made sense. She didn't want to come across as asking for special treatment. I'll arrange for you to pair with Kato. Kanade offered. She's probably in the same boat as you, so you can look out for each other. What? Ariri froze, dumbfounded. Chapter 136, Ariri couldn't believe it. She had laid her intentions bare, yet this idiot still didn't get it. If she genuinely wanted to pair up with Kato, would she have been acting so flustered? Did she look like some noble soul too proud to accept a favor? She was starting to suspect that Kanade was feigning ignorance on purpose just to see her blow a gasket. Don't trouble Kato. Ariri muttered, trying to steer the conversation back. She might have someone she wants to invite too. We shouldn't disturb her. That's true. Kanade mused aloud. Given Kato's personality, she would probably agree if asked, but it wouldn't be fair to her. Why should she have to babysit his troublesome little blonde during a fun game? What Kanade failed to realize was that Ariri didn't know he was silently picturing her as some potential menace to Kato. Instead, she was busy brainstorming how to steer the topic toward her true goal. Exactly, there's no need to bother her over something so trivial. But in that case, there's no one else. Kanade said, falling deep into thought. Other than Kato, there weren't many suitable candidates. Most weren't close to Ariri, some were unreliable, and people like Chika Fujiwara were both unfamiliar and unreliable, utterly hopeless choices. You idiot. Isn't there someone else? Ariri huffed, trying to nudge him in the right direction. Finally, Kanade thought he understood. I'm sorry to disappoint you, he said earnestly, but second and third year students are assigned to separate locations, so it's impossible for you to pair with Kazekage-senpai? Ariri was on the verge of exploding. What was he even talking about? Did he seriously think she wanted to pair with that black-stockinged, smug-faced senior? How could he misunderstand her feelings this much? She and Kazekage were bitter rivals, not bosom buddies. Seeing Ariri press her lips together in silence, Kanade thought he'd hit the mark. He tried to comfort her. It's not that big of a deal, is it? Even if you can't team up with someone you know, you might make a new friend. Who knows? Ariri kept her head down, refusing to respond. How about I still ask Kato? Kanade offered, feeling awkward. Maybe you just don't want to pair with me, do you? Ariri suddenly snapped, looking up at him with tearful, reddened eyes. Huh? Kanade was stunned. What just happened? All this roundabout talk, just say you don't want to team up with me. Ayuri continued, her voice trembling. I'm not cute, I'm mean to you, I have a bad personality, and I'm always causing trouble. As her voice faltered, she became angrier not with him, but with herself. She hated that she had let Kazekage sly remarks shake her confidence. She hated how she always acted contrary to her feelings, even when she wanted nothing more than to be honest. She hated that she couldn't bring herself to trust Kanade more, because if she had, she'd already been nestled in his arms, whining freely. Well, what are you waiting for? Go ask the person you actually like. Ayuri turned her back on him, desperately holding back tears. She didn't want to see him walk away. But instead of leaving, Kanade gently grabbed her hand. Before she could lash out, he pulled her into his arms. Sorry, I didn't understand what you meant earlier. Kanade's voice was soft. Right now, it didn't matter who was at fault. His priority was calming down the tearful Ayuri in his arms. I don't dislike you, he said earnestly. And I don't think you're a bother. It's just, I've already promised someone else, so I didn't consider that option at first. In hindsight, the misunderstanding stemmed from a gap in communication. Still, Ayuri's personality had played a role too. If this had been Kato, she would have openly extended the invitation. Even Kazekage might have turned it into a playful demand, saying something like, I'll graciously allow my junior to accompany me for the evening. But Ayuri, being her shy and prideful self, always spoke in vague, roundabout ways. This made it genuinely hard for Kanade to grasp her true intentions. MMFF. Liar. Came a muffled complaint from his chest. Only then did Kanade realize he might have been holding her a bit too tightly. Not that it mattered much, her petite frame didn't exactly make her presence felt in his arms. If it had been Kato or Kazekage, he might have been more aware. Of course, I'm not lying, he said, loosening his grip slightly. I'd have no reason to lie to you. Kanade gently placed his hands on her shoulders and pushed her back just enough to look her in the eye. Her eyes, slightly wet, met his. And I'd never find you a bother. If I did, I wouldn't have gotten close to you in the first place, he said seriously. In truth, Kanade had known Ayuri's personality quirks from the start. What others might see as flaws, he saw as part of her charm. But Ayuri, I need you to understand something. I'm not very perceptive. Sometimes I can't figure out what you mean. But I promise you, I'll never dislike you or think you're a burden. So, in the future, if I'm being dense or don't get how you feel, can you just tell me directly? No matter what it is, I'll listen and won't judge you. Kanade knew this might not change things overnight, but he hoped it would help. After all, he preferred the cheerful, feisty Ayuri over this teary-eyed, self-doubting version of her. Sure, her current vulnerability was endearing in its own way, but an Ayuri without her signature sass and tsundere charm was like a sunset without its colors, missing its soul. Fine. Ayuri muttered, her cheeks flushed. But only because you said so. Great. Kanade smiled. Then you'll pair with me for the courage test tonight, no? Kanade shut her down without hesitation? Ayuri stared at him, dumbfounded once again. Chapter 137, you said you didn't think I was a bother, but that's clearly a lie. Ayuri growled, her small frame trembling with indignation. What kind of person could be so mean and still keep a straight face while doing it? It's not a lie. Kanade replied calmly. I told you, I've already made plans with someone else. How could I just leave them hanging? After all, everything needs to be done in order, right? If I've already promised someone, I can't just break that promise to agree with you. You wouldn't want me to become someone who doesn't keep his word, would you? I would. Ayuri retorted with absolute seriousness. Kanade was momentarily at a loss, but quickly came up with a counter. So what about the things I've promised you before? You can't go back on those. Breaking promises makes you a pig-headed jerk. She shot back, unwilling to give an inch. Kanade sighed silently, his expression saying it all. See? I'm not wrong. But Ayuri couldn't care less about logic or integrity. She didn't care about keeping promises or who came first. What did any of that matter to her? She just wanted to attend the event with someone she liked. And worst of all, the person Kanade had plans with was clearly another girl rival. Just imagining that scheming, predatory woman circling Kanade filled Ayuri with renewed resolve. This wasn't about promises. This was a love war. For girls, logic didn't stand a chance against emotions. What truly mattered wasn't fairness, but who was more important. Plus, Kanade himself had said it, whatever her thoughts, she should share them with him. He wouldn't find her troublesome. Well, I don't care. I'm going with you, and if you say no, then you're calling me a bother. Ayuri declared with a tone of finality, ready to throw all pride to the wind. By this point, her face was flushed, and her temper was nearing its peak. If she waited any longer, Kanade might really be stolen away. She wasn't about to let that happen. Kanade, for his part, was stunned. He never imagined the usually prideful Airi could throw a tantrum like this. Was she actually pouting? Her behavior was so out of character that Kanade didn't know how to respond. He stood there, caught between confusion and amusement, while Airi mistook his silence for rejection. Her insecurities bubbled to the surface. She wasn't exactly confident in herself, and if it weren't for a certain meddling woman's advice, she wouldn't even have dared to come back and rebuild her relationship with Kanade. Losing ground to some unknown rival felt inevitable, so she quietly added, "Fine. If that's how it is, we can form a group of 3. Her voice was low and pitiful, her expression as dejected as a scolded puppy. In truth, she'd meant what she said. Teaming up as a trio was better than nothing. But as the words left her mouth, Airi realized it was actually a clever strategy. If Kanade agreed, she could stop his relationship with this unknown girl from growing too close. Better yet, she could even show how close she and Kanade already were to scare off her rival. And let's not forget what normal girl would agree to such an awkward arrangement? If her rival refused, wouldn't that leave her to enjoy a private date with Kanade? Airi felt a swell of pride at her own brilliance. However, Kanade dismissed her suggestion outright. 3 people in one group? That's impossible. Even if it's not explicitly stated in the rules, every year it's always been 2-person teams. But you're the student council president. Can't you bend the rules a little? Airi protested, puffing her cheeks in frustration. And what exactly do you think a student council president does? Kanade sighed, exasperated. The most he could do was tweak the participant list. Bringing along 2 girls openly and bending the rules for them would be pushing his authority. What was he supposed to be, some kind of reverse harem protagonist? The implications alone were mortifying. So what now? Airi whined, her voice tinged with defeat. You won't try harder for me? Kanade felt like he was nearing his wit's end. This isn't about trying harder, I can't be in 2 places at once. Wait. Or can I? He murmured, a thought suddenly sparking in his mind. Before he could explain, he caught sight of Airi's jaw dropping. Wait, you can clone yourself? She gasped, eyes wide with disbelief. Kanade began to seriously question whether he was talking to a high schooler. On second thought, her middle school level antics and imagination weren't surprising. It was peak Chuna bioenergy. I meant using another method. Kanade clarified, shaking his head. He began explaining. If we look at the schedule, it takes about half an hour to clear all the checkpoints and collect the reward medal. Including time spent walking and waiting, one full run should take around an hour. The event starts at 7 p.m. and ends at 10 p.m., which gives me enough time to participate twice. I can go once with my original partner, then a second time with you. Airi sat there, stunned into silence. While his plan sounded reasonable, there was one glaring issue he seemed blissfully unaware of. He was sitting there, calmly discussing how to attend the event with 2 girls in succession. And one of those girls was her. What kind of shameless playboy behavior was this? This was peak scumbaggery, so blatant that Airi didn't even know how to begin roasting him. To be honest, if Airi didn't know Kanade's true nature, she would have already started yelling at him for such an absurd idea. Are you seriously considering this? She asked, her expression a mix of disbelief and resignation. Of course, I'm serious. Why wouldn't this method work? Kanade replied earnestly. Seeing her skeptical look, he added reassuringly, don't worry about me. Sure, it'll be a bit exhausting, but this way I can still join you and fulfill my original promise. It's the best of both worlds, isn't it? Airi was silent for a long moment. She had so much she wanted to say, but just as she was about to voice her thoughts, Kanade pulled out his phone and gestured for her to remain quiet. Hello? Is this Fujiwara? Kanade began, having decided to call Chika Fujiwara instead of Kaguya Shinomiya. Initially, he thought about contacting Kaguya, but since she was the one he had already promised to partner with, asking her about this might raise suspicions or even offend her. Fujiwara, on the other hand, was less formal and less predictable. Used to keeping his phone on speaker mode for convenience, Kanade inadvertently let Airi hear the conversation. President? What's up? I'm eating lunch. Came Chika's distinctive voice, accompanied by faint chewing noises. I've got a quick question. Kanade paused briefly to word his inquiry carefully. Do you know if it's possible for someone who's already participated in the courage test to go through it again? On the other end, Chika, who was happily enjoying her meal in the cafeteria, perked up, her face lighting with excitement. Oh. President, you're amazing. You've already figured out the loophole. It's true, the handbook doesn't mention that rule. I was planning to exploit it myself. Hello? President? Midway through her enthusiastic response, Chika realized the line had gone dead. She looked at her phone and saw that Kanade had already hung up. The pink-haired octopus puffed up with indignation, glaring at her food as if it were Kanade himself. She stabbed her fried meat viciously with her fork, muttering, "Darn president. Using me like a tool and hanging up right after. So mean. Bite, bite, bite." Her mood flipped almost instantly as she took a bite. "Delicious," she exclaimed, a radiant smile replacing her earlier scowl. Meanwhile, Kanade, now confident in his plan, turned to Ariri. "It seems like it's fine," he told her. Not only did Fujiwara's confirmation put his mind at ease, but it also served a practical purpose. If anyone later questioned his decision, he could simply say Chika had told him it was allowed. He even recorded the call for good measure, ensuring that if any backlash arose, he wouldn't be taking the heat alone. As for Chika's reaction to being implicated, a snack or two would likely smooth things over. Her forgiving nature would handle the rest. Ariri, who had listened to the entire exchange, was utterly dumbfounded. Her earlier thoughts about competing with Kanade's partner now seemed almost comical. After all, the girl on the other end of the call sounded completely unfazed, her voice devoid of the slightest hint of jealousy or concern. It was as if she didn't mind Kanade finishing up with her and immediately moving on to another girl. Who would believe that? Ariri even began to suspect that this Chika Fujiwara might have some unusual preferences. Yes, in Ariri's mind, Fujiwara was now Kanade's original partner, and this assumption threw her into a spiral of conflicting emotions. "What's wrong? You look weird," Kanade asked, puzzled by her complicated expression. "It's nothing. I'm just a little surprised," Ariri muttered, shaking her head. "All right then," Kanade said, not pressing further. He glanced at the time on his phone before turning back to her. "You haven't eaten yet, have you? Want to grab lunch together?" "Okay." Ariri nodded, her voice soft, as she followed him toward the cafeteria. Chapter 138, with lunchtime long past, the cafeteria had thinned out, leaving only small groups chatting about tonight's courage test while enjoying dessert. "Miharu-chan, isn't it about time you went to ask someone?" A girl with a ponytail playfully poked Shina Miharu's side. "If you don't make a move soon, someone else will swoop in, and then it'll be too late to cry about it." "Exactly," chimed in another girl with twin pigtails. "Men are all the same, they'll go for any pretty girl who shows interest." "Totally. Even if you're as cute as Miharu-chan, they'll still want more. You've got to take the initiative. Claim your spot by his side and make sure everyone knows he's yours. That's the only way to keep him in your grasp." Yup. Just holding hands isn't enough anymore. That's what elementary schoolers do. At the very least, it's gotta be a kiss. KK kiss? That's out of the question. Miharu stammered, her face glowing red. She had only agreed to lunch hoping to rest and maybe glean some advice, but her friends had launched straight into these embarrassing topics. A kiss in public? Did they even realize how mortifying that suggestion was? "Alright, settle down." The black-haired girl, clearly the leader of the trio, interjected, her tone authoritative. Her command carried enough weight that the other two instantly fell silent, straightening up like serious advisors. "But for real, Miharu, if you keep hesitating, you're going to miss out on tonight's courage test. Worse, you might end up stuck with some obnoxious, shallow guy. And even if you're fine with that, what about him? You wouldn't want him to misunderstand, would you?" That hit Miharu right where it hurt. Yes, she could endure the loneliness of not participating in the game with the person she liked, but the thought of Kanade misunderstanding her intentions, that was unbearable. "But couldn't I just invite one of you instead? A girl would be fine, right?" "Sorry, I've already got plans." The black-haired girl declined bluntly. Miharu turned to the other two, her last hopes. "What about you two?" "Apologies, Miharu-chan, I'm going with my boyfriend," the ponytailed girl said, clasping her hands together in mock regret. "Huh? But doesn't your boyfriend have bad grades?" "Yeah, so we signed up as staff. That way, we can stay together." The girl nodded proudly. "For us, it doesn't matter what we're doing, as long as we're together." Miharu knew better than to interrupt such a happy couple and turned to the pigtails girl. Well, don't look at me like that. I'm finding a boyfriend," the pigtails girl exclaimed, waving her hands defensively. "But you don't even have a boyfriend?" "Not yet. But this event is the perfect opportunity, isn't it? What if I'm paired with my future boyfriend?" she said matter-of-factly. After all, wasn't that the appeal of this event? Couples got to enjoy a romantic evening, while singles had the chance to meet someone special in a perfect setting. But Miharu wasn't satisfied. Her closest friends had their own plans, leaving her with no one to participate with. Between her hesitation to approach Kanade and her unwillingness to pair with a random stranger, she was running out of options. "I think I'll just skip the event," Miharu said with a bittersweet smile. She would be missing out on a precious memory, but without someone important to share it with, the experience would feel hollow. "Why, Miharu-chan? You were so excited about this." "Yeah. Why give up now? You're close with the president. Isn't it as simple as just asking him?" "Exactly. He'd never say no to you. Unless..." The twin-tailed girl gasped. "Don't tell me he's cheating on you. That'd be unforgivable." No, it's nothing like that." Miharu hurried to correct them. "It's not what you're thinking at all. Besides, we're not even together. But you two obviously like each other." The poolside heart-to-heart, their frequent interactions, it was all too obvious to her friends. I don't know." Miharu's voice trailed off, her face clouded with doubt. Her hesitation only riled up her friends further. "Ugh. You're so frustrating. Give me your phone. I'll ask him for you. How hard can it be to just invite someone?" The ponytailed girl reached out to grab Miharu's phone. No, Miharu instinctively pulled back, only for the black-haired girl to interject. "Wait. Look over there, isn't that the president?" The group turned to where she was pointing. Sure enough, they spotted Kanade Natsukawa sitting beside a petite blonde girl. "Who's that next to him? Do you recognize her? She looks familiar. I think her name's Ariri something." "Ugh, what's her full name?" "Ariri Spencer Sawamura, I think. She's a half-Japanese girl, her father's a British ambassador." "Humphrey, she's not as cute as Miharu-chan." "Miharu, do you know her? Is she a friend of the president?" "Stop talking," the black-haired girl ordered when she noticed Miharu's face pale. "Let's go find out what's going on. Miharu, you come too." "No." "What did you say?" The black-haired girl frowned, leaning closer. Before she could press further, Miharu shoved her back, her eyes brimming with tears. "Just leave me alone." Tears spilled down Miharu's cheeks as she turned away. She did know that girl. She had seen her before, with that same look in her eyes, the fear of being abandoned. And now, there she was, sitting beside Kanade, smiling radiantly at him as if he were her whole world. The answer couldn't have been clearer. "I'm sorry," Miharu murmured, wiping her tears to no avail. I need to go." She rose abruptly, barely noticing that she'd left her bag behind, and rushed off. Her friends reached out instinctively to stop her but hesitated as she fled. "What now?" "I don't know. Was it my fault for talking too much? Maybe. But I think Miharu knows that girl." "Wait, does this mean he is cheating?" "Whether he is or not, we can just go ask him," declared the black-haired leader. "Eh?" But Miharu said not to. "So? Do you think it matters whether we listen now?" "I'm going to find out, even if it's just for Miharu's sake." The other two exchanged glances before nodding resolutely. "Yeah, we're coming too." "Exactly." And with that, the trio made their way toward Kanade and Ariri. Chapter 139, This dessert selection is way too small. Though, it does taste pretty good. Ariri Spencer Sawamura commented as she forked a piece of cake into her mouth, a faintly satisfied expression crossing her face. "Your standards are way too high. This isn't some fancy restaurant," Kanade Natsukawa retorted. Taking a sip of his coffee, his expression softened with contentment. "The coffee is excellent, though. I heard the chefs and patisseries here were sent from Shochin Academy itself. I thought that was just a rumor. Typically, students were expected to prepare their meals themselves during the forest school to develop practical skills. At most, some staff would provide minimal assistance for special circumstances. But Shochin had gone above and beyond, not only providing a cafeteria but also dispatching their own chefs to ensure students wouldn't go hungry due to a lack of culinary ability. As a result, except for the first day when students tried cooking out of novelty, most meals had been eaten in the cafeteria. Any training was purely theoretical. "Sure, it's tasty, but I'd like to try something else for a change. Eating the same thing gets boring," Ariri hinted, her eyes glued to the dessert on Kanade's tray. "How's yours?" she asked, feigning casual curiosity. "It's pretty good, not as sweet as I expected." Kanade nodded, giving his approval. "That's it? That's it? Aren't you going to say anything else?" "Huh?" Kanade blinked, confused. Wasn't this just a dessert? Did she want him to write a whole review? "Well, if you insist. The interior is moist and vibrant green, the exterior fluffy and light. When I take a bite, the matcha flavor unfolds across my tongue, leaving a refreshing, enchanting aftertaste." Watching Kanade describe his cake with poetic flair, Ariri was at a loss for words. He's changed. He really has. In the past, Kanade wouldn't have needed her to hint. He would have cheerfully said something like, "Mine tastes great too. Want to try it?" Even if she responded with an exasperated "I don't want something you've already eaten," he'd persist with a smile. But now, the roles seemed reversed. She lacked his confidence and boldness, unwilling to take the risk of being rejected. She couldn't bear the thought of failure. Still, there was a certain charm in their current dynamic. While she didn't get the intimate gestures she longed for, just being able to sit with him and share a moment was enough. And if I throw a tantrum, he might even try to cheer me up. That's not so bad, is it? But what if she got too used to this? What if Kanade's patience wore thin, and one day, he found her exhausting? Her adolescent heart swirled with these doubts, as teenage girls often do, especially when they're in love. While she overanalyzed every interaction, Kanade remained blissfully oblivious. I wonder if my description made her taste it in her mind, Kanade mused. He was pondering how to make his words resonate better, completely unaware that Ariri's thoughts weren't on dessert at all. His musings were cut short when a familiar trio of girls approached their table. I have to admire how carefree you are, lounging here with dessert, President Natsukawa. Hearing his name, Kanade looked up and immediately recognized the "I'm here to pick a fight" trio. Is there something you need? Despite their accusatory tone, Kanade remained composed. As student council president, it was his duty to maintain decorum even when faced with unreasonable complaints. More importantly, he recognized these girls as Shina Miharu's rare group of friends. Miharu, someone Kanade cared deeply about, had always seemed lonely to him. Despite being adored by many, she lacked close companionship. Even her family couldn't provide solace, they dismissed her feelings with callous indifference. Her parents, locked in a loveless business marriage, treated her as an unwanted byproduct of their impulsive union, leaving her in the care of a nanny and little else. Their only words for her were cruel: "It would have been better if you'd never been born." Kanade had always felt protective of Miharu. Lately, however, seeing her interact with these friends had been a relief. He'd discreetly looked into them to ensure they were trustworthy, and once satisfied, he encouraged Miharu to spend time with them. Seeing Miharu gradually brighten, her smiles becoming less formal and more genuine, filled him with quiet joy. That's why he avoided interfering when she was with them, giving them space to bond. But today, they had sought him out. The reason was obvious: it had to be about Miharu. Realizing this, Kanade's expression turned serious. Did something happen? Is Miharu alright? The girls exchanged awkward glances before their leader stepped forward, her face unreadable. If you care so much, why are you being unfaithful? Unfaithful? Kanade blinked, following her gaze to Ariri, who was still nibbling her cake. He sighed, understanding the implication. You've got it wrong. Ariri and I are just close friends. Close friends? Huh? The girl didn't seem entirely convinced, but she also had no grounds to push further. Fine, I won't say more. She handed him a bag. This is Miharu's. Take it to her. Now? Kanade asked, puzzled. She was sitting with us over there. The girl said flatly. Kanade pieced it together. Miharu and her friends must have been nearby when they saw him and Ariri together. Her friends, suspecting him of cheating, had likely dragged Miharu into confronting him. Unable to dissuade them, Miharu had probably run off in embarrassment. But where was she now? Why had she left her bag behind? And how had their relationship been mistaken for something romantic in the first place? Have high school girls always had such sharp instincts? Kanade felt overwhelmed by the sheer number of questions swirling in his head. Thankfully, the trio made the next move for him. Why are you still sitting here? Go find her. She's probably in her room. One offered. We're her roommates. Room 2108. Added another. And don't bother knocking. Just go in. The third chimed in. Kanade nodded automatically at their synchronized insistence. As he stood to leave, he remembered Ariri was still sitting across from him. Sorry, Ariri. Something came up. I'll catch you later. Ah. Ariri opened her mouth to respond but faltered. The presence of the trio made her hesitant to say anything embarrassing. Their bold, gyre-like demeanor intimidated her natural shyness. So she could only watch helplessly as Kanade, carrying Miharu's bag, disappeared out the door. Her thoughts spiraled. What are they going to do in her room? That's so improper. Her cheeks burned as her imagination ran wild. High schoolers shouldn't be doing such indecent things. This is unacceptable. But Kanade couldn't hear her internal protest, nor would it have mattered. With a forlorn sigh, Ariri curled into the corner of the sofa, casting a longing glance toward the door. Meanwhile, her mind screamed internally, help. I don't want to fall behind. Chapter 140. With the helpful directions he'd received, Kanade Natsukawa knew exactly where to find Miharu Shina. His destination, the girls' dormitory. Technically, It was a separate accommodation area split into male and female sections, each configured like a standard lodge. Because it was still daylight, access rules were relatively relaxed, requiring only a brief explanation to the nurse stationed at the entrance to gain permission. Perhaps his student council president status helped, as the nurse didn't give him much trouble, though she couldn't resist teasing. Even if you're the president, you shouldn't go overboard. At least wait until it's completely dark, okay? It was common knowledge that school nurses had a peculiar fixation on health education. Kanade, as the head of the disciplinary committee, understood the importance of maintaining decorum all too well. "Thank you for the advice," he replied diplomatically, preparing to walk past her. But just as he did, she pressed something into his hand. "It's all I've got, so take it." Kanade looked down and froze. It was a condom. His expression twisted. She was serious. No, you've got it wrong," he stammered. "I don't need this at all." "That won't do," the nurse replied with mock seriousness. "I know you're popular, but safety first. Girls are treasures, you know you must cherish them. Then why are you handing out things like this? Is this how you cherish students? Stop ruining innocent minds already." Out of options, Kanade reluctantly stuffed the item into his pocket, intending to throw it away at the first available trash can. "Fine. Thanks, I guess. Such a good boy." The nurse smiled, mumbling to herself as he walked away, another lost couple guided back onto the right path. What a fulfilling day. As long as you're happy. Shaking off the awkward encounter, Kanade headed toward Miharu's room. Along the way, he passed several girls, some of whom gave him curious glances. Fortunately, none seemed hostile, which helped ease his nerves slightly. It's still their dorm, though, he thought, the situation feeling increasingly awkward. If anyone asked why he was there, he'd have a hard time explaining himself. Maybe I should work on toughening my skin. Like earlier, if he'd been a little more shameless, that nurse wouldn't have gotten the better of him. And maybe, just maybe, if he could build up some confidence, he wouldn't always act so stiff around people like Kazekage-senpai. Lost in thought, Kanade didn't realize he'd arrived at his destination until the 2108 plaque on the door brought him back to reality. The trio's earlier words echoed in his mind, "You can just go in without knocking." Yeah, right. Instead, he knocked politely. He wasn't about to barge into a girl's room uninvited, no matter the circumstances. That was a recipe for disaster. "Excuse me, is anyone in there?" he called softly, keeping his voice low to avoid disturbing other rooms. Inside, he heard faint noises but no verbal response, as if someone were too preoccupied to answer. He waited a moment, then knocked again, louder this time. "Miharu, are you in there?" Finally, a small voice responded, "Come in." He opened the door to find the room nearly identical to the boys' dorm room's bare-bones furniture, luggage neatly stored in a corner, and a tidy layout. But Kanade's attention quickly shifted to the girl curled up on the bed, wrapped in a blanket with her back to him. "I'm sorry," she blurted out, surprising him. Kanade froze. Why is she apologizing the moment I walk in? Before he could respond, Miharu continued. "I'm sorry for saying those things earlier. I wasn't blaming you. I know you were looking out for me. It's just, I'm too much of a coward to say anything to him myself." Kanade's confusion turned to understanding. She thinks I'm one of her roommates. When no response came from behind her, Miharu assumed they were upset. "It's okay if you don't forgive me. I know I was wrong. But I'm grateful to have had friends like you. Even if we can't stay friends anymore, I'll always treasure these memories." Her voice broke, trembling with emotion. It wouldn't have surprised Kanade if she started crying then and there. Unable to remain silent, he finally spoke up. "It's me, Miharu." The familiar voice made her spin around in shock. "Kanade. Why are you here?" Her initial surprise quickly morphed into nervousness. She turned away, covering her head with a blanket to avoid looking at him. "Why? Why did you come here? Go back. Does Miharu not want to see me?" Kanade asked gently, taking a step closer. He wasn't about to leave her in this state. "No, it's not that. It's just..." Her muffled voice trailed off. Kanade sighed. Judging by her reaction and everything he'd observed so far, he had a good idea of what was going on. He approached the bed slowly and reached out only to stop midway as a thought struck him. You are wearing clothes, right?" Miharu popped her head out from under the blanket, her face a brilliant shade of red. "What the heck are you saying?" she shouted, flustered. She had been so overwhelmed by his presence, her heart pounding just from hearing his footsteps. But now this? Idiot. Dummy. Jerk. She snapped, flinging every insult she could muster at him. It wasn't just his careless words, she was also venting her frustration at how oblivious he could be. Kanade scratched his head sheepishly, deciding it was best to take the verbal lashing without protest. If this helped her let out her feelings, so be it. When Mahiru finally quieted down, he noticed her avoiding his gaze again. She tried to retreat under the blanket once more, but this time, he gently took her hands in his. Don't look at me," she murmured, her head bowed. "Why not?" Kanade asked softly. Because my eyes are red," she admitted, her voice barely audible. Kanade's grip on her hands loosened, and he gently lifted them to her cheeks, prompting her to meet his gaze. "I see," he said, his tone steady. "That explains why you're so cute today. You must have put on makeup." Mahiru blinked, caught off guard by his sudden seriousness. "But you know," he continued, "I think you're beautiful even without makeup. Especially when you smile. It's enchanting, like a warm breeze on a spring day." PFFT. Mahiru couldn't help but laugh at his earnest but outdated phrasing. What kind of cheesy line is that? Those expressions are so old-fashioned. She teased, her face still flushed but her spirits clearly lifted. Her words were dismissive, but her heart was soaring. She could never tire of his compliments, no matter how corny they were. If only he'd keep going, keep telling her how much he liked her. Kanade's goal, meanwhile, was already achieved. The Mahiru before him wasn't avoiding his gaze anymore. She was smiling, genuinely smiling, and even had the energy to tease him back. Chapter 141, They say that a girl who's been comforted is easiest to fool, but Kanade Natsukawa had no intention of deceiving Mahiru Shina. Instead, their heart-to-heart had made her much more open and approachable. The proof? Right now, Mahiru was curled up snugly in his lap, sitting docilely as he gently combed through her hair. After having her head buried under a blanket for so long, her silky locks had become a bit of a mess. For Mahiru, this was a rare moment of utter relaxation. She could lean into him completely, let her worries melt away, and bask in the simple warmth of his presence. "Can you tell me what happened?" Kanade asked softly. "I was really worried about you." Mahiru hesitated, then began to explain. She shared everything except the part that involved him directly. Not yet, she thought. Those feelings should be confessed in a more fitting moment when it's just the two of us, looking only at each other. The thought made her heart feel light and fluffy. "Kanade. Do you think I'm silly?" she asked, her voice tinged with self-doubt. "Maybe a little." Kanade nodded lightly. But it was a charming kind of silliness. After all, how many people would refuse to ask someone out just because they didn't want to make them feel awkward about prior commitments? It was such an outlandish scenario that it could only happen to someone like Mahiru, his angelic classmate. "Well, you actually said it." Mahiru puffed her cheeks in mock anger and lightly bumped the back of her head against his chest. Of course, she didn't dare use too much force. What if she accidentally hurt him? Humphrey. "Let's see you try saying that again." Kanade simply chuckled in response. "Still, Mahiru," he said after a moment, his tone growing serious, "don't do something so foolish again, okay?" "Okay." But her response was half-hearted, so Kanade pressed on. "I'm happy you care about me, but don't let that stop you from coming to me, alright?" He patted her gently on the head. "I've never thought you'd make me feel awkward. In fact, it'd be the exact opposite. I'd be honored if someone as amazing as you invited me to something." "Ugh. I told you not to call me that." Mahiru mumbled, her cheeks tinged pink. By now, though, Angel had become a kind of inside joke between them. She knew Kanade saw her as a normal girl, which made his affectionate nickname feel less like an idolization and more like a playful term of endearment. "Anyway," Kanade continued, setting down the comb with a satisfied nod at her now tidy hair. "From now on, stop worrying so much. Just rely on me, okay?" "Okay." But this time, Mahiru fell silent instead of agreeing right away. Relying on him is enough. For now, she thought. But one day, I'll want more. I'll want to tell him how I really feel and face the consequences of that confession. Until that day, she could only do her best to make him like her more, to make him grow used to her presence, until he couldn't imagine a life without her. "Alright, we've settled things between us," Kanade said, gently stroking her hair as though it were second nature. "Now let's talk about you." "About me?" Mahiru tilted her head slightly, her soft gaze meeting his. "Yes. Don't tell me you've forgotten about the fight you had with your friends." Mahiru's expression turned sheepish. She had forgotten. Ever since Kanade showed up, her mind had been consumed by his presence. Even when she'd fled earlier, her thoughts weren't on her argument with her friends but rather on the sight of him sitting with that adorable blonde girl. Does that make me the kind of person who ditches her friends for love? The realization made her feel a pang of guilt. "What should I do, Kanade?" she asked softly. Left to her own devices, Mahiru would have likely mustered the courage to apologize. But whether her friends would even listen to her, she wasn't sure. Now, with someone to lean on, she placed her hopes entirely in his hands. "What do you think?" Kanade asked. "Can't you just apologize to them directly?" "But I'm scared. What if they don't want to hear me out?" Kanade sighed. Her worries seemed excessive, considering those same friends had gone out of their way to seek him out. "Do you trust me, Miharu?" "Of course." She nodded without hesitation. "Then leave it to me. I'll arrange for you to meet them. But after that, it'll be up to you." Kanade was willing to help Miharu patch things up, but he couldn't forge their friendship for her. Genuine bonds had to come from both sides. "Okay." Miharu nodded again, visibly more relaxed. "I really can't live without Kanade," she thought. Being with him made her feel safe and carefree, as though all her worries could melt away. "Thank you, Kanade." "No, Miharu. I should be thanking you. Thank you for coming into my life," Kanade added silently. If it weren't for that rainy night when he first met her, his youth might have continued as a dull, robotic existence. But with her and the others everything had changed. Though their story hadn't reached its perfect conclusion, he couldn't ask for more. This was real, filled with genuine connections and emotions. Miharu, puzzled by his words, turned to ask what he meant, but Kanade stood before she could. "It's about time I head out," he said. Though he hated to leave her side, this was still the girls' dorm, and he had responsibilities waiting for him. As the student council president, his work during the event was far from done. He had to oversee everything, ensuring a smooth execution of the activities. On top of that, he'd accepted invitations from Kaguya, Ariri, and now Miharu to participate in the courage test. 3 games, countless responsibilities. It was going to be a long night. "Miharu, can I borrow your phone for a second?" "Sure." She handed it over without question, trusting him completely. Kanade quickly found the leader of the trio in her contacts and sent a brief text to arrange a meeting. "All set. I've scheduled a meeting with them here in your room. Just wait for them, okay?" "Eh?" Miharu gaped at him. "That's what you meant by arrange a meeting? You used my phone?" Noticing her incredulous expression, Kanade added, "Well, I don't have their numbers, and you're their roommate. It's not like you can avoid each other forever." With that, he headed for the door, turning back with a reassuring smile. "I'll contact you after the event starts tonight. Don't worry if I'm late, I'll definitely keep our promise." He gave her one last comforting glance before closing the door behind him. Miharu sat there in stunned silence, staring at the door long after he'd gone. Chapter 142, After leaving the girls' dormitory, Kanade Natsukawa headed straight to the temporary student council room. It wasn't much more than a makeshift setup in a small classroom, but it served its purpose. All they needed was a desk for paperwork, everything else required physical legwork. "President, some students are complaining about the pairing system. They say assigning partners by student ID might result in too many same-gender pairs, which would ruin their chances of pairing with girls. Tell them, if you care about the process, focus on studying harder so you can earn partner selection privileges in your 3rd year. If you care about the outcome, just ask the girl you like yourself. The school isn't Cupid, we're not here to matchmake." "Understood. But several of the complaints come from club captains and vice captains from the sports department. Then inform them that next month's club budget is tight, and we may not be able to meet every club's needs." "Yes, sir." "President, there's a document requiring your review." Kanade glanced at the paper handed to him. A procurement list. His brows furrowed. He distinctly remembered delegating the purchase of costumes and props for the ghost-themed event on the first day of the forest school trip. Why was there another list now? Who submitted this? Secretary Fujiwara. She specifically asked that it be delivered to you directly. "And where is she?" "She said she went to inspect the equipment along the route to ensure there won't be any malfunctions during the event." "Yeah, right." Kanade couldn't recall a time when Chika Fujiwara was this diligent. Most likely, she wasn't inspecting anything but rather adding her own mischief to the event. Still, it didn't matter. Compared to their usual workload, managing the courage test was a breeze. Whether or not Chika contributed, things would proceed smoothly. Kanade cast a quick glance at Kaguya Shinamiya, seated nearby and meticulously handling paperwork that didn't require his direct approval. "Alright, leave it here." The procurement list wasn't a big deal. Considering Chika had helped him earlier, he decided to humor her antics this time. However, he was careful to slip the paper to the bottom of the completed pile so Kaguya wouldn't notice. The last thing he needed was another lecture from her. But the girl who delivered the message lingered, looking as if she had more to say. "Is there something else?" Kanade asked. Secretary Fujiwara also told me to say, Humphrey. Dumb president, hanging up on me. This is your punishment." "Oh, and I've already bought the stuff," So it's too late to stop me. The girl mimicked Chika's tone so perfectly, complete with a sassy hand gesture, that for a moment, it felt like Chika herself was there. Fine, Kanade thought, we'll charge this to the game club's budget. And I'll make sure to note it as voluntarily accepted by Fujiwara Chika. Sensing his growing irritation, the girl quickly excused herself. Kanade let her go without issue. He knew who the real culprit was. After spending the better part of the afternoon completing the necessary tasks, including finalizing the participant lists, Kanade instructed his team to post the assignments on the classroom doors. For students with selection privileges, the council had taken their preferences into account and would notify them of their entry times later. The arrangements were kept confidential to maintain privacy and prevent any issues. Since Kaguya had agreed to participate in the event under the guise of inspecting the equipment, Kanade scheduled their entry first. When he informed her, she thought it was a brilliant idea, but not for the reasons Kanade imagined. To Kaguya, this was the perfect opportunity to showcase their compatibility. Just like I said, appearing together in front of others will naturally make them see us as a destined pair. Her mind raced with plans, walking together at the opening ceremony, tackling the challenges hand in hand, earning medals, and finally being crowned best partners at the award ceremony. Maybe he'll even confess to me in front of everyone. Gihi. Lost in her daydreams, a radiant smile spread across her face. Kanade, noticing her unusually cheerful demeanor, reconsidered interrupting her. He had intended to invite her to dinner reading together before heading to the event would have been efficient. But seeing her so genuinely happy, he decided against it. After all, Kaguya's rare, heartfelt smiles were far more captivating than her usual professional ones. The last time he'd seen her like this was when he'd invited her to continue as his vice president under the big tree on the sports field. I shouldn't interrupt her, Kanade decided, standing quietly and gathering his belongings. He wasn't so fragile that eating alone would leave him wallowing in loneliness. Closing the door gently behind him, Kanade left Kaguya with her thoughts. I really am too thoughtful sometimes. Not long after Kanade left, Kaguya snapped out of her reverie. Her mind worked quickly, mapping out every detail of their evening plans. She was ready to set the first step in motion, dinner together. All right, President, how about we? Her words trailed off as she glanced around the empty room. Where is he? Kaguya froze, staring at the vacant space where Kanade had been sitting. Her carefully laid plans. Her chance to shine. All gone in the blink of an eye. What do you mean he's not here? Chapter 143, After dinner, Kanade Natsukawa took a leisurely stroll by the lakeside. To his surprise, he ran into a familiar face, Megumi Kato. By late April, the cherry blossoms that once blanketed the town had quietly fallen, replaced by lush green foliage. The gentle evening breeze rustled the branches, scattering shadows across the ground and playfully lifting the hem of Megumi's skirt and her hair. Most girls might flusteredly hold their skirt down, asking in a mix of indignation and embarrassment, "Did you see anything?" But this was Megumi Kato, calm and poised as ever. Instead, she tilted her head slightly and greeted him in her usual serene tone. "Good evening, Natsukawa-kun." "Good evening, Kato." Kanade replied, nodding politely. "Have you had dinner yet?" "Yes." "Would you like to walk with me?" "Sure." And so, they strolled side by side. "Did you find out who your partner is for the courage test?" Kanade asked. "Yes, I saw the name on the board." Megumi replied, nodding lightly. "She's a very pretty girl. I'm a little envious." But you're really cute, Kato, easily as much as anyone else, if not more. There's no need to feel envious." Although often described as the background heroine, everyone knew there were no unattractive girls in anime. Even if Kato were a side character, she would still be the type of beauty to turn heads. However, despite Kanade's straightforward compliment, Megumi didn't appear particularly pleased. Her tone remained steady, her voice clear and soft. "As expected of you, Natsukawa-kun. Even after so long, you can still say things like that so effortlessly." I was just being honest," Kanade said, feeling a bit awkward. Was it just him, or did Kato seem less upbeat than usual? "It's a line from a game," she said. "You don't need to be so tense, Natsukawa-kun." "Oh, alright." He exhaled in relief, though he couldn't quite explain why her words had made him feel nervous in the first place. "But hearing you say that does make me happy," Megumi admitted, shaking her head softly. Taking a step forward, she turned to face him, her gaze steady. "Still, is it really okay for you to spend time with me like this? You're the student council president, you must be very busy." Standing there in the fading light of sunset, she tilted her head slightly, as if they were simply chatting over tea. "It's fine," Kanade replied, shaking his head. "I've taken care of everything I needed to. All that's left is to head to the venue when it's time." In truth, He had been the one to invite her for this walk, but that didn't matter. Their friendship had grown to the point where such details felt inconsequential. Though, in reality, Kanade and Kato had never been particularly close. Even during their time in the same club, their interactions had been minimal. He had spoken far more with Tomoyaki than with her. The turning point had been that rainy evening after school when she invited him to walk home together. It was then that Megumi taught him the importance of self-reflection, a lesson that set many other events in motion. Since then, their encounters had been mostly serendipitous, yet each one naturally led to easy conversations about school, family, and everyday life just like old friends. Even so, she had quietly secured a spot in Kanade's heart, earning the title of a rare confidant without even trying. In his eyes, she was one of the most comfortable people to be around. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, they began walking shoulder to shoulder along the lakeside. As the opening ceremony approached, Kanade decided to voice the curiosity he had kept to himself. "Maybe it's just me," he began, "but I feel like you give off a different vibe every time we meet." "Oh?" Megumi's expression remained calm, her brown eyes blinking curiously as she gazed at him. "Can you describe it in more detail?" "Well, when we first met at the start of school, you seemed like someone very dependable, almost like an adult. I felt like I could ask you anything and get a thoughtful response." Kanade paused, organizing his thoughts. "Then there was the time we ran into each other at the supermarket. It felt like we instantly became close friends who could talk about anything." Megumi nodded slightly, encouraging him to continue. "And then, when I saw you at the mall with Miharu, it felt like you'd turned into, I don't know, some kind of love guru." Kanade hesitated, unsure if he was phrasing it correctly. Back then, he remembered how Miharu and Megumi had whispered to each other before Miharu emerged in a stunning Lolita outfit, later asking for his thoughts on it. That was when the idea of Megumi acting as some kind of romantic strategist first struck him. But now that he thought about it, wasn't it ironic? In Kanade's mind, Megumi was someone too composed and mature to be involved in something as frivolous as teenage romance. She was the type you'd expect to skip the dating phase and go straight to marriage. Entrusting her to guide Miharu in romance felt odd. Besides, his relationship with Miharu wasn't what Megumi might have assumed. And then there's today. Kanade railed off, hesitating to finish his sentence. "What about today?" Megumi asked, her serene expression unchanging. Her calmness was almost unsettling, as if she were discussing someone else entirely. Promise you won't get mad?" Kanade asked, cautiously. "Of course. Well, today, you kind of feel like a friend who's upset about being ignored for too long?" The words felt clumsy, and Kanade immediately regretted them. He had almost said girlfriend but decided that would be crossing a line. Even someone as composed as Megumi might take offense to a comment that bordered on harassment. He glanced at her, nervously gauging her reaction. But Megumi's silence was unreadable. Maybe I shouldn't have brought it up at all, Kanade thought, now feeling the weight of his words more than ever. Chapter 144, Could it be, Natsukawa-kun, that you actually have some sort of superpower? After a long silence, Megumi Kato finally spoke, her calm words catching Kanade off guard. "Of course not. No matter how you look at it, I'm just an ordinary guy, right?" Kanade sighed in relief, noticing that she didn't seem angry. He shook his head in response. "But ordinary people wouldn't think like that, let alone articulate their feelings so well." Twisting a strand of her hair with her finger, Megumi glanced at him, her tone light and playful. Then, like a cat strolling gracefully, she began to walk along the lakeside. "I didn't realize Natsukawa-kun paid such close attention to the things between us." But you're not mad?" "Even though I said that. Why would I be mad?" She stopped and turned to him, her gaze calm as ever. "Because saying you felt neglected sounded like I was arrogantly assuming you care about me, right? It's such a self-absorbed thing to say." Kanade explained awkwardly. "But it's true." "Huh?" Kanade blinked, stunned. "I did feel neglected." Megumi nodded lightly, her expression as composed as ever. "After all, I helped you find Ariri, yet I didn't even get a single thank you." "Oh, so you meant that." Kanade finally pieced it together. The incident hadn't been that long ago, yet it had completely slipped his mind. He had indeed found Ariri by the lakeside thanks to Megumi's reminder, resolving their misunderstanding. While it was true that the situation had been urgent at the time, enough time had passed for him to properly thank her, yet he had entirely forgotten. So was Megumi upset about that? Kanade watched as Megumi gently tucked her wind-blown hair behind her ear and crouched down, holding her skirt in place. She plucked a small wildflower from the ground and toyed with it delicately. It was a serene and picturesque scene, yet something about it made Kanade feel like he was on the verge of understanding something deeper. Superpower. Ordinary person. Attention. Pieces of a puzzle came together in his mind. Finally, a plausible explanation emerged. Someone like Megumi, who always seemed unbothered, likely wasn't overly concerned about the lack of thanks. What she truly cared about, Kanade realized, was being valued. Not necessarily being favored, but at least treated equally. He recalled Megumi's unique trait, her remarkable ability to blend into the background. It was like an X-level passive skill that made her presence almost undetectable. Kanade had witnessed it before. If she wasn't within his line of sight, she could appear anywhere the next moment, as if out of nowhere. Megumi had likely spent much of her life feeling invisible. That might have been why she so easily agreed to join a club she wasn't particularly interested in, because it could have been one of her first experiences of being actively invited to something. To Megumi, Kanade and their friends probably represented some of the few meaningful relationships she had, relationships she cherished deeply. Yet, as a girl, she was still human, prone to jealousy and longing for recognition. Watching Kanade shower attention on someone else, like Ariri, likely stirred up feelings of envy she didn't know how to express. Because Megumi was just like any other girl. No matter how composed and mature she seemed, she also wanted to be noticed, cared for, and appreciated as a friend. This realization hit Kanade hard. Natsukawa-kun? Natsukawa-kun? Ah. I'm here. Snapping out of his thoughts, Kanade realized he had been lost in his own mind, completely forgetting he was mid-conversation. Personally, I don't mind. Megumi said softly, but you really shouldn't ignore girls when you're talking to them. It's not okay. Kanade immediately refuted her. Now that he understood why Megumi's demeanor changed with each interaction, he couldn't just let her self-effacing behavior continue. That was my fault just now, so I owe you an apology. Sorry. Kanade bowed deeply. Before Megumi could respond, he launched into a rapid-fire explanation, letting his thoughts pour out. But that aside, I can't accept the way you think about this, Kato. What do you mean by it's okay because it's me? You're a girl too. Why should you have to keep compromising like this? Just like you told me before, if I can act more selfishly, why can't you? We're friends, right? And friends are supposed to have disagreements and complaints. That's completely normal. You should feel free to tell me whatever's on your mind, even if it's just venting. Honestly, I'd welcome it. Because that's what friends are for, to support each other, to pay attention to one another, and to lend a hand when it's needed. So what if we don't always agree? That's perfectly normal. Every one of us is unique, with our own thoughts and perspectives. Even if we don't see eye to eye, it won't change the fact that we're friends. Chapter 145, Kanade-kun. Megumi Kato seemed visibly shaken, likely moved by his impassioned words. Yes, I'm here. Kanade responded earnestly, fully prepared to take on anything that followed. It didn't matter if Kato wasn't the composed, approachable girl next door he thought she was. Even if she turned out to be a two-faced tsundere who masked her irritation behind a perfect facade, it wouldn't change a thing. Because she was Megumi Kato. The girl who extended her hand to him when he was lost, teaching him to value himself. Now it was his turn. He would teach her that friendships didn't require constant compromise and appeasement, but rather the mutual recognition and exchange between two souls. Kanade-kun. You're quite good at giving speeches, aren't you? Huh? Kanade blinked in confusion. He had braced himself for a profound and heartfelt response, yet her first words were, "This? No, I mean. Don't you have anything else to say?" I think it's almost time for the opening ceremony. Kato held up her phone, showing him the clock with her usual calm demeanor. That's not the point. Well, okay, that's important too, but Kanade stumbled over his words, feeling utterly defeated. It was like preparing all night for a romantic date, only to be stood up the next morning. The frustration and helplessness were unbearable. He had psyched himself up to act as her emotional trash can, coming up with multiple ways to console her, only to find her completely unaffected by his earlier speech. It was as if his words had evaporated into thin air. What kind of stop-short challenge was this? This isn't how things should go. You're supposed to, I don't know, at least ask why I said all that just now. Kanade-kun is so straightforwardly selfish, isn't he? Fine, then why did you say all that to me just now? Megumi tilted her head slightly, her face showing a perfectly cooperative yet faintly puzzled expression. And yet, her seemingly sincere compliance only made Kanade feel more exasperated. Don't just barely meet the minimum standard of effort. He felt like he was being relegated to a comedic sidekick role. In truth, Megumi's demeanor was a stark departure from the usual gentle persona he knew. Could this be her true self? Kanade pondered deeply, the possibility intriguing him. Though Kato hadn't overtly done anything wrong, her words and tone completely deflated his enthusiasm. For the first time, he felt she could genuinely be labeled a buzzkill. Thinking back, she had occasionally shown similar tendencies in the club. However, back then, his attention hadn't been focused on her enough to notice. "Kanade-kun, it feels like you're thinking something rather rude," Megumi noted, lightly frowning. "No, of course not." Kanade chuckled nervously and shook his head. "Anyway, you're right, it's getting late. I should head to the venue. Shall we go together?" "I'll pass. Walking with Kanade-kun might draw too much attention." Kato gently declined, shaking her head. "It wouldn't be that bad." Kanade shrugged but didn't press the matter. "Though, I think it'd be nice if you stood out a bit more, Kato. That way, you might make more friends." "If they're the kind of friends who pressure you to join a club and play through 3 gal games in one night, I think I'd rather not have any more," Kato replied with a slightly troubled expression. Cough. "Not everyone is as intense as those enthusiasts," Kanade muttered awkwardly. Her words brought back memories of their time in the club, enduring relentless recommendations for light novels, manga, and gal games. While Kanade had a genuine interest in ACG content, being forced to consume it like a chore had been exhausting. He had only managed to endure it back then because of his infatuation with someone in the club. Otherwise, it would have been unbearable. "Well, I'll head out first. See you tonight." Kanade waved as he walked away. "Do your best in tonight's event, Kanade-kun." "I will." He nodded, unsure why she was specifically wishing him luck, but he accepted the sentiment. The walk to the venue was uneventful. When Kanade arrived, there were still about 15 minutes left before the opening ceremony. He checked his phone to contact Kaguya, only to find several unread messages from her. Most were asking about his whereabouts, while others were reminders about tonight's event. Kanade sighed. His vice president was truly overconcerned. Even if he had been forgetful, there was no way he'd miss something as important as tonight's activity. Before he could decide on how to reply, a familiar voice called out to him. "President?" Turning, he saw Kaguya Shinamiya standing before him, her usual business smile in place. "I thought you might have been kidnapped. I sent so many messages, but you didn't reply. I was about to gather a search party. No one would kidnap me, though. What would they even gain?" Kanade responded with a sheepish laugh. Still, her concern was touching. "Sorry to keep you waiting. On my way here, I ran into a friend and got caught up in conversation. I lost track of time." Kanade bowed slightly, his tone sincere. "Then why didn't you respond to my messages? Or was it because of the person you were talking to?" "Ah, that's probably because of my phone's do not disturb mode," Kanade explained. "Excuse me? Since we had classes earlier, I turned it on. I must have forgotten to turn it off afterward, so I didn't get any notifications." "Eh? So you weren't deliberately ignoring my messages?" Kaguya looked genuinely shocked. "Of course not. Why would I do that?" Kanade asked, confused. "Your phone should have shown the messages as unread. Unless I accidentally touched something while it was in my pocket." As Kanade mused aloud, Kaguya froze in place, her mind racing. "Unread messages? Phones can show that? Why has no one ever told me this? Does this mean my lack of tech skills will be exposed to the president? No, 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 no way," she muttered internally. "Maybe. I mean, maybe your phone accidentally pressed something while in your pocket, and that's why I thought you saw my messages but didn't reply," Kaguya stated, her tone deadly serious. "It's totally possible." Chapter 146, perhaps. Kanade nodded absent-mindedly, brushing aside the oddities in their earlier exchange. His mind was preoccupied with the evening's event, leaving no room to dwell on Kaguya's persistent questioning. Kaguya Shinamiya, however, wasn't as placid. While she'd successfully deflected the embarrassing topic of her tech illiteracy, the real issue remained unresolved in her mind. Who was the girl Kanade met? Right before the test of courage, no less, someone had managed to snag Kanade's time, stealing away moments that should have been hers. There was no way Kaguya believed Kanade's excuse of a coincidental meeting. It wasn't that she distrusted him, he was too principled for deceit. No, she believed the coincidence was a calculated move by the other party to secure alone time with Kanade. That woman. She could picture it now, that cunning vixen, flaunting her wiles and using her seductive charm to monopolize Kanade's attention. How dare she? To seize what was rightfully Kaguya's. She clenched her fists tightly, a subtle wave of frustration rising within her. She had been too cautious, too considerate of Kanade's need for space, giving him the freedom to enjoy his solitude. And what was the result? It had left an opening for a lurking enemy. From this day forward, I'll ensure I'm by Kanade's side more often. Yet, even as her resolve solidified, doubt crept into her heart. She feared pushing Kanade too much. He valued his independence and personal space. How could she intrude without appearing overly attached? Maybe I should just invite him more frequently. But what if he misunderstands? He might think I have feelings for him. But I do have feelings for him. Caught in a spiral of indecision, Kaguya found herself stuck. There was only one solution. Consult Hyasaka. Yes, her ever-reliable aide would know what to do. Kaguya silently vowed to pass this burden on to her trusted confidant and focus entirely on her impending private date with Kanade. President. Kaguya suddenly spoke, her voice calm but calculated. Your tie is crooked. May I adjust it for you? Huh? Sure. Kanade barely had time to respond before Kaguya stepped closer, her delicate hands already reaching up to fix the offending tie. Thanks. He murmured, bowing his head slightly to give her easier access. Standing this close, the moment felt oddly intimate to Kanade, like something a wife might do for her husband before sending him off to work. But hadn't they shared even more intimate moments before? Like holding hands. No, interlocking fingers, once. Granted, that had been when Kaguya was in a semi-dazed state and likely didn't realize what she was doing. But for Kanade, the memory of her adorable, vulnerable expression lingered vividly. Still, he couldn't understand how Kaguya could act so naturally in moments like this. Was she simply unaware of how close their actions seemed? Or was it something else? As Kanade wrestled with his thoughts, Kaguya had her own considerations. No stray hairs on his collar. No unfamiliar perfume. Just his usual scent. Good, she didn't manage to do anything too improper. She felt a surge of relief. Her Kanade was pure and untarnished. While outwardly focused on adjusting his tie, her mind wandered. Kanade's chest is so broad. Firm, too. He must be strong. Kaguya? Are you done? Kanade's voice broke her train of thought. His head was tilted slightly upward, unable to see her face clearly, but he could sense her hands roaming lower than they should. Did his tie extend to his stomach? Kanade was bewildered. It's done. Kaguya stepped back, satisfied. Not only had she ensured Kanade remained immaculate, but she'd also taken the opportunity to bask in his presence and affirm her victory over any potential rivals. She beamed with satisfaction. After all, as the face of the student council, the president should always look his best. True. Kanade agreed, impressed by her meticulous nature. With Kaguya's help, he often avoided embarrassing mishaps. Still, the scales felt unbalanced. She was always doing so much for him, while he rarely found ways to return the favor. Thanks, Kaguya. I feel bad you always have to worry about me like this. Oh, it's my honor to assist the president. That's too much. Kanade replied with a sheepish smile. But really, if there's ever anything I can do for you, let me know. It'd make me feel better, too. Anything? Kaguya tilted her head, her mind racing. This is my chance. Well then. A coy smile spread across her face. How about inviting me to tonight's event like a proper gentleman? She extended her hand, her eyes glinting with anticipation. Just that? Kanade chuckled, thinking her request surprisingly simple. No other conditions? Would you refuse if there were? Kaguya teased. Of course not. Kanade responded without hesitation. Taking a deep breath, he straightened his posture and looked her in the eye. Vice President Shinigami, may I have the honor of accompanying you to tonight's opening ceremony? Why, yes, I'd be delighted. Kaguya placed her hand in his, her smile radiant. Her heart raced. His hand is so warm. And large. Hyasaka, are you seeing this? This is my victory. Kanade invited me himself without any schemes or tricks. Yay. Big victory. Chapter 147, as students shuffled into lines, the buzz of excitement filled the air. The test of courage, a highly anticipated tradition, was about to begin. Standing at the front with a small megaphone, Kanade took charge. Attention, everyone. His commanding voice instantly quieted the restless crowd. After testing the megaphone, he raised it to his lips again. The time has come for our long-awaited test of courage. Is everyone ready? The response was immediate but lacked energy. Ready. Was that it? Louder. Are you ready? Ready. Perfect. Kanade nodded with satisfaction, his hand slicing through the air in a bold gesture. Then I hereby declare the test of courage officially open. A thunderous cheer erupted from the crowd as students broke into applause and shouts of excitement. The energy was infectious. Even Kanade, normally calm and composed, felt a surge of adrenaline. Alright, let's line up according to the order posted. Remember, no pushing or cutting in line. Violators will be disqualified from participating. This warning, reinforced by prior announcements, ensured the students queued patiently. The atmosphere crackled with anticipation as the first few pairs stepped into the designated forested trail. Kanade turned to Kaguya, who stood by his side. "Shall we go?" he asked, his tone casual but inviting. "Of course, President," Kaguya replied, her voice steady, though her heart raced. As members of the top-performing students granted autonomous pairing privileges, they had a private entry route. This pathway, designed for discretion, allowed them to avoid the bustling main entrance and any prying eyes. Kaguya, however, felt a twinge of disappointment. Earlier, she'd scoped out the main entrance, hoping for an audience. Just one nosy pair would suffice to witness her and Kanade embarking on their date. The rumors and gossip that would follow were part of her grand strategy to assert dominance over her rivals. Alas, discretion ruined her plans. Kanade, oblivious to her scheming, saw the private route as a practical choice. As they walked, Kaguya spoke up, her tone feigned nonchalance. "President, I heard all participants are required to hold hands throughout the event. Quite the traditional touch, isn't it?" "Ah, yes." Kanade nodded. "It's been part of the event since its inception. It's meant to emphasize teamwork and trust, I believe. If you're uncomfortable, though." "No." Kaguya interjected hastily, cheeks flushing. "I'm perfectly fine with it." In truth, she was elated. Not only could she hold hands with Kanade, but she could also flaunt their closeness to others, let the world see who truly belonged at Kanade's side. Kanade hesitated. "All right then. Shall I?" Kaguya extended her hand, her face a shade of crimson. "Yes." Their fingers interlocked, the warmth of Kanade's palm enveloping hers. Though this wasn't their first time holding hands, the intimacy of the moment set against the buzz of the event made her heart flutter anew. Why does this feel so much more embarrassing in front of others? She glanced at Kanade's calm demeanor and felt a mix of admiration and exasperation. This idiot. Couldn't he be a bit more self-conscious? Or take the initiative more often? "What was that?" Kanade asked, tilting his head. "Nothing." Kaguya deflected, her voice unusually high. As they approached the first checkpoint, Kanade felt a pang of uncertainty. The test of courage was overseen by the gaming club, with oversight from select student council members, namely Chika Fujiwara. Given Chika's penchant for chaos, Kanade had reason to worry. He recalled skimming the equipment request form submitted by the gaming club. The initial items, costumes, fabric, balloons, seemed perfectly reasonable. But the latter half of the list included items like blowers, spiked clubs, and gas masks. What kind of haunted trail were they planning? I swear, if they've turned this into a death trap. Kanade shook his head, focusing on the present. Finally, it was their turn to enter the forested trail. The dimly lit pathway stretched before them, shadows cast by hanging lanterns creating a foreboding atmosphere. Somewhere up ahead lay their first obstacle. The two exchanged a glance. "Ready, Vice President?" Kanade asked, tightening his grip on her hand slightly. "Always, President," Kaguya replied, her voice unwavering, though a small, mischievous smile tugged at her lips. The test of courage had officially begun. Chapter 148, the event venue was set deep within a forest. Following a narrow man-made path, participants encountered traps and ghosts scattered along the way. The goal was to complete the course, check in at designated points, and earn a medal symbolizing courage. Participants could choose to quit mid-game without affecting their partner. Alternatively, they could continue solo. However, since it was a two-person team event, both members had to clear the course to earn the medal. Individual success wasn't enough. Teams were assigned randomly based on student IDs, which introduced a layer of unpredictability. Drawing a partner terrified of ghosts or the dark? Well, tough luck, that basically doomed both of you. In this context, the supposed freedom of choice was a golden ticket. It let you ditch a weak teammate and pick someone brave. In other words, a perfect opportunity to cling to someone reliable. Find someone fearless, form a pact, and your chances of winning skyrocketed. But there was one glaring flaw in this plan, huh? Surely no one was here just for the prize, right? Wasn't the real draw inviting your crush to join you, seeing her clutch your sleeve in terror, and watching her tremble adorably in your arms? Even if she got scared and quit, you could comfort her, sitting together backstage, bonding over shared whispers and newfound closeness. Wouldn't that beat braving the forest with some muscle-bound teammate? This wasn't Dungeon Explorers. Can we have some romantic atmosphere here, please? President, I think I just saw two guys holding hands. Kaguya Shinomiya said hesitantly. Once they entered the forest, the surrounding light faded away completely. All they had now was a weakly glowing flashlight, the sole source of illumination in this oppressive darkness. I saw it too. Kanade Natsukawa nodded, his expression complicated. Though their view was limited by the flashlight's faint beam, the two broad backs and matching buzz cuts were unmistakable. I think they're from the weightlifting club. Their haircuts are distinctive. They fell silent. Unconsciously, they tightened their grip on each other's hands. Both were thinking how lucky they were that their partner was Shinigami, or the president. As they ventured further into the forest, the sounds of the bustling event faded completely. The eerie silence was punctuated only by the occasional caw of a crow, adding a touch of life to the foreboding woods. It wasn't the environment itself that was terrifying, it was the monotony of the journey. For the past 5 to 6 minutes, they hadn't encountered another soul, nor heard any sound other than their own movements. The narrow path, sporadic warning signs, and cryptic messages "hurry ahead, don't let them catch you," heightened the tension. The oppressive setting blended humanity's greatest fears, claustrophobia, the unknown, and an impending sense of doom. All they could do was walk along the seemingly endless path, unsure of what lay ahead. "Are you okay, Kaguya?" Kanade turned back to check on the girl following closely behind. "I'm fine." Kaguya shook her head. Though she didn't appear visibly distressed, she hated this environment. It reminded her of her childhood. When she was younger, failing to complete her assigned tasks resulted in being locked alone in a room. She wasn't allowed to interact with anyone, not even the person delivering her meals. That isolation shaped her into the all-round genius everyone admired today, but it left scars she didn't want the president to see. "I'm glad to hear that." Kanade nodded, slightly relieved. "The rest of the route might be like this. If you feel uncomfortable, just let me know. Don't push yourself, I'll be here the whole time." He had mentally prepared for sudden scares or ghosts chasing them, but the psychological weight of the atmosphere had caught him off guard. After some time, however, he managed to adjust. Besides, the girl behind him kept silently lending him strength. As a guy, he had to step up. "All right." Kaguya nodded softly, her voice barely audible. The president was surprisingly reliable. Despite his earlier tension, his tight grip on her hand betrayed his nerves. He still managed to say something so reassuring. Was he trying to be her knight, rescuing her from her metaphorical cage? What a lovable fool. Her mood lightened, and her steps became lighter. Without realizing it, she moved closer to him, her pace now just half a step behind his. It felt just like their usual routine, patrolling the school grounds together, her eyes focused on the capable, dependable president. After walking for what felt like an eternity, the path narrowed further, and the signs had long since disappeared. Just as Kanade began to worry they had strayed off course, a faint, flickering light appeared in the distance. It was irregular, as if beckoning them forward. "That should be the checkpoint. Let's check it out," Kanade said. He turned back to gauge Kaguya's reaction, only to find she was already right beside him, so close he could feel her breath. The faint scent of her hair wafted in the air, and in the darkness, her lips glistened as she teased, "President, what is it? Why are you looking at me like that?" Chapter 149, his heart was pounding. It felt as though it were mustering all its strength to break free from his chest. Was this the suspension bridge effect? Kanade Natsukawa wondered. Having stayed on edge the entire way, the sudden appearance of a light source had eased his tension, allowing his tightly wound body to relax. Of course, he couldn't let himself misunderstand. He couldn't confuse this feeling with romantic excitement toward Kaguya. He took a small step back before replying to her, "It's nothing. I was just checking on you." Kanade shook his head and explained softly. "This checkpoint design is surprisingly good," he added, his face showing genuine approval. "Honestly, I was worried someone would jump out to scare us the whole way here. Yet we've made it to the checkpoint without seeing a single person. But I have to admit, this path was still quite stressful to walk." He spoke candidly, occasionally offering a comment or two, while the girl beside him listened quietly, her expression soft with a smile. So, sweating a little is a normal reaction. Sorry. Maybe we shouldn't keep holding hands for now." "That won't do." Kaguya Shinigami shook her head firmly. "The rules clearly state we must hold hands at all times. President, you can't quit halfway," the eccentric heiress reminded him. Kanade opened his mouth, intending to suggest bending the rules since no one was watching. But what came out instead was, "As long as you don't mind a little hand sweat." "I don't mind. If it's the president, I don't mind at all," Kaguya thought. In fact, this situation was perfect. Her hands would end up imbued with his scent, and even if her own hands grew slightly damp, he wouldn't notice. But more importantly, the president's adorable side was so rare that she had to commit this moment to memory. Let's check in first," Kanade suggested. "Okay." The two of them headed toward the light source. The path wasn't long. They arrived after just a few steps. What puzzled them, however, was that the area was completely deserted. The only things there were a wooden table and chairs by the roadside and a flashlight lying lonely on a tabletop. "Where's the person here?" Kanade frowned. "Did they go to the bathroom?" Nature's call was understandable, but given that this was an ongoing event, shouldn't there have been someone else to fill in? With no better options, the two waited patiently. But no one returned. Instead, faint sobbing sounds reached their ears. "Did you hear that?" Kanade asked softly, turning to Kaguya. "Yes, it came from over there," Kaguya replied, pointing in a direction and lowering her voice. "Let's check it out. If it's just part of the game, fine. But if it's something else, you should run back to get help," Kanade instructed, his expression growing serious. He couldn't afford not to consider the possibility. Even though this was part of the test of courage, what if? A deserted checkpoint in the middle of a dark forest, and faint sobbing. If they found ghosts or monsters, Kanade's heart wouldn't waver. He'd know it was all part of the game. But what if it was a real emergency? As the student council president, he had to step forward and ensure everyone's safety. Having made up his mind, the two of them crept toward the source of the sound. The sobbing grew louder, leading them to a dense thicket. The sound was unmistakably coming from behind the bushes. "I'll go check first. If anything seems wrong, run." Kanade gestured to Kaguya and handed her his flashlight. Under her silent gaze, he rose and crossed the bushes. What he saw made his heart sink. A group of Shuchin Academy students sat tied to a large tree, their hands bound behind their backs. Kidnapping? Or did they stumble upon something they shouldn't have? Whatever the case, it was clear this wasn't part of the event. It was a real crisis. After scanning the area and confirming there were no perpetrators in sight, Kanade approached to untie them. Before he could act, Kaguya's voice called out urgently. "President." Kanade instinctively turned around, only to see Kaguya had been captured. Several burly figures wearing strange masks stood behind her, surrounding a slender individual who stepped forward slowly. Kanade felt a pang of regret. If only he had kept Kaguya by his side, she wouldn't have been caught. "Who are you? What's the point of kidnapping our students?" Kanade tried reasoning with them. The captors had tied up students without inflicting harm, suggesting they had an agenda. Given Shuchin Academy's prestigious background, it wasn't hard to guess, they were probably after ransom. That thought lasted until the slender figure spoke up. "Hey, you don't need to know who we are. Just know we're kidnapping you. Our goal is ransom money, of course. Since there are two of you here, pick one to stay behind while the other goes to report this. Make your choice." "I understand." Kanade nodded expressionlessly and turned to Kaguya. "Kaguya, you understand the situation, right?" "Yes. Don't worry, President. You should go. They won't hurt us until they get the ransom," Kaguya said, her lips tightening. She would rather volunteer to stay behind than hear the president apologize for leaving her. This wasn't just her duty as a member of the Shinigami family, it also left her with hope. Maybe the president would offer to stay instead, only for her to preempt him by volunteering first. "Huh? What nonsense are you saying?" Kanade looked puzzled but quickly understood she was acting. Though Kaguya seemed engrossed in her role, Kanade had reached his limit. He turned to the slender figure and said, "All right, enough. Let her go already." "Oh? Are you volunteering to stay as the hostage? Brave, aren't you?" the figure said mockingly before signaling the others to release Kaguya. As Kaguya returned to his side, Kanade continued, "So, this is over, right? Where's our checkpoint?" What checkpoint? I don't know what you're talking about. Just get your girl to leave." "Really? Do I need to say your name to end this?" "Chika Fujiwara, Secretary." Kanade crossed his arms and sighed. After a brief silence, the figure stammered, I don't know any Chika Fujiwara." "Don't change the subject. Go get the ransom money." Kanade shrugged. "Looks like the game club's funding might take another cut next term." "What do you mean another cut, you idiot president? Explain yourself." Chika Fujiwara finally lost it. She ripped off her pig mask and yelled, "This is an abuse of power. I'm reporting this. I'm reporting you." "Hey." Kanade merely chuckled coldly. Beside him, the eccentric heiress was stunned. "Huh? How? How was it Chika Fujiwara?" Chapter 150, You're so mean, President. Since you already figured it out, you should have said something sooner. I was taking the performance so seriously. Chika Fujiwara pouted angrily, her cheeks puffed out. I did bring it up, didn't I? Who was the one adamantly denying it just now? Kanade Natsukawa glanced at her, utterly unmoved. GRR. No way. I'm not satisfied with this. How could you figure it out so easily? We disguised ourselves so well. Even the props were the real deal. Chika protested indignantly, leaning close to Kanade and jabbing him repeatedly with her finger. Come on, President, fess up. How did you see through it? Wouldn't it be more concerning if I didn't figure it out? Kanade retorted before calmly explaining. For one thing, when I untied those students earlier, I noticed the ropes were barely secured. A light tug was enough to loosen them. Would any real kidnappers tie someone up so poorly? Afraid their victims couldn't escape, huh? And they didn't even gag them, practically inviting them to call for help. Then there's your timing. If all of you had been there from the start, it might have been convincing. But no, you showed up right after we arrived. That had to have been planned in advance, or you were hiding nearby, watching us. And that's not even the worst of it. The most absurd thing is this so-called boss leading the operation. When you saw us, your first instinct wasn't to subdue us but to suggest we play a little game. Even middle schoolers wouldn't believe this was a real kidnapping. Kaguya-san must have thought the same, right? Yes, that's right. Kaguya Shinomiya nodded stiffly. She thought nothing of the sort. If Chika hadn't taken off her mask, she really would have believed they were in a crisis. Kanade, oblivious to his partner's inner turmoil, continued his relentless critique. Of course, I think the biggest giveaway was you, Chika Fujiwara. Me? Yes. Not just your lines, but your tone as well. It didn't resemble a serious kidnapper at all. Kanade added matter-of-factly. After all, what kind of real kidnapper would make someone as fragile as Chika who'd cry for ages from just one punch the leader? It felt more like a spoiled rich girl playing pretend with her bodyguards. Chika froze for a moment, stunned. Then her face puffed up again in indignation. How dare you? That's a blatant insult to me, Chika Fujiwara, the master of acting. I demand you take back such an unfair comment. I gave such a stellar performance. The players who came through the earlier didn't spot any flaws at all. Clearly, it's just you making stuff up, President. Or, Kanade interrupted, is it possible that those players were simply too kind? Maybe they saw through your act but chose to play along out of courtesy. Chika froze. She stood there silently for a long time. Just when Kanade thought she'd finally admitted defeat, she suddenly made a ridiculous face and shouted, not listening, not listening. The president's a little turtle. La la la. When she couldn't win an argument, she resorted to childish antics. How was she like this, a grown child of sorts? Kanade turned to the burly henchmen who had accompanied Chika. They all wore indifferent expressions, as though none of this had anything to do with them. Some had even picked up dumbbells and started working out right there. Alright. Classic athletic club members. Making the most of every opportunity to train and bulk up. Still, Kanade couldn't help but wonder what Chika had used to bribe them into humoring her antics. Playing dumb won't help you here. Everything I said is true. Kanade pressed on. Besides, have you thought about the consequences? Even if your acting was good enough to fool everyone, what about afterward? What if people took your choose one to stay behind scenario too seriously and started arguing? How would you mediate between partners with strained relationships? What if they couldn't reconcile and ended up filing complaints with the student council? Practically the whole grade participated. Surely, at least a few people would feel deceived or upset enough to complain, right? But this performance was meant for people who chose their partners themselves. There wouldn't be that many people. Chika protested weakly, looking genuinely aggrieved. Kanade hadn't considered that. He turned to Kaguya, who subtly shook her head, indicating she wasn't sure either. Even so, there's always a chance someone slips through the cracks. Can you be absolutely certain that none of them would come to complain about you? Kanade asked seriously. He always considered the worst-case scenario to prevent it. He'd entrusted the event design to the game club to encourage innovation, and Chika had volunteered to take charge. But this kind of setup wasn't what he'd hoped for. While creativity and playability were important, the participants' experiences mattered more. Ensuring that no one felt humiliated or uncomfortable was the foundation for any activity to be considered fun or memorable. Yet with a setup like this, if a pair failed to see through the ruse and genuinely acted out their cowardice, it could create tension between them. That tension might later shift into resentment toward Chika as the orchestrator of the test. People were inherently unreasonable. Even if their own weakness caused the issue, they'd direct their frustration toward any convenient target. And Kanade didn't want Chika to become the target. Even if it meant using a stern tone, he had to make her understand. Do you get what I mean? Chika didn't respond. Kanade thought she might finally be reflecting on her actions, but then he heard a faint, muffled sobbing sound from her direction. Wha? I worked so hard to come up with this activity. And the president criticizes me like this. I quit. Wha? It's just objective analysis, no need to be so upset. Kanade Natsukawa was at a loss. He didn't intend to blame her, he only wanted Chika to understand the seriousness of the situation. But when he noticed the looks from those around them, the kind that screamed, the student council president is bullying the poor fool, he found it impossible to hold his ground. Ahem, I might have been too harsh earlier. Actually, I think. It wasn't that bad. Maybe I'm just being too demanding. Kanade tried to placate the eccentric girl. Wha? You're lying. You're probably still laughing at me inside, aren't you? Wha? No, of course not. Kanade quickly shook his head. At most, I just think there's a lot of room for improvement. Wha? Her crying only grew louder. Even Kaguya, who had been watching quietly, seemed to have had enough. She silently mouthed to him, just give in already. Fine. Kanade truly had no other choice. He didn't want to earn a reputation as someone who bullies the clueless, so he reluctantly forced himself to say something he didn't quite mean. To be honest, I think your performance was amazing. The concept was great, too. It's just, I was trying to suggest some ways to refine it, that's why I said what I said earlier. What suggestions? Chika asked instantly. The speed of her response made it seem as though the crying Chika from a moment ago had never existed. Kanade hesitated. This was just an excuse he'd come up with on the spot. How could he possibly have improvement ideas ready so quickly? Wha? I knew it. You're still lying to me. President, you big dummy. Wha? No, I'm not lying. I was just organizing my thoughts. Yes, organizing my thoughts. Kanade hurriedly explained. Seeing that she seemed to have calmed down a little, Kanade continued, the game content itself can't be changed now, since it's your project, and any ideas I come up with on the spot would be impossible to implement. We'd also run into issues with the props. That leaves only one area we can adjust, the performance itself. Chika listened intently, nodding repeatedly. First, about the realism aspect, I think you don't need to make the performance so convincing. Like I said earlier, the flaws you've included can stay. In fact, you could even take it a step further, remove the masks entirely and replace them with, I don't know, sunglasses? Wait, no, it's too dark to see anything already, sunglasses wouldn't work. Kanade coughed lightly to cover his embarrassment. Ahem. Anyway, that's the idea. It doesn't need to be super realistic. The more obvious the flaws, the better. The goal is for participants to spot the inconsistencies and realize the truth of the performance themselves. But if they figure it out, then we won't achieve our goal. We're supposed to test their bravery. Chika countered. That's exactly what I wanted to talk about next. Kanade said, nodding. If you encounter participants like me, who expose the act immediately or during the performance, just ignore them. Ignore them. Yes. Kanade nodded again. By ignore, I mean you keep acting as planned. Stick to the script no matter what they say. Just present them with one question, who will stay behind? To be blunt, anyone with a shred of emotional intelligence wouldn't continue trying to ruin the performance at that point. Most would play along and follow the flow. Whatever happens between the participants after that is no longer your concern. Your only job is to complete the performance. But isn't that kind of boring? It feels so fake. Chika seemed dissatisfied. She could tolerate being found out, but she refused to deliberately expose herself. Kanade glanced at her, thinking, wasn't this all fake to begin with? In that case, let's set that plan aside for now and move on to the next idea. Go ahead, President. If you're aiming for realistic performance, then let's start with your image. Ignoring Chika's indignant glare, Kanade continued, while your appearance and physique are fixed and can't be changed, you can alter your demeanor. For instance, in a situation like earlier, you don't need to say anything. Just sit down with your legs crossed on a chair and let one of your underlings speak for you. Your role would be to silently observe the participants with the aura of a boss. GRR. But if I do that, I won't have any lines. If you want lines, it's simple, just sit on the chair and use your normal voice. Most participants don't know what you sound like anyway. If you're worried about being recognized, try using a voice changer. Kanade suggested. That way, you won't reveal your real voice to anyone familiar with it, and you'll also create a more authentic criminal vibe. A disguised voice will make it harder to identify you later. As long as she didn't take off her mask, it was entirely possible no one would recognize Chika Fujiwara. Kanade had already resigned himself to the situation. Since he was offering suggestions, he figured one or two bad ideas wouldn't hurt. As long as Chika didn't blurt out that he was an accomplice, she could execute her plan however she liked. Still, the ideal solution was for her to stick with the silent boss role he had proposed. Fortunately, voice changers weren't easy to come by, especially at the event venue. It would be nearly impossible for her to obtain one. With that obstacle, she'd either have to settle for the silent boss persona or embrace the obviously fake route. Oh. That's right. We already bought voice changers earlier for this event. Chika exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy. As expected of you, President. You can be helpful sometimes after all. Well, even if I can't use my own voice, I suppose it's a sacrifice worth making for the event. Alright. Chika Fujiwara is on the move. Wait, how about reconsidering? I still think the first idea suits you better. Kanade protested. President, stop getting in the way. The next wave of challengers is about to arrive. You and Kaguya should sign in and leave so you don't interfere with our testing evaluating participants' bravery. Chika waved him off dismissively, shooting him a look of mock annoyance before bouncing over to cling to Kaguya. Kaguya-chan, let's hang out after I finish working. Watching Chika's determined expression, Kanade gave up on trying to persuade her further. He'd have to focus on minimizing the potential fallout from this performance instead. While Kaguya was still preoccupied with Chika, Kanade approached one of the staff members handling the check-ins and quietly instructed, if anyone asks who designed this event, just say it was the student council. If they press for specifics, tell them it was President Natsukawa's idea. Chapter 151. After successfully completing the checkpoint, Kanade, Natsukawa and Kaguya approached the check-in staff. However, instead of stamping their card as expected, the staff handed them a pair of small bracelets. Each bracelet had tiny engraved characters that seemed to read true feelings or something similar. The eccentric heiress, Kaguya, accepted the gift with joy, while Kanade, though puzzled, didn't dampen her enthusiasm and took one as well. When they asked why the usual stamp wasn't given, the staff explained, this activity was actually an extra addition. Secretary Fujiwara said it wouldn't count as part of the official game challenges, but those who pass would receive a special reward. Got it. Thank you for the clarification. Kanade nodded, signaling his understanding. The game itself was one thing, but excluding it from the official challenges was a surprisingly good move by Fujiwara. Traditionally, tests of courage were meant to challenge participants with ghosts, spirits, or other supernatural elements. Fantastical constructs meant to test one's bravery in the darkness. But Fujiwara's designed challenges tested something entirely different, human nature. And as everyone knows, human nature is the least reliable thing to test. That's why Kanade had earlier suggested including obvious flaws in the performance, making it easier for participants to see through the act. It wasn't out of some altruistic desire to spark romantic connections for others, it was purely to transform the game's essence. From a trial of morality, it would become just an entertaining skit. As he had said before, anyone with even a shred of emotional or intellectual intelligence would inevitably figure out the truth under such circumstances. Learning that this particular challenge was aimed at participants who chose their own partners put his mind somewhat at ease. If they were given the choice of their teammate, surely they wouldn't be naive enough to think the events were real, right? That was one challenge dealt with, but what about the others? The venue had multiple activities, and Kanade had entrusted the entire design process to the game club. Oversight of these activities was entirely Fujiwara's responsibility. If this surprise had been so unique, who knew what the rest had in store? In fact, Kanade was starting to regret giving the game club so much responsibility. They had a history of creating absurd, chaotic games, so why had he trusted them this time? Kaguya, we might need to pick up the pace. Kanade said seriously. Why the sudden urgency? The eccentric heiress was still basking in the joy of the gifted bracelets. The matching bracelets constantly reminded her of one fact, they were a pair just like the bracelets. A perfect match. And then Kanade told her they needed to hurry. What? Did he not want to spend more time enjoying this rare moment of togetherness? Honestly, I'm worried about what the next activities might entail. Kanade admitted, proceeding to explain his concerns. It shouldn't be that bad, right? Kaguya replied hesitantly. While Fujiwara was indeed unreliable forgetting her wallet on outings, getting lost during school trips, or wrecking carefully laid plans in her clueless way, surely it wouldn't go too far. No, President, you're right. We should definitely review their game designs carefully. Kaguya said firmly. The bracelets were lovely, and she adored receiving a pair. But this was separate from the matter at hand. There was no way she'd let that fool Fujiwara ruin her long-anticipated outing with the President. She wouldn't let strange elements involving Fujiwara sully the precious memories she wanted to make. With that shared resolve, both quickened their pace. They walked in silence, moving briskly toward the next checkpoint. Soon, they arrived at a building that was unmistakably part of the game setup. Several other participant teams were also waiting outside. When they noticed Kanade and Kaguya's arrival, they greeted them in hushed tones. Do we need to queue here? Why aren't you going in? Kanade asked curiously. Well, actually. One boy started to explain but was interrupted by blood-curdling screams from inside the building. Eek. Yay Maru. Mom, I want to go home. Wha? Don't come any closer. Kanade fell silent. He wasn't scared by the screams, in fact, he found them oddly fitting. This was exactly how a test of courage should unfold. But Was there really a need to make it this terrifying? It felt like the participants weren't just frightened, they sounded as though they had come home one day to find their secret stash of embarrassing items neatly displayed on the coffee table, with their parents and relatives solemnly sitting nearby, inspecting everything. The feelings might differ, but the level of dread was the same. Both were situations that made you want to restart your life from scratch.